revenge story sa ating mga nagduda sa isang taong purong dismayado. This is a team through grit and grind through years of experience. You can't really deny the greatness.
Good shot, gotta get X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God!
Good shot, gotta get JC.
Drill gets 1 and 2. Beautiful timing.
Pero Defrax, uubusin na lang lahat.
Sa isang bala lamang, matutupad ang lahat ng pangarap.
You know what's cooking, and that is our 4th day ng CFS Impact Fall. Kami nga pala ang inyong casters at your service, Buchi and Bipolar nga pala. At ngayong araw na ito, may 3 matches tayong aabangan dahil balita ko mataas ata ang potential ng mga ito na i-pull tayo into 3rd maps lahat.
Yes, tama ka dyan, Mochi. Naging heavy hitters ng ating mga teams. Nakikita na natin kung paano nga ba sila gumalaw at paano sila tumutok sa isa't isa. It's gonna be a great day of CFS's second day ng ating week number 2, Mochi. And tulad nga sinabi natin ni Daydum kahapon, tayong tatlo, na it's starting to feel right. It's starting to feel na everybody knows each other and nagkakabasahan yung mga teams natin.
Yes, and it's nice that we're finally having an idea din, like a little bit of power rankings dito sa ating mga teams natin, no? And even some players on the top of our mind na pwede nating i-point out, most especially na nag-excel sila in the matches that we have so far. And hopefully, na yung mga nanonood natin ngayon nakatambay dito sa ating stream is having a great day so far. Buckle up, be prepared kasi magiging bigate ng ating araw ngayon.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, 3 matches once again. Babalik dito ang team na hindi natin pa nakikita kahapon, which is gonna be Querdas. And some matches na parang yung set day natin ngayon from match 1 to match 3. It was just like match number 2 natin kahapon, Mochi. Feeling ko aabot tayo ng 3 matches every time kung saan it's all out good crossfire action kung saan kasi kahapon panimula pa lang ng week 2 natin. Umabot na tayo kung saan na lahat overtime, alam mo yun, puro kakaiba yung labanan. Tapos ngayon, again, it's gonna be, I don't know, gusto ko na mag-start. Caster, simulan nyo na kasi laban.
Dahil sinabi mo yan, tignan muna natin ang ating tournament format for our league. Nagsisimula tayo sa ating group stage na composed of mga single round robin. More chances, more opportunities para sa ating team na lumaban, pumalag at mag-improve with every single series being a best of 3. Pagdating naman sa ating playoffs, andyan na ang 4 na naiiwan with the laglagan format or single elimination and even the best of 5 per series. Prize pool natin, ano bang hatian dyan, Polar?
I mean, our prize pool is a whopping $2,500 or $2,500 po. Kung saan 7 to 8 place is $100 for 5th to 6th, $200 for 300. And of course, pag podium finish, dyan na malaki yung mula, $400 for 3rd place, $500 for 2nd place. And of course, yung pinakamarami dyan, yung champion natin mag-uuwi ng $700.
Tumatag yung ting na $700 indeed o equally distributed depende sa kanilang standing and ranking. Pero let us check out kung sino nga ba ang mga kasali from here in our group stage, no? Nandyan ang Querdas, Alliance Gaming, Team Micro, Blue Vortex, Rhea 7, GAON, Fervid GT, Sunday Shrooms, and lastly, Kadiliman, all of which no nakita na natin what they have for starters, and this will be our metric in order to foresee kung ano nga ba ang kanilang magiging porsyentong lakas sa mga susunod na mga araw and how would they actually improve, gaano kalaki ba yung magiging kagalingan nila kumpara sa unang araw na nakita natin sila kontra doon sa magiging itsura nila as time goes by.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, alam na natin right now kung sino yung mga madadali yung simula, sino yung nga ba yung nahirapan mag-start off, and those teams na talagang are trying to test it or test in the waters pa rin naman here at CFS PH Impact Fall 2025. Pero mukhang may map na tayo dito, Mochi, para sa mga bagong manonood. Let's look kung ano nga bang mga mapa yung nandito sa ating CFS PH Impact Fall.
Yes, sir. Ayan na ang ating sa Base Mexico 2, Compound 2, Eagle Eye 2.0, Angkara, Black Widow Import. And if matagal ka nang narito, wala naman masyadong nagbago. No? I feel like just a couple of changes na meron dito for Compound 2 to make it a bit less GR-sided than it already is. And other than that, it is pretty much the same. This is just a brief recap para sa mga bagong dalaw dito sa ating Impact Fall. And speaking of recap, check na natin kung ano ang meron sa ating standings from the few days na meron tayo dito ago and last week here in Impact Fall.
I mean, looking at the first ranking spot, it's Kadiliman E-Sports na talagang napapakita ng gilas. Their team is a bunch of veterans and as well as some young stars na nakikita natin. And they are a squad na kailangan yung abangan kapag nasa server na natin sila. Of course, Querdas Esports, one of the newest teams coming here in CFS PH IMPACT Fall, kung saan they've been dominating the scene. Look at that, 2 wins already yung kanilang matches and sets nila is also just 3. Alliance Gaming, Fervid, and Blue Vortex, sila yung naglalabanan right now in the mix kung sino nga bang pwedeng kumuha ng third spot na yan. Pero yung 6, 7, 8 spot natin, we're actually kind of surprised na yung Sunday Shrooms, our past champions ng Impact Summer, is all the way at that bottom third spot. Pero hindi pa, Mochi, second week pa lang naman, we don't really necessarily know kung ano nga ba yung pinaka last result natin for Team Micro and Reyes 7 GAON. They need to, kailangan pa nilang bigyan pa ng effort para umabot sila sa 5th or at least 4th spot.
Yeah, kailangan pa nila ng kaunting hasa dito, no, bipolar. Kasi yesterday, nakita naman natin kung gaano naging sobrang powerful and explosive ang mga laruan ng Alliance Gaming and as well as ni Blue Vortex. And with that being said, check out naman natin ang ating schedule for today. 3 series ang ating aabangan dito at papangunahan na yan ng Querdas Esports versus Alliance Gaming, susundan ng Rhea 7 GAON versus Fervid, and lastly ang Blue Vortex versus Kadiliman E-Sports, wherein I'm pretty sure that some of these teams sobrang motivated, no? Meron silang boost from the yesterday's fight na nagkaroon sila dito. And for the losing part naman, well, all the more reason kung bakit kailangan nilang galingan.
Yeah, very much. So you know what, Mochi, it's actually crazy na yung first match natin dito is Querdas Esports versus Alliance Gaming kasi sila ngayon yung nasa 2 and 3rd spot natin. Might, alam mo yun, and they have what, 2-0 yung as a record nila. Baka dito na talaga magkakaduguan or dito na natin malalaman kung sino nga ba ang deserving dun sa second spot ng ating standings. Pero Rhea 7 GAON and Fervid, this is, if you're looking at it right, this is 8th spot versus the 4th. So whoever wins here, aangat talaga or babagsak in a way na magiging drastic yung outcome. Pero yung pangatlo natin dito parang, it's Kadiliman E-Sports versus Blue Vortex. Blue Vortex, sila yung team na sinasabi natin na kayang paabutin ng overtime lahat ng laban and they can go for a long stretch of games kung saan di sila napapagod. Dito, ito yung strong suit nila eh. Pero for Kadiliman Esports, kung saan they're running off of aggression and mabilis na matches, they wanna stop, they wanna clear it out 2-0 already. They have a fight at the third match.
Yes, exactly, no. And I'm really curious what's going to be the feel sa ating unang match then, because I believe there's a lot of players here who are already familiar sa isa't isa, maybe a bit too familiar, so that is going to be an interesting series for us indeed. And with also yung binanggit mo kanina, no, anticipated that this is going to be a long day, not just because of how we see yung laban ni Blue Vortex yesterday nung kalaban nila si Fervid, but also the fact na kung gaano katindi yung talima ng mga teams na ito, most especially granted ang kanilang history from last week as well.
Yeah, I mean, Mochi, feeling ko talaga pagdating natin dito magkakapersonalan na yung mga laban natin. Tulad nga sinabi mo nung first match natin when we were talking about it offline, parang may mga altercations, may mga personal things na kailangang i-settle daw yung first matchup natin. Pero mukhang may mapito na tayo dito, Mochi.
Yes, so let's check out our map dito for our first series here. Querdas versus Alliance. Our first is going to be Black Widow, chosen by Alliance Gaming. Ankara by Querdas at ang magiging decider natin is going to be Compound 2. At man, BL side magsisimula ang Querdas.
Ay, naku po, this is gonna be crazy because last time na nakita natin sa BL side agad in Black Widow ang Querdas, they absolutely stomped Blue Vortex if I'm correct. So, Alliance Gaming might have not researched kung paano nga ba maglaro dito ang Querdas, pero GR side in Black Widow, okay lang yan. They can come out with at least like 4-5 rounds in the first half. This after BL side, they're gonna be happy. Pero for Ankara, Mochi, dito rin naglabas ng ng sama ng loob ang Querdas being one of their what they call this, comfort picks. Very basic kasi, just like Black Widow, you just have this site, tas maraming points of entry. You have bypass, you have a way to get into EA from CA. So Querdas likes those maps kung saan you can be shifty, you can be surprising the enemies. Pero yung compound 2 natin dito, Mochi, feeling ko pag umabot tayo ng map number 3, it's gonna be a 50-50, pero we can see a lot of domination mula sa Alliance.
Totoo nga, no? Sa totoo lang, nakikita ko din dito for Black Widow. I am curious kung bakit ito yung pinili ni Alliance Gaming. May it be because of one of their maps before, but I believe dito din nanalo si Querdas nung kalaban nila si Team Micro with Flying Colors. Naging mabilis ang kanilang laban dito. Even being facilitated nila Ilaga, nila Jake, nila Yops, diba?
Yeah.
So, maaaring makita natin ang kanilang pag-shine on this one at lalong-lalo na rin from the very destructive performance na meron kahapon ang AG dito. Ayan dyan si Froze na parang naging entire match MVP pa nga nung kalaban nila si Fervid on this one.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a really crazy matchup. Kaya naman, let us now lay down our predictions. Kasi sa totoo lang ako, personally, nahihirapan ako. Pero, just because of how solidified itong si AG, I'll go to 1 AG. Ikaw ba?
Ay, naku po. Ay, Mochi. Gagayahin sana kita eh. Kung 2-0 ka for Alliance, kasi ako 2-0 ako eh. So, I'm gonna go for the parang tatargetin naman ako ng kung nasan man ang Querdas. Pero I'm gonna go 2-0 for Alliance just because tama ka nga, Mochi, parang set in stone na agad. Alam nila kung anong gagawin nila, and they're a more stable team. Unlike Querdas nung nakita natin in the first week, parang iffy pa, parang 50-50 pa minsan. They are
may
good.
Download.
Pero kailangan pa, tama ka dyan, kailangan pa nilang i-download, may uptick pa ng time, or they need to like refresh every time para makakuha ng set points. Pero Alliance, they're very solid.
Exactly. We're gonna be checking that out, no? Mamaya naman, Querdas may prove us wrong. Most especially na pag nasimulan nila ang Black Widow nating maganda on the BL side, since they are quite aggressive of a team and pretty good in terms of pickups, no? Ilaga and as well as Yobs. We can actually anticipate this actually being pulled off dito on a decider map, or possibly mamali tayo dito sa predictions natin. Can't wait for this one, Bipolar.
I can't wait to be wrong, Mochi. Kasi once na magiging mali tayo dito, ay nako po, sisigaw na naman tayo, tapos magulat na naman tayo sa mga mangyayari later on. Pero yeah, hopefully umabot tayo ng map number 3 just because Compound 2 has been very fun, no, Mochi? Nung nakikita natin yung mga teams natin na kapag nasa Compound, doon talaga nilalabas lahat ng strategy nila. Everything is playing out so well. You can play with at saka with the new map comes new strategies, comes a new taste in these teams. So what if umabot tayo doon, baka it's Alliance or Querdas na talaga magpakitang
diba?
gilas. But yeah, Black Widow, Mochi, it's for these two teams, alam na nila kung paano laruin to. So I don't really know kung sino nga ba ang angat in this map.
Mapa ng bayan din kasi pagka Black Widow yung nasa map veto mo. But this will definitely be a really good warm-up map for them, for both of these teams. Manalo o matalo, mararack up sila, and they can treat this as a FFA, if I may say,
Yeah.
Let us see if we are gonna be seeing some FFA action on this one as well. Kabilang na rin siguro sa ating mga magagaling na mag-sniper dyan, Froze, tsaka si sino isa.
Si
Yung
Jake,
isa
si
pa
Jake.
magaling. Ayun.
Si Jake.
Oh, si Jake. Oo, nagsasniper din pala si Jake, no? We have very flexible people here, to say the least. And kaya naman,
Yes!
no, direkta
Let's go!
na tayo sa action. Let us go! Dahil meron agad aggression na itatamasa dito sa Querdas.
Ito talaga gusto natin sa dalawang teams labanan sa LA! Parang FFA! Double kill para kay Cedric! And this is what you want! All out energy! All out aggression! Triple kill para kay Cedric! Makuha niya nga ba? One pistol in the head of Justin! 3 kills agad! 30 seconds pa lang nakakalipas, Mochi! At AG ngayon, fully aggressive, fully controlling LA!
Fully controlling indeed. Wala silang choice kundi umatras dun, no? Tapos meron pa silang tumatao dito sa EA natin. Si Nukin nandoon. And anytime, maaari siyang mag-swing, mag-peek. Kaya lang nakita yung ulo niya dito. Jake actually checking him out and inflicting some na mga damage here. Naku po, ang daing obstacles na kailangan daanan dito. As Froze takes down itong si Jake, all up to Chris here ngayon, bipolar.
Yeah, grabe naman yun, Chris. Able to get another double kill na para sa kanya. Might go for the
Ay,
triple.
wow.
And nakuha na nga. It's versus Nuken though. Both very much close to each other. Malapit na nga sila sa isa't isa. Chris, nasa kanya yung bomba. So that's one problem out of the picture. Simulan na natin bagalan ng laban. Dahil hinahanap na ni Nuken dito, slowly creeping her way. Slowly creeping his way towards the BLRS. Pero hindi rin naman gumagalaw masyado si Chris dito. He knows na may malapit kasi kanina doon sa may balcony. At dahil dyan, nakiwalay na sila. Yung landas ng dalawang to, nagkahiwalayan pumunta sa A, si Nuken here on long A. And mapupuntahan agad ni Chris dito yung B site. And maganda to kapag nag-peek out siya doon sa may doorway, papunta sa mid, Mochi. Kasi pag doon pumunta si Nuken, pag hindi siya pumunta on the bridge side mamaya, masasnipe out lang siya. So titignan natin if Chris has the right picture here, if alam niya nga ba yung mangyayari dito. It looks like they will not look at each other's position. Magiging maganda ang retake dito ni Nuken. 25 seconds onto the clock. Meron nga ba siyang util? Yes! Smoke and flash all in his hands. And all up for time now. 17 seconds, Chris, with the TRG. Isang shot lang ang kailangan niya, pero Nuken also just needs a couple of shots kasi damage na agad dito si Chris. Kailangan muna i-spot out lahat, pero dahil dyan wala ka ng oras para tignan yung kalaban mo dito, and that is your first kill! Or another kill for Chris at sasabog ang bomba, but that is your first round for QD.
I was about to mention, parang may nakakalimutan akong banggitin na pangalan dito sa Querdas, and it is no other than Chris. Chris, super good in terms of the TRG and as well as yung mga pick-off potential, lalong-lalo na pag nasa global risk, no? But napaka-decisive din, no? Nice in theory yung simula and as well as mid-round calling dito ni Alliance Gaming and being able to actually block out itong LA natin with the smoke and lead them to think na they're gonna be delayed, but instead hindi. Ang dai sa kanila yung nagpupush and being able to narrow down the numbers in return. It's just that hindi nila in-anticipate na magpa-pop off ng ganun katindi si Chris in the last few moments, taking that first round para dito sa Querdas. Pero ngayon naman, I wonder what's going to be the change, no? Lalong-lalo na the case is gonna be here sa EA natin. Mukhang may posibilidad na makakuha siya ng pick-up on this one, pero hindi. Mababaliktad ata siya dun.
Yeah, grabe talaga yun. Ilaga, able to be the better rifler there. Kay Cedric has the, alam niya na dapat yung gagawin niya. He knew na kapag makaka-pick off siya dito, pwede siya pumunta sa balcony, ma-infiltrate yung backlines dito ng QD. Kaso nga lang Ilaga, in the right position at the right time, not a good sight for AG ngayon kasi nagka-crumble into pieces sila. Munti ka na agad. Makapatay doon si Nuken pero nakuha pa din siya.
Ooh.
Kung ano pa yung mas mahirap na shot, yun pa yung nakuha niya. And doon din sa dulo, Abdel 2K able to get one. Froze looking towards backstabbing Ilaga dito at napatay niya na nga with a headshot onto him. The M14 EBR is too intense. Look at this move, moving his way towards Chris. At Justin lang natitira ngayon. What a turnaround of games. What a turnaround of plays as well. 3v1 tayo dito, Mochi, kung saan si Justin nandito sa short at may kita niya si Froze. They know he's here.
Wow.
Pero that's information overload. Magpupush lang dito si Move. And he goes for the wide peak and the kill onto Justin.
Okay na sana, no? Nagkaroon na ng magandang taking of spaces and possibly a pick-off dito onto K. Cedric. Itong isa sa galing sa Querdas is just that nagkaroon na ng kakulangan in terms of the support and as well as being able to carry over the spaces na nakuha nila ideally here in the mid area at hindi ito nasundan ng any additional steps from Querdas. But let us see if there is going to be some possible changes here, no? Siguro kung magkakaroon sila ng mga early pickoffs, it is very important for them to be a bit more active than it, lalong-lalo they're on the blacklist side of things naman. And I feel like medyo na-undermine ng Querdas itong kanilang mga sarili dito in these first few moments, pero mukhang marami ata ang ating contention here at the mid area and Abdel will be punished.
Oh, that's not good. Again, for the GR side, you want na ikaw yung nagdidikta ng laban. Alam mong dapat ikaw yung gumagawa ng mga plays para at least magulat yung BL side. Pero this is what you get kapag dalawang teams na aggressive yung maglalaro sa Black Widow. You can see early out aggressiveness dito sa mid natin. Tingnan mo naman palagi may namamatay, pero kay Cedric, interesting position, able to get one headshot dito sa isa. Flashes will be delaying the push. Pero kay Cedric, alam niya din, nakita niya si Jake. Si Jake ngayon, alis dito sa stairs. Pero kay Cedric, becoming aggressive once again and stealing the fear dito sa ating QD squad. 2 headshots para kay Cedric ngayon. Flashes, grenade will also connect. Pero si Chris, naku po, ba't di ka nakatingin sa kaliwa mo? Nandun agad si Nuker at dahil dyan, AG will get quad headshots in a second round.
Medyo nagtataka ako sa nagiging behavior ng Querdas dito ngayon na they keep on holding ang ating mid area but nagkakaroon ng kakulangan when it comes to being able to support each other there. Napipitas sila pero walang follow-up na trados, pero ngayon naman parang binabaliktad nila ang sitwasyon, no? Just heading over and pushing forward onto the A side as Abdel and Nuken tries to stand their ground, pero parang mahihirapan ata sila dito ngayon with a lot of shots being received here by Nuken and even the popcorn play coming from Justin as well. It is all up to our coach na si Move.
Moving his way here in short, dodging all of the bullets. Pero di niya maiiwasan yung bala na papunta sa ulo niya coming in from Jake. So these fast rounds, nako po mga madla, 2 for 2 na agad tayo dito in Black Widow, and the aggressiveness of both teams, parang QD nakakatikim ng, alam mo yun, ng mas maraming bala coming in from AG. Pero QD ngayon, Ilaga will get one, has been dominating, kinokontrol niya talaga dito yung mid area natin towards short. So there's gonna be a lot of some shots. Yobs, nasa ilalim dito, pinupuntirya, hindi, oh my god! Kay Cedric, hindi matamaan dito, pero si Jake makakuha niya, one more spray down, kailangan niya mag-reload. What is that play? Oh my goodness, nakagat na siya kay Cedric with another kill. At Chris ngayon, able to get one. This is 2v1 Mochi, yung C4, it's stuck at that short position.
Parang kaya nilang i-overwhelm itong si K. Cedric, no? After all the hell that broke loose on the mid area, it seems like K. Cedric will be trying to stretch himself as he takes one down at si Ilaga na lang ang naiiwan dito ngayon. Anday pa man din niyang oras, not gonna lie, and he even holding that one tap, sapat na ang kailangan niya dito, no? Kung mamataan niya dito si K. Cedric, but at the same time, andain niyang i-free na space, andain niyang lalakarin dito at i-check ng mga corners bipolar, especially if andyan yung C4 natin na mas malapit kay Cedric at wala naman siyang gagawin dito kundi mag-intay lang kung saan manggagaling si Ilaga dito.
Yeah, Ilaga, medyo actually very curious ako, Mochi, kasi ba't niya kinuha yung TRG? Minsan, we usually see him with the HK or the M14, pero ngayon in a 1v1 situation, he's gonna go in for big risks to possibly get a big reward. I mean, he only needs one shot para kay Cedric na marami pa rin ng mga HP. So baka this is the 10,000 IQ play that you did not imagine. C4 hindi ata alam ni kay Cedric na it's deep in in this position. At dahil dyan, Ilaga will peek out. Nakita niya rin ata si kay Cedric. So ilalabas niya yung TRG dito, looking towards getting the kill. 20 seconds intro, kailangan niya pumasok dito with the shot na connect. Kay Cedric gets the upper hand. At dahil dyan, 3 rounds na ang AG.
AG, wow. It seems like they're definitely just trying to extend and occupy as much space as possible here on the GR side. I feel like they're noticing the cracks in terms of defense here na may mga napag-iiwanan na ilang mga miyembro dito galing sa Querdas when they try to find for us possible pick-off. And instead, ang kailangan lang dito ng AG, no? Like for example, itong si K. Cedric on the bridge area, may mapita siyang isa back out na agad and even possibly look out for more kung meron nga bang follow-up at makakakita sila ng additional people here kasi in terms of body system, medyo may kakulangan dito kay Querdas, no? And we are eyeing for them to have further improvement on that one. Was especially naman that we have already seen them a bit more solidified from their past matches. But seems like AJ has been able to carry over yung kalakasan nila from yesterday. Pero speaking of that one, Ilaga and Yob to be able to take one for each at with a follow-up trade here galing sa AG.
Grabe yun. Ilaga still able to dominate yung gitna natin. Pero Move medyo realizing na palagi naman talaga doon yung plano na kunin ng QD. So puts himself in that position para makakuha ng couple of kills. And now it's a 2-for-2 trade kung saan hiwa-hiwala yung ating mga players coming in from AG, 2 on A, 1 on B. Pero tatlong players strong going in to B site right now. It's Yobs to start this. Pero process of elimination, nakapag-push na dun si Move towards long A. At dahil dyan, makakapag-flank up siya later on. Pero mukhang they're taking their sweet time, ha? Yobs, dahil dyan, mamapatay lang siya. Lacking at di niya alam na may naka-pick out na pala. Flash will be there. Pero interesting position mula kay Cedric na naman. He just needs to wait for the other flash or util na lilipad sa ulo niya. At dahil dyan, he will activate. Able to get one headshot machine. Talaga si K. Cedric. 3 kills and 3 headshots means 4 rounds para sa AG.
Men, pansinin mo. 14 kills, 11 headshots, and meron lang naman dito kay K. Cedric. And not to mention that the other members are online as well. Nuken already good for 1 in terms of pick-off here. And I feel like they're really doing what they can in order to abuse yung lack of map control and as well as the support dito, no, from Querdas. But Chris, at least meron siyang mapipitas na isa dito. But the question is, would they be able to secure the objective here? Kasi they can't keep on playing this passive all the way back in the side with the possibility of them being secured kasi we still have a couple of players here from AG that has lots of pick-up prowess, especially with Abdel on the TRG as well, no? Merong possibility for that one. But let us check out Terrace control from Chris as well, pero hindi siya yung mapapasama.
Yeah, grabe yun. He was able to pick him out at the right time. Chris, mamamatay pa. I just want to look at K. Cedric kanina, yung stat line niya 14-11 na sinabi nga natin he is a headshot machine. Pero dito sa site na to wala si K. Cedric. So this might be the point of entry kung saan madali nga lang. Kaso nandito si Abdel 2K with a 2 kill already. Make it 3, make it 4 possibly. Pero nandyan naman si Move para ubusin na naman dito ang QD. What a 5-round win mula sa AG. Kompleto na agad bago pa mag second half.
Grabe, no? Ang naaalala ko dito is yung laban nila nung sila ay nasa Ankara, no? Tong kay AG, wherein sobrang tindi ng pag-anchor nila. And if merong mga ngahas na mag-push, magpakita, matik matatanggal ang ulo nila. But right now, they are gonna be heading here on the EA area and would try to eye for any possible pickoffs here to hopefully open up itong A site for them. Pero I feel like the anchor is just a bit too strong, or is it the hesitation na medyo malakas dito? Kasi si Case Edric nanggaling na sa likuran. The flank is crazy. It's so impactful and the game changer possibly here for AG. They're just racking up the rounds here and even the kills. At mahihirapan ata si Querdas na mag-control dito pero at least may bawi sila kahit papano.
Ito na nga, bumabawi na nga, no? Pero dito naman si Abdel 2K underneath this short area. Froze going towards the stairs. Good grenade. Will connect onto Justin. Low in HP na nga siya. Pero si Chris will make wonders dito sa long A. So dahil dyan, kailangan na tignan to. At dahil dyan, babagsak mula sa langit si Yobs. Pero mamamatay agad siya. Sabi nga natin, Icarus has flown. Pero he will always fall down. So tulad lang ng storya na iyon, what happened to QD? Justin versus Froze, both 30 HP. Magkakakitaan dito sa long A. Kaso nga lang, bakit ka nakatingin sa pradera? Bawal tumingin dyan, sabi ni Justin, and QD gets the 3rd round.
Minsan kasi tumitingin ka sa gilid-gilid nasa harap mo na pala. Which is quite
Ayay.
an unfortunate scenario doon
Agay.
para sa naiiwang miyembro dito for Querdas. But nice try to say the least. Although may draw pa silang round na kailangang habulin dito, I feel like they need to be a bit more commanding when it comes to choosing which side they should be taking kasi nahahati yung attention nila depende kung saan nanggagaling yung ibang mga miyembro dito from Alliance Gaming, you know. If they would be able to facilitate a strong push here even from EA, I believe is the safer route for them to come from, or kahit dito sa storage B, no, na as long as magkakadikit sila and they were supporting each other in a certain angle, I feel like merong posibilidad that they can equalize our numbers here. But let us check out what's going to be the progress for Querdas kasi I think they are spending a lot of time na nakikiramdam sila kung merong magpupush dito kay AG kasi parang natotrauma na ata sila.
Uy, basically, that is what's happening to QD. Pero kay Cedric, mamamatay ngayon. You were about to say na kay Cedric with a different angle once again, pero he will get a flashed out already. Mula sa
Froze!
QD, Froze! Able to get one more, might get two, pero already taken care of. Nasa dulo na naman dito si Move, and he will fall down. What a crumble mula sa AG ngayon. Look at Yobs as well, multi-prong approach mula sa QD is the right thing to do pagdating sa second half. And this is what we expected, 4-5 scoreline kung saan QD nakakabawi na.
I love the last change in terms of behavior dito kay Querdas, no? You know what? Sige, pag sama-samahan natin yung tatlo, tas we allot one person dito sa mid to find any possible people na magangahas mag-flank at merong isa sa LA. And they've been able to do that so well na eliminate nila yung possibility na ma-flank sila and also been able to put decent force enough to push dito on ma-overwhelm si K. Cedric and as well as si Froze on the B side. But this time around, nag-swap na, nagpalit na. Let us check ano kaya ang magiging behavior ng Alliance Gaming dito. Would it be still aggressive as before or would it be a bit more methodical approach?
It's actually crazy, no, Mochi, na parang hindi sila nagiging aggressive right now. They have two people here in Long A already. Nakapag-infiltrate na nga agad dito sa K. Cedric. Pero this is a go signal para kay Yobs. Able to get one. Jake also from the long side. Nakakuha ng dalawa. That's frozen down. Yung nag-infiltrate ng A site, burado na agad. Tignan nyo yung minimap natin. Sobrang madaming eggs at dahil dyan pupunta sila sa B. Kaso naiwan yung C4. But mo iniwan Move? Nandun tuloy sa dulo. He wanna clear this out. Pero Nuken able to get the shot onto Ilaga. Nakita niya rin sa kanan dito si Yobs. Pero ba't di niya binarel? Move there to maybe catch him on his backside. Yobs mawawala ngayon pero 2v1 Mochi kung saan nakuha na ulit ni Move yung bomba.
Kuha niya na. And a minute to spend. He would ideally get a pick-off here, no? Kaya lang kasi magkasama dito si Jake and as well as si Justin, and as much as possible, they want to deny the possibility of him getting them separated. Dapat may balik, dapat may follow-up, and dapat merong trade. If ever man na merong mapita sa kanila, no? Pero bakanteng-bakante ang A. Actually, a very good approach here for Querdas as well to just hold down itong B and just rotate together. Kung magko-commit man talaga dito si Move sa A, no? But the time is ticking, 25 seconds on the clock. Parang sobrang ingat ni Move here, which is great. Libreng-libre naman din, and it's all up to how he would be able to position himself in order to try and segregate itong dalawang naiiwang miyembro here from Querdas in case man na maipush siya dito. Kaya lang, may posibilidad ata na may ispatan siya dito agad. Move will be able to take one down, pero unfortunately, yun na nga. Jake will be able to remove the last threat scene. And equal na ang ating scoreline ngayon dito, Bipolar.
Yeah, biglang nag-iba yung simoy ng hangin para sa dalawang teams na to. Froze almost falling down there with the first initial shots mula sa snipers natin mula sa QD. Pero wow, Move was able to get the attention doon ng bomb planter natin, and Jake with the last kill was a great play mula sa QD to take the bottom side of short, tapos pupunta din sa site si Jake. Parang we need to adjust our tone because it's crazy na pagdating sa AG, nagpalit lang sila ng strat, Mochi. QD naman ang nag-hold ngayon ng short area natin or ES. Tapos palaging nasa spawn yung AG for what? For the majority of the rounds. Parang every 1 minute 30 seconds, hindi pa sila nagpo-push kay Cedric though.
Uy.
Mukhang pinapakain sa atin lahat ng sinasabi natin because a headshot onto Yobs will take him out. Chris still able to peek out dito sa mid with kay Cedric going away. Abdel 2K makakapag-infiltrate once again. And that's 2 players down already for QD. Ito na ang atang opportunity para sa AG para pumasok sa mga site.
I am loving the intersection din doon ni Abdelan as well as ni Nuken sa Katen sa EA natin. They've been able to take out a couple or multiple players here from Querdas at masusundan pa muli ni Abdel ng additional kill here onto Jake, which is quite unfortunate because Chris will also be taken down as well kasi masyado siyang natutuwa tumambay sa door natin. Justin trying to fend for his life but unfortunately isang bala ka lang. Sabi ni Nuken dito, well, there might be some differences here in terms of approach, no, Bipolar? Kasi kung kanina sabi natin, merong a bit of resemblance sa kung paano nagbe-behave si AG from how Querdas is doing. But in terms of utility usage and as well as covering up multiple angles, parang mas may kalamangan dito si Alliance.
Yeah, parang pagdating sa closing out the rounds and as well as getting those interesting angles, dun nakakaangat talaga sa AG. At dahil dyan, gusto rin gawin ni Justin, pushing out from store B or from EB. Pero he will stabilize, hold this down, hold the entrance towards B as a standing ground. Nakita niya na dito as well as Nuke and very aggressive angle with this TRG. Pero he will back off at dahil dyan, we see some movement once again mula sa AG. 2 players already close to B and as well as long A control, nakuha na nila.
There also a bit of delay dito sa pag-push ng Querdas sa EA stairs natin. But might possibly spot multiple members here galing kay Cedric. Kopo, mukhang delikado at ayun na nga! Kamang hit and run lamang siya dito, no? At mukhang masusundan pa. Massive mid-contention here between the two sides here. As Justin tries to even out the numbers now at 3v3. Napakagulo ng mga pangyayari dito ngayon pero si Moom nagtachacha, sumasayaw pa. Pero si Jobs lang naman ang magpapatahimik sa kanya. Oh, what is that though? Jake taking out Nuken as well. Froize na lang ang naiiwan dito ngayon. Chilling like a villain lang sa A-site natin as the C4 is still not in his hands.
So close but yet so far. Froze takes the long, never mind, can hit the jump. No!
Oy, naku!
Napatid! Hindi gumana! Masyadong malaki! Hindi siya manipis, Mochi. Hindi pumasok si Froze sa bintana. Naku po, dahil dyan, pantay na naman ang score natin, 6-6.
May nasubsub siya dun. Ay, imbes na pag ganun, bumagsak na lang no? And ako po, ano mga bang gagawin? Ayun, nakita
Abdel?
ng isa. Pero Abdel, we're seeing massive contention na naman dito sa mid-area natin. Massive FFA energy. Definitely prevalent in our current scenario. As 2 members na dito ng Alliance Gaming, sobrang low in terms of HP, no? Kung ako sa kanila, parang mas maganda ata kung o-overwhelm mo na lang yung specific site, pero ang tanong ay mabibigyan kaya sila ng chance to do that because merong dalawang nakabantay dito sa ating mid-area, actually reverting their attention into A for a bit.
Yeah, they're taking their time though. So parang, ano nga bang plano dito ng AG? But it looks like, Mochi, we need to look at the HP as well ni Abdel pati ni Nuken, ha. These 2 players have been fragging out pero parang isang tulak na lang mapapatid ka na papunta sa bangin eh. So they need to be careful on how they execute. They need to utilize move here right now in mid. Pag nakapick off siya dito, especially on Chris, they have a lot of ways to enter the sides. Froze titikim dito sa long A pero Jake able to spot him out. Flashes will be there as well as grenade. Hindi tatamaan dito masyado si Jake. Pero Froze taking the long approach, might go for long range shot with this TRG. 50 seconds on the clock. Oras na ata para mag-move dito si Move towards mid. Contemplating, decision making, hindi makapag-decide. Kailangan niya ng assurance dito ng kanyang team. Kasi pabalik-balik lang siya right now. They don't know where to go, Mochi. Pero with the C4 close here in House B, this might be their time to approach the site, especially na si Justin pa lang naman yun nandoon. And look at this, Move will fall down. Chris, nakakuha nga ng headshot doon pero titikim din ata si Froze dito. Kailangan niya na bilisan because the squad of QD are rotating, able to get 2. Justin still in this side, will be flashed out. Nuken nandun pa rin naman, pero these two players are so low. Isang pitas na lang to. Nuken 1 HP, Nuken 10 seconds, and Nuken with the kill, pero mamamatay din siya sa mga bala ni Ilaga.
All I could say, the anchor is phenomenal here, no? Galing sa Querdas. Lahat sila merong inookuan. May nakatingin sa EA, sa long, sa mid, and as well as dito sa B storage natin. And all they have to do is to wait for them to actually walk into their crosshairs. Pero right now, it seems like they're taking a bit of a change of pace here. Magkakaroon tayo ng aggression na mangyayari dito. Kaya lang pinapaulanan sila ng mga utilities here by Polar. Quite of a bad thing for them. But on the brighter side of things, pantay naman ang ating numero dito for both sides.
Yeah, pantay pa rin naman. So not really an unfair game for both sides. Siguro for AG lang, since they do have lower HP. Kay Cedric, kumuha muna ngayon ng kanyang TRG. Some shots going in there for Chris. Pero mamatay din si Nuken as Justin gets out of House B. Alam niyang meron din ditong presensya si kay Cedric. Matatamaan siya. This TRG has not been hitting. Kanina pa stagnant yung kills dito na kay Cedric. And he's feeling the pressure, but the pressure is given onto Justin. Isang headshot ang makakuha doon. It's now 2v1. Jake going at the footstep, discovering kung saan nga ba nanggaling dito ang AG squad just at the right time. Nasa ilalim lang siya dito ng stairs ng BL. Waiting for the right pick. Makuha niya na nga dito si kay Cedric. Abdel 2K, nasa kanya yung bomba. Pero parang gusto niya palabanan. But he decides to go towards terrace. No, back pedal. Hindi na naman alam dito ni Abdel 2K kung saan siya pupunta. He wants to fight. Pero he needs to go for the smart play kung saan kailangan niya magplanta ng bomba. Makes things easier. Make Jake, make her think na kung saan nga ba nakaplanta or saan nga ba nakapwesto si Abdel 2K. 40 seconds is enough. Resets the timer. Goes in to window A. Wide angle approach. Saan nga ba tayo makakita ng isang madugong laban? Abdel just needs to wait. Kailangan niya lang antayin yung pag-diffuse dito ni Jake. Pero 100 HP, kaya pa ata ni Jake mag-expend ng timer to look towards short, to look towards window A, trying to for jump spot. Kailangan niya maging ready dito. Pero si Jake will get the upper hand. Abdel 2K falls down. And so much time para sa defuse.
Feeling ko medyo naging predictable din yung pwesto ng bomba nung pagkaka-plant niya, no? Parang, nung tinry i-check dito ni Jake yung ating bridge area, sabi ko, wait lang, parang wala naman atang nagpipik dito. Baka nasa window na. Then able to narrow down the spaces na maaaring pinag-i-stayan dito, no? Ni Abdel, which is quite an unfortunate one, pero nice try regardless in an attempt to clutching that round as a 1v1, pero may na-popcorn ata si Chris doon. Saktong-sakto ata sa ulo. As all of the utilities are raining down here, also the bullets, nilalapag na rin ang Querdas here onto storage B.
Yeah, that was crazy interaction sa ating House B. 4 players were able to get down. Isa para sa QD, 3 para sa AG. So 2v4 scenario tayo. And quick stat check tayo. 14 kills onto Chris. What? 13 kills both onto Justin and Ilaga. Pero Chris now might spot 2 players. Spray down! What a spray mula kay Chris. Just needs 1 clip para sa dalawa. And now map point bigla ang QD.
6-9, very nice in terms of scoreline. At nice lalo for Querdas as they rack up all those points here on the defense. Seems like regardless of the fact na may mga napipitas sa kanila, well, they were able to come back 2-fold, 10-fold. To the point na nahihirapan naman mag-aggress dito ang Alliance Gaming. And despite the fact that they are on the BL side, they are definitely being pushed back here. Denied of any amount of space. Pero Froze, susubukang pumalag, lumaban. Maraming makikita si Yobs here and there's going to be a trade.
Grabe. Actually, ngayon ko lang napansin, Yobs was using a Scar. Pero dun, we have to move on. Jake with double kill right now. Abdel 2K has been in B site. Ngayon mag-isa lang dito si Jake. So mukhang this might be the win para sa AG. Hindi pa nila papatapusin ang laban na ito. Jake, interesting position. Pero kiniliti niya na nga. Kiniliti na nga ni Move doon sa kanan si Jake. Able to get them one more round. Still alive ang ating AG. Quick shots will connect pa nga mula kay Nuken. Takes out Yobs.
pick-off has been perfect onto the mid-stage area. And there might be a possibility na mag-push forward dito si Ilaga, no? Medyo kinakabahan nga lang ako kasi wala siyang suporta, pero susubukan niya pa rin niya regardless. Pero yun nga lang nga! If you aim too high, the higher you will fall as well. And there is going to be a really good possibility for AG for pushing this into another round. Lalong-lalo na kumpletong-kumpleto pa sila. At si Frozy lang naman yung nabangasan dito for a bit. Pero Jake will still try to shoot her shot anyways. And instead, she's gonna be punished.
Ooh, Justin with the kill. Move also with the trade. Pero Nyukin, a fast round para sa AG ngayon as we look towards an 8-9 scoreline. Hindi pa naman tapos ang laban, but we'll be having a dead round for QD. Mukhang they're looking towards, a possible overtime dito. Map 1 pa lang natin, Mochi. Iba na agad ang timpla ng dalawang teams na ito.
Totoo, no? And it's very been super noticeable yung pag-pop of the Cedric. He's getting that 20 bomb already, 20 plus bomb, and also on-point headshots to the point na medyo nahihirapan na mag-navigate around itong kabila.
Yeah.
But at the same time, kulang yung siya lang yung nagpa-pop off. Kailangan may kasabay, kailangan may kasama, most especially that they are here on the BL side as much as possible na napipick off sila dito ng kailangan may bawi. Siguro pwede nilang gawin yon by occupying a bit more space nang sama-sama sila here on B, because yung A natin merong nang nakatambay na Jake, may nakatambay ng Chris din minsan sa mid doors natin, so they also better be a bit more careful about that one.
Yeah, I mean, just being careful should be their should be their game plan. Lalo na't 9 score na agad dito ang ating QD. They're putting up good shots. Finally nakakita tayo ng 3-man, 5-man push mula sa AG, pero kay Cedric has been popping off nung first half natin, pero I think first half natin 17 kills na ata siya, tas 11 headshots. Pero pagdating nung second half, actually medyo hindi siya naging hindi natin naramdaman yung presence ni kay Cedric. So hopefully after this dead round, they might recuperate or makapag-refresh na agad ang ating AG squad. Pero for Querdas, wala naging talaga sila, naging online since the very start, kahit saan pa pumunta ang AG, na naramdaman na nila kung paano laruin ang kalaban nila. And tulad nga sinabi natin before the match even started, kailangan lang mag-download ng QD, ng strats ng kalaban to counteract them. And ayun, nakikita na natin, quick 3-round succession para sa QD was enough for them to get the momentum.
It's been a bit crazy as Querdas has been able to give them a taste of their own poison that's been inflicted for them nung unang half natin. And yeah, I guess it all boils down to how much confidence yung meron sila dito and being able to extend a bit more in specific proximities while being backed up by some other members as well. Medyo napapatameme yung ibang mga membro natin dito ng Alliance pagka merong mga napipita sa kanila. And although though, kailangan din ng Querdas a bit more discipline if they really don't want to reach this overtime. Kasi parang yung last couple of rounds natin, nakikita natin na nagpo-push sila forward on their own, which is quite risky in my opinion. Kaya nagkaroon tayo ng additional point here for Alliance as well.
Yeah, yun nga talaga parang once QD becomes, alam mo yun, frenzy or ang tawag dito, maging, hindi kasi, anong tamang term? Once naging aggressive, may other team pa rin. Pero once they become aggressive, once they have the hotness in their hands, kapag namumula na yung mata dito ng QD, parang minsan, it's almost certain na 80% of the time, magiging bad play yun para sa QD, just because it's always one player na magpupush tas walang backup agad, walang backup or walang trade na mangyayari. So dahil doon, unti-unting nauubos ang QD. And for AG na biglang nag-change ng pace, biglang nag-change ng strategy kung saan palagi nang may body yung isang player na move on to one side, it's gonna be biting them in the wrong areas because mas solid na ngayon ang AG, not like before in the nung first rounds natin sa second half kung saan they were really just going in kung saan QD are always just there for the push, pero mukhang dediretso na po tayo agad sa ating laban. This might be the most crucial round for these two teams kasi one round for AG to push into overtime and one round para sa QD para tapusin na ito. Flashes inbound, moving away mula dito sa ating long A. Two players mula sa AG nawawala na pero naplapla na doon si Yobs. Chris able to get one. So tatlo agad maubos dito for AG. Mukhang hindi nakapag-refresh dito ang buong alliance. They were dominated dito sa terrace area natin at dahil dyan QD have the upper hand with two players up. Again, Ilaga is so low in HP pero parang hawak na agad bigla ng QD ang buong mapa kahit na they're so laid back.
Men, ito yung ginawa nung AG kanina nung nasa GR din sila. Pinatikim ng sarili talagang lason, no? It's been prevalent that as much as possible, they're trying to return the fever here on AG in hopes of ending this once and for all. Pinapaulan na ng katutak ng utilities ang binabato dito ni Abdalan as well as ni Nuken. Pero, wait lang ha, mapapa-atras uli sila. Kaya lang, kailangan mag-ingat kasi si Ilaga may nakabantay, no? Ito ang pagdadaanan nilang boss here before they even put themselves in a better position here. Kung gusto nilang umikot papuntang A, Ilaga possibly spotting them off here, smoking them off as well, trying to deny them at aatras na nga din. Susunod ang diversion dito ng ating ilang mga miyembro from Querdas as well. And an additional person will be allocated here in A.
It's actually crazy. We're like watching the waves turn around. Parang yung wave dito ng buong QD pupunta dito pero once may information na sila, they will flush towards A. Two players now on long A are pushing. Ilaga may kita na naman pero is low in HP so kailangan niya magantay ng mga players. He will get that kill onto Nuken pero Abdel 2K pops off at the right time. 27 seconds. Kailangan niya i-commit yung long A position na ito. Nasa kanya yung bomba pero nasa kanya nga ba ang mga bala na tatama sa QD? Pero never mind. It's Justin to close out set number 1, 8-10 at kitang-kita natin a comfortable start for QD.
Grabe, ang tindi ng bawi ng Ape. Kung kanina may kalamangan ng Alliance Gaming dito na sila ay nambaliktad. And they definitely defeated AG here by using their own tricks na ipinatamasa sa kanila from the first half. Wonderfully done here by Querdas. And the question is, would Alliance Gaming be defeated in Ankara? Kasi we already tried to predict na parang mas merong kalamangan si EG dito, but Querdas has been proving us otherwise, especially with the couple of adjustments that talagang through Alliance Gaming off the balance here nung last few rounds natin dito sa Black Widow.
I mean, parang QD is improving every match and every day dito sa ating Impact Fall just because we weren't expecting na may adjustments mula sa QD. Hindi na sila totally aggressive. They have set plays in the BL and on the GR side kung saan nung nagpalitan na tayo in the second half, AG hindi nila alam kung saan sila pupunta actually. Kasi ES is out of the picture. Palaging two players ang nilalagay doon ng QD. So, once you get one, meron pang isang tatalo doon. And if kayo ang unang namatay, that's not a good sight for Alliance Gaming. Pero, tama ka dyan, Mochi. Parang baliktad ata dapat ang predictions natin dito just because QD has been stomped on nung nasa BL side sila. Parang AG had that in the bag nung simula pa lang pero adjustments were then, the download was finished at talagang na-upload na lahat ng countermeasures para sa AG.
Yeah, it's very nice that we've been able to see glimpses of improvement then from Querdas themselves. Most especially, parang nang half na banggit natin, parang may kukulangan in terms of yung respondents on their end and how they were able to trade off each other, pero they've been able to do that phenomenally when we headed into the second half. Maybe a few lapses, especially when they tried to push on their own, pero at least nabawi naman nila with that last boost of creativity. ending this off and not letting them head into our overtime. Let us see ano yung magiging changes natin dito kay Ankara, no? Lalong-lalo na pagka when we cite these types of very heavy sniper infested maps, parang ang unang may isip natin dito sila Froze talaga and as well as sila Abdel, even being able to support them and the entirety of the executions na maaari nilang gawin dito.
Yeah, very much so. The snipers right now are out of their mind for Querdas. Actually si Jake ata hindi masyado nag-sniper on this time around Parang M14 masyado yung ginagamit ni Boss Candy, no? Pero yeah, I like what you said wherein talagang they had some adjustments, tapos pagdating naman sa for Alliance, etong si Froze hitting the shots at the right time. Even etong si Abdel 2K with the HK ata gamit niya dito kanina, he was able to get the headshots every time. Pero I wanna go back lang din kasi si K. Cedric yung headshot machine natin on that first half, and as we look at the highlights, makita natin kung paano nga ba tumatama din lahat ng sniper shots dito ni Chris and pati na rin ni Nuken.
Yes, indeed. I mean, we've been able to mention na rin before, AG is a type of team that every single player sa kanila merong highlight, kumbaga. But this time raw talagang ang nanaig dito is definitely gonna be Querdas, especially na rin siguro when it comes to the trade-offs na ginagawa din dito ni Justin. Actually, every single one of them as well. Sadyang lagi ko lang nakikita na si Chris Ilaga at si Justin yung boom boom pack dito, especially at the mid-area contestment. But what's very nice then is malapit yung ating laban dito, which just means na hindi ganun kalaki ang diferensya nila in terms of strength. It's just that how they were able to navigate around dito sa ating mga senaryo. But let us check out ang ating set summary. Sino nga ba ang naging pinakaangat in both these teams? Mukhang nagpakita talaga si Justin. Ayan, na-mention na natin with a 1.25 KD and as well as kill per run natin 0.83. And kitang-kita din ang diferensya when it comes to our smokes na nagagamit dito. Hindi ganun katindi, but it is indeed impactful.
Yeah, actually I forgot din na parang QD is one of those teams na parang hindi talaga gumagamit ng smokes per round. Dito natin, pero in terms of all out aim, they are better and they are good. Looking at the headshot percentage dito ni Ilaga and as well as ni Jake. Pero for Alliance Gaming, it's actually great for K. Cedric and his team. They did perform quite well. Nakita nyo naman yung first half natin, 5 rounds po ang nakuha nila. Pero every time na clutch potential, defuse times, and retakes, doon nagiging magaling ang QD. They're able to stop the push. They're able to stop the momentum. And it's just crazy na 1.25 pala dito si Justin, and actually di natin masyado na-realize na Justin was also one of the players na nagpa-pop off kanina.
Yeah, nagpapapo siya, especially dun sa mid-area natin, no? Minsan nag-aabang pa nga siya kung merong magpa-flank dito galing sa AG. Hindi niya hinahayaan na mangyari yun. But still, worthy of praise din talaga tong si K. Cedric. We've been able to notice yung KD niya ever since earlier. Online na online siya. Parang bahay niya itong Black Widow with all of the crosshair placements here. But let us check out sino nga ba ang ating set MVP. It is no other than the one and only Justin himself, wherein talagang nagpatamasa. I mean, he's not that flashy, but when it comes to support and providing space taking, dyan siya nag-excel.
Yeah, tama ka dyan. The fragman himself, Justin, able to get a KR of 0.83, a KD of 1.25, headshots per kill, hindi na yan importante kasi syempre M40 naman atang gamit ni Justin, and he is one of the actual players na gumagamit ng smokes para ma-infiltrate, para matigil yung mga push. And looking at his highlights once again, he is a one-man army kung saan siya ang wildcard ng QD. And MVP natin, rightfully so, long range shot as well, was able to get some pick-offs. Pero yeah, Justin, mukhang maganda ang simula ng QD.
Grabe yung heavy build duel niya. Every single person na pumapwesto sa crosshair niya, napapataob ka agad.
Yeah.
Well played for Justin as well. He tried to level up and stand up a bit more kahit na nakikita niya nagpa-pop off din dito si Cedric sa kabilang banda. It's just that mas naging solido sila as times goes by and how they've been able to navigate through their specific goal na madagdagan lalo yung mga rounds na nirarak up nila. And I wonder what's going to be the changes here dito sa ating second map. Do you have any thoughts on this one?
Feeling ko pagdating sa ating second map, AG might struggle once again pagdating sa BL side, lalo na itong QD natin has really been surprising us with a lot of strats, pero you will never know, baka AG naman ang manalo sa second map.
Let us see, no? We are anticipating na mag-online dito sila Froze and as well as si Nuken. But that is going to be the period, ang ating end para sa ating unang mapa ng Black Willow. We will be back for Angkara, Mochi and Bipolar nga pala for CFS Impact Fall. Just a minute.
revenge story sa ating mga nagduda sa isang taong purong dismayado. This is a team through grit and grind through years of experience. You can't really deny the greatness.
Good shot, gotta get X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God!
Good
shot, gotta get JC.
Drill gets one and two. Beautiful timing.
Pero Zefrax, uubusin na lang lahat.
Sa isang bala lamang, matutupad ang lahat ng pangarap.
Nagpapanumbalik ang aksyon dito sa CFS Impact Fall. Kami pa rin ang inyong makakasama, Moshi at Bipolar nga pala para sa ating ikalawang mapa ng ating ikaunang serye for today's video. Querdas versus Alliance Gaming na kanina. 10-8 ang ating scoreline sa Black Widow, no? At si Querdas ang nanaig on that one. Paano naman kaya sa Angkara?
Ay naku po, yan ang masasagot ng ating teams mamaya kasi I've been hearing na Alliance Gaming ngayon medyo parang feeling nila na binastos sila ng QD kanina just because they were the ones controlling the game ng first half. Ngayong second half, kanina, biglang inikot ng Querdas yung buong teritoryo. They said na sa kanila daw ang Black Widow and they might be saying na sa kanila din ang Ankara. Pero Alliance Gaming, with them being angry against QD, baka magkalabasan na talaga ng mga personal issues ang mga teams natin.
And not to mention that they know how each other moves personally din, no? Since magkakilala din ang ating mga players dito ngayon, that would actually be a bigger percentage for them that they can use against each other. Pero malay mo, meron ang nagbago, no? Inevitable naman din talaga ang change. Let us check out what's going to be the changes here for both sides, especially na ang magsisimula sa ating BL side ata, I believe is going to be Alliance. So we have already seen Nuken pop off, we have also seen Froze pop off, but we never saw them everyone in their element because we can individually see them as a player na sobrang tindi ng maaaring i-offer sa team, but if they don't have that synergy, sayang na sayang.
Yeah, sayang talaga kapag yung execution nyo nagli-lead to like 2 players na lang after execution, kasi at by that time the damage has been done, ubus na agad yung pag-defend nyo ng pagplanta ng C4 when you're on the BL side. So parang in terms of team play, kayang kumuha ng mga kills dito ng AG so far, pero pagdating sa after those skirmish, palagi silang natatalo kasi QD have been more solid pagdating sa ating mga retakes, pagdating sa last minute stretch clutch. Kailangan ulit mag-adjust dito ng AG, baka wala pa silang na-download on the first half, pero it might be time to actually perform at your best. Kasi QD, parang hindi sila they're aiming for something bigger eh. They're aiming for that number 1 sa standings natin.
Exactly. They're starting dito sa pretty strong in our current round robin leaderboards, and it's all up to them. Sino nga bang mas magkakaroon ng kalamangan sa kanila? Not to mention that yesterday, AG has been able to maul over ang kanilang kalaban na R7G. Talagang hindi sila hinahayaan ng Querdas na mangyari din yun sa kanila ngayon. It's been the opposite, but with that case, let us check out anong meron dito sa Ankara. AG is gonna be starting off here correctly naman as BL, but I wonder, would it be very sharp enough in order to rack up multiple rounds here starting it off?
Let's see if it is sharp enough for them to slice off these strategies. The C4, nakita na nga ata dito ng QD, pero Nuken will fall down with an aggressive approach from 2 players of QD, at mamamatay din doon si Move and si Abdel 2K. Pati na rin si Froze! Wow. Sino pa ba matitira? It's just Cedric alone! Individual fights is not gonna be your strong suit, AG. What a round for QD already?
I didn't see any utility being thrown on that one, no, by the side of Querdas. Ang ginawa lang nila, ginapang lang nila yung mid natin with a couple of people, and the moment na nakuha nila si Nuken, nagtuloy-tuloy na ang kanilang pag-asenso, racking or taking this first round of this Ankara sa hukay. Nako po, itinuloy na kaagad ang pagbaon dito kay Cedric ni Chris, no, with that shot to the tier G. But C4, hindi pa man din hinahawakan ito ng AG, but at the same time, meron silang advantage for Querdas as they just cut Cedric out of the board.
Yeah, with Cedric out and he was the only one to get a kill pagdating ng first round natin, that you're already taking out the big firepower dito ng AG. QD, sobrang ang ganda ng mga positioning nila. 1 in bypass already, or no, that's sa ano pala yun, sa may tower area papunta sa akyatan. Pero this will be a good hold mula sa kanya. He is in this position kung saan magpupush ata dito si Abdel 2K and Froze. Might be the right time to hit the shots. Able to get 1 and double headshot agad mula kay Justin. Patience have been committed at nakakuha siya ng 2 reward doon. Move with an M4. It's been a while since nakakita tayo ng ganyan, Mochi, so he might get a kill here, pero never mind. It's Alaga with a new gun, with the HK to get 2 heads, and the dream. What is happening to AG? QD is on fire.
Grabe si Ilaga. alagang-alaga din yung LA natin, no? Walang pinapasok, walang nag-push forward, walang nakalagpas ng dilaw. And then instead, they are gonna try a different approach here for AG. Wala silang choice as much as possible. Wala silang choice kundi mag-test, mag-explore kung ano yung mga pwedeng approach nila dito para naman na masira nila ang role ng Querdas. Someone sa bypass. Froze is gonna be here, but better be careful kasi si Chris nakabantay sa'yo.
Ako po, Chris, we don't see this position a lot, pero mapapatay agad siya ni Froze. What a wall bang coming in from him. And this is a good start now for AG, pero for QD, they just need to stabilize. Alam nila na may presence dito sa bypass, pero hayaan lang nila yon as Jake gets thrown down into the waters. Isang shot lang mula kay Nyungen. Ngayon si Yobs will activate here sa Benz, able to get one, pero yung binatin Mochi nakuha na dito ng AG. Nagulit si Justin at dahil dyan mamamatay na lang siya.
Oh man, seems like the pickups have been prevalent para sa AG, no? Hindi nila naaantabayanan ng isa't isa and instead they're being eliminated one by one. Kay Cedric sa ating kalawang lokasyon dito, no? Aantabayanan nila ito dalawa pero si Yobs ay malalaglag na rin as Ilaga tries to get every single person here at may posibilidad ata, Bipolar. At as I was saying, sabi ni Froze, no, my friend, you're gonna be taken out respectively.
Yeah, grabe. And actually, QD finally getting some revenge tactics mula sa AG. Si Ilago mutikan pa nga maka-clutch dun with the wall bangs, kaso nga lang sobrang tigas nung box na yun, sobrang tigas nung prop. That's why hindi talaga ultimately mamamatay yung mga players behind that. Mas maraming players doon ang AG. So marami talagang firepower ang kailangan ng QD. But K Cedric pushing the smoke, pushing the second mid pushing mid as well. And now with 2 kills into his hands, this is an open entry towards A and B. Pero kay Cedric sabi niya kaya kumuha ng pangatlo. Sige, lumapit lang kayo. Ako ang demonyo. Kukunin ko lahat ng mga buhay niyo. 4 kills onto this guy. And again, siya ang one-man army natin. Hindi niya kailangan ang players for AG. Siya ang kailangan nila. Ilaga, here in bats, will fall down once again. 4 kills and 1 for Abdel.
I'm loving the proactivity na nakikita natin kay Alliance Gaming during that round, no? Definitely been able to shut down all of the possible pushes na manggagaling sa bypass and dito sa mid-top natin at nagawa nila yun na maganda. But once again, ito na naman ang sakit ng Querdas, no? Yung nagpupush sila on their own. Buti na lang nagtawag ng kasama ngayon ang isa as there is going to be one person down here for K. Cedric, Ilaga, and Yobs has been able to do a very good pick-off here galing sa bypass.
Good pick mula kay Chris. Pero that's just one player. Si K. Cedric lang yon. You still have to take care of at least 2 para maging comfortable ka dito sa ating mapa. 1 minute has been diminished sa ating timer. Froze under bypass, sees the foot. Ilaga will get the kill. Easy pickings para sa kanya. And ito na, dito na magiging komportable ang buong GR side natin kasi sobrang onti na lang ang options ng BL side.
Yun nga parang natuwa din masyado mag-push yung isa doon sa bypass natin kanina. Sometimes yung mga bypass plays natin talaga yung nagdidikta ng whole ng takbo ng round na meron tayo ngayon. Pero Abdel, gusto sanang gumawa ng milagro if he would be able to find si Jake dito. Kaya lang kasi nakatabay siya maigi and he is gonna be overwhelmed. 58 seconds in the clock here. Naiwan ang dalawa here from AG. Apakahirap magpumili at mag-penetrate ng site dito ngayon. Lalong-lalo na kumpleto pa ang Querdas.
Yeah. 5-man strong, 2 wounded. Pero what can you do if you are AG? You have 40 seconds to make up a plan with your C4 getting out of the way. Chris again able to hit the shot and moves away from mid as Ilaga gets 1 and QD has been so strong sa ating first half.
Exactly. I mean, nakikita naman natin siguro, no, sobrang lapit ng ating rounds pero kasi when it comes to how they are addressing yung pag-push dito ng AG, seems like ang dahil nating nakikitang nalalaglag ng mga katawan dito. Sa dilaw may naispatan si Chris and will be taken down immediately. Maaring may masundan pa, pero back out na muna siya kasi sabi niya, wait lang, napapasobra ata ako ng push dito, no? As they dealt really good damage dito kay Cedric with the grenade na ibinato niya dito as well. But teka lang daw muna, sabi ni AG, kulang tayo ng isa. Paano ba natin magagawa ng paraan na babawasan din ng Querdas dito?
I mean, they just need to fight second mid muna ngayon kasi itong A-site natin has been so strong para sa QD. At sobrang aggressive na rin ni Chris with this TRG. Might get the pick here. Kay Cedric needs to be careful. Chris.
Naku.
Kay Cedric Cam, pero he will get the shots in. 1 HP na lang si Chris and this might be a good start para mag-push and mag-flash in na ang buong AG squad. Here comes the smokes and here comes the grenade out of the skies. It is a bombardment mula kay Cedric. At dahil dyan, QD ngayon na alerto na at nagugulat bakit namatay yung mga kaibigan natin sa A. Bakit maraming smoke dito? Di tayo makapasok. 3 players left for GR and they are all in exit. Kailangan nila mag-push with this flash. Kay Cedric gets the kill.
Wow.
Easy headshot para sa kanya. Frozen sprays down onto Yobs. Justin na lang ang natitira with the shots connecting onto one. It's a 1v2 in a matter of seconds. 20 seconds na lang ang natitira for Justin to do something here. Pero wala na siyang mga gamit dito. Kundi niya kanyang mga bala, a grenade and a smoke. Good grenade, pero wala na rin namang magagawa yan kung sinukin ang papatay sa'yo. 3-3.
Magnificent recovery for AG, no? Regardless of the fact na merong sugatan sa kanila at nabawasan sila ng isang tao, they were able to be decisive enough and push forward sa A-site natin the moment na nabangasan nila itong si Chris. Pero si Chris, sabi niya, hindi ako titigil, hindi ko kayo tatantanan at meron siyang mapipitas na isa dito. Oh, the steal mindset na meron dito for Querdas has been very nice so far, but it seems like AG also has their own way of trying to recuperate with it, trying to deal with it. Froze is already pretty low in terms of HP though, pero si Chris, tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang laban.
Grabe yun, what a jump out from the window. Chris able to get one ilaga ngayon. Also getting Nuken taken care of. Justin, nakita na yung C4. Yung shots mula kay Frozy, tataman. He's low in HP, alam natin yan. So he has a TRG to maybe make a play. Pero nasa likuran niya na agad dito si Ilaga. All he needs is 2 bullets from the USP, spraying him down in his corpse, by the way. At 4-3 tayo ngayon, everybody. QD, nakakuha sila ng shots pero mukhang nakakaramdam na rin ng AG kung paano nga ba nilalaroin to. Not a lot of kills for move though. For 7 rounds already, not a lot of movement para sa kanya. Pero all AG needs to do here is go for a multiplayer approach. Kailangan lang nila mag-play as a team para malabanan yung mga QD players natin na very scattered all throughout the map.
True. And I feel like merong possibility na maipit itong si AG though because maganda ang position dito ni Yobs and as well as ni Ilaga. So they better be a bit careful about that one. But on the other hand, Froze here on the bridge. Seems like meron na sila magandang ideya. Ilaga! Pupunta sa kamay dito ni Froze at sunod-sunod na silang matutumba. Sunod-sunod ang pag-secure sa kanila as they try and fend them off. Pero may balik dito si Jake, no? Nakikipagsabayan but until si Chris na lang ang maiiwan for them. Pero kaya niya bang i-overpower itong tatlo? The answer is no. That is definitely an execute na hindi in-expect ng Querdas.
They don't expect that at all, Mochi. At dahil dyan, we're back to a tie game. 4-4. Finally move. Nakakuha ng kill nung round na yun. Pero tingnan mo naman, already shut it down. Takes him down to his grave, Chris. Sobrang aggressive niya, Mochi, mag-sniper. Kahit saan ka tumingin, palagi mo kailangan abangan yung mga long LOS kind of areas kasi mapapatay ka ni Chris. Pero Nuken takes care of him. Jake with a kill, Ilaga with a second. Makakuha pa rin ata siya ng double kill as kills of King Cedric Nuken. Guns a blazing, dire-diretso na lang. Walang pa kundangan at nadyan Yobs will get them their 5-round win dito sa first half.
Medyo kumukulit daw ata ang pag-push dito ng AGN. Instead, Querdas has been able to catch up on what they were trying to do. But at least, they ended it off with an advantage. 5-4 scoreline. Swap naman tayo ngayon. Would Querdas deal the same amount of damage that was dealt onto them? Or would it be the opposite? Dahil lagkaroon tayo ng mga early trade-offs here in the mid-area as we try and progress with Yobs stepping into tunnel. Dalawa lang ang tumatao dito, no? Dalawa yung naka-allocate ng mga tao for both our sites and they can actually overpower them on this one, Bipolar.
Yeah. Pwede lang i-push to ng dire-diretso. Isa lang naman nakatingin dito. It's gonna be move once again. Jumping. Yobs pupunta sa slide. Might get picked off pero makakuha siya ng kill. Kay Cedric, naku po, mamamatay pa siya from the headshot of Yobs and QD now enabling themselves as a defense as they plant the bomb dito sa A or in this site. Yobs might get a kill. Yes, he can. 3 kills na para this sa lalaking to. Might go for the fourth as he is feeling himself right now. Abdel 2K nakita through the smoke and a headshot will give Yobs his 4K and 2 rounds now. Ang angat ng QD.
Grabe, no? Can we also just point out yung pag-pop off din ni Ilaga? Taking, I don't know, parang madalas-dalas ata yung mga multi-round kills niya dito. But, si Crazy di talaga nagpapatalo. Ang kulit mo, Chris! Being able to take one down. Pero yun nga lang nga ay may balik si Kay Cedric sa kanya. As now, susubukan nilang tumao dito sa A natin, no? Pwede, pero at the same time, they can expend some utilities in hopes of denying any vision from them. Parang wala pa ako nakikitang mga flash galing talaga sa Querdas, no? It's more on smokes at bihira pa. It's all about the brute force play na meron dito sa kanila. And now, kanilang-kanila na. Itong site natin ngayon, ano kayang gagawin ng dalawang natitira?
Yeah. There's 2 players left. What can they do against this 3-man force na nasa site? Nuken will be peeking out dito sa entrance, getting that kill onto Yob. So it's a 2v2. Kay Cedric goes in blind without any flash and any cover. Ilaga with a 2 kill. And that is QD to get that round win again. Naku po, Mochi, we're getting into a place kung saan delikado na for AG and QD. They're so confident na kaya nila makakuha ng 2-0 in the first match of the day.
Man, this is really interesting for us to watch kasi yesterday, ang daing natatakot dito kay AG. Pero right now, it seems like they are being mauled over by Querdas themselves. Pero ito na ba ang pagbawi? A 3v3 right in front of our eyes. Every single person on their own posts here. At si Move, nakatambay lang dito sa ating vents area with the possibility of catching someone off guard if they will put their attention to A. But so far, ang dae pa man din nilang oras, no? They can actually just group up in here if they could and try to push them down and at least they will be able to take down itong si Move, no? I wonder what was the thought on there na tinry niyang mag-extend pero unfortunately, that was a wrong move.
2 players left para sa AG. 3 na lang dito sa QD pero they have the advantage ngayon. Not a lot of util, Mochi. Si Kay Cedric ang meron dito for AG pero malayo pa siya. Justin dito na sa kaliwa. Can they spot out Abdel? Abdel nasa prime position to clear up people pero wala siyang mapapatay. Just damage onto Jake. Flash will not go towards exit. Bad adjustment mula kay Justin. Kay Cedric ngayon nasa vents at alam ni Justin dito na nandyan siya. 8 rounds now for QD and this BL side mula sa kanila has been very, very deadly.
It's very nice that they've been able to capitalize in their strength and numbers, no? I mean, nabanggit na rin natin earlier na if they can just try to decide whichever side that they may please, okay lang kasi isa lang ang tumatao per each eh. They're too busy trying to occupy spaces but it seems like naiwan nila ang depensa nilang tunay. But Ang lalim na ata ng Querdas dito ngayon. They're trying to divide the numbers here. They're trying to divide the attention. And now, they're trying to find all of the kills that they can rack up on here. Pero, may bawi ang AG. As Justin says, hindi. As much as possible, we want this ended and we want this round. And aiming to get the match point. But Nuken is not letting them fighting alongside Froze now. A 1v1 and Froze would be able to take him out. Tuloy-tuloy ang laban dito kay AG. Pero 3 round pa ang kailangan nilang habulin.
3 round pa, and that is 3 gruesome rounds for AG. Pero pupuso pa rin naman sila. These holds mula sa AG have been very, very fragile. Pero Frozen ngayon wants to make it strong and solid as he gets 1 damage onto Yobs. And I think that's enough. That's 1 for 1. Pero makaka-trade off din sila. Kay Cedric ngayon, nasa bench, mamamatay lang from quick pick succession mula kay Yobs. And that is not right. That is not good. Kasi nandun naman si Justin. Nakakuha siya dito ang kill kay Abdel. Sinukan ako pumapasok ng site. Very much dry once again. Walang flash, walang smoke. At ngayon, it's all up to move. This man has 1 kill into his bag, makes it 2, might go for 5. Pero move just dies in an instant. Chris puts QD in map point.
Kung bibigyan ako ng tsansa na pat on the back sa ibang mga players dito ng Querdas, I think that's going to
They're
be
so
Woods
good.
and Chris. They are so good so far, no? In terms of pickups and yung pag-deny ng any possible pushes na nanggagaling dito on our from defense kasi they shouldn't even be pushing anyways. Pero wait lang, si Nuken tumatao dito sa hook at hindi ata siya chinecheck. And instead, he's gonna be able to check and punish a couple of people. Nako po. Oh, this is gonna be bad news for them! Man! Ang daming nangyari dun! Si Querdas, they were able to power through with the rest of the people here.
Good.
Ang lala nila.
Grabe yun talaga. QD are able to stop it, and talagang pinakita sa atin ng QD na sila ang pinakamagaling pagdating dito sa Impact Fall 2-0. Wherein in fact, sinabi namin dito sa caster deck na AG had the solid team pagdating sa matchup na ito. Kaso nga lang parang we are eating our words here, and we're happy kasi binaliktad talaga ng QD ang laban. Ilaga, insane, Jake with the shots, and Chris as well. Oh my goodness, it's so nice to see na QD is overpowering AG, a squad that we are looking that we are looking so gracefully kasi they've been 2-0 every time. Nasa pangatlong spot ngayon ata ang AG and QD on the second. So it's so ang ibig sabihin lang nito, QD holds their spot in the standings for week number 2.
Medyo nagulat din ako, no? Parang hindi ata ito yung EG na alam natin from yesterday na kumalaban sa R7G. Kasi today, sila ay nauutakan, sila ay nasa-shutdown ng ilang mga miyembro natin galing sa Querdas. And we've been super vocal into pointing out kung sino yung mga taong gumagawa nun, no? Sila Jake, sila Chris, si Ilaga, and even itong si Justin na has been super good sa mga mid-combats natin earlier from Black Widow. And ngayon naman, it's all on Yobs, Ilaga, and Chris na sobrang tindi mag-shutdown talaga ng any possible pushes na magagaling kay AG. Kahit sinusubukan nila na mag-take ng space, hindi nila nagagawa. Kasi meron na agad nakatambay, meron na agad nakaabang na kung sino mang mga has gumawa nun, matik -1 sa kanila, definitely weakening all defenses here on Alliance Gaming on the second half.
Yeah. They're so weak and they're so fragile pagdating sa defense na yon. Nakakita tayo ng onting aggressiveness para maging solido nga yung defense nila on A and on B. Kaso nga lang, it was not enough para sa forces dito ng QD. Once nag-activate sila, kahit na kulang sila ng isang player or dalawang player, diretso lang, pasok puso kung puso. Pero all I have to say is that tama si Jake, mali si Nuken.
And not gonna lie, I feel like all I can point out din dito siguro, other than dun sa binanggit mo, is the fact na talagang kung magkakaroon ng plano na mag-push etong si AG on the defense is at least sana may kasama sila kasi laging napag-iiwanan, laging nagkakaroon ng problema when it comes to having that lack of a support system. But also, maybe they can utilize more of flash plays here kasi parang hindi tayo masyado nakakita ng mga utilities. Maybe some smokes for any possible entry points from the attacking or from the BL, pero not entirely enough to actually try to block their line of sights, especially yung mga flashes natin, di masyado nagagamit. Maybe a few grenades from Black Widow, pero this time, it's all brute force, which is nice. Yeah. Commendable, nag-work siya for Querdas, but what if iba yung makalaban nila in the next few days? I feel like those are some of the stuff na they can actually improve on, not just for Querdas, but for Alliance Gaming as well.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, for Alliance, nakita nga natin yun, may one time na they were coming in from mid and tunnels kung saan nandun lang yung isang player, pinapatay sila dire-diretso kasi talagang audition play lang, dire-diretso, walang trade-off na nangyari. Kasi parang ang layo nila sa isa't isa pero gusto pa rin, alam nila yung plano na lalabanan natin tong taong na nasa mid. Pero yun nga lang, palaging delayed yung approach. So dahil doon, easy picking lang, isa-isa sila mamamatay. And again, we're looking at the highlights kung saan si Chris and as well as Justin was able to stop the force. Pero for AG, some notable people still gonna be kay Cedric, andyan din naman si Nuken and si Froze. They are outstanding as a player. Pero pagdating sa labanan nila against QD, parang it was just every man for himself yung nangyari dito sa AG and QD as a team without any flash, without any smokes per round, or sobrang onti lang ng ginagamit nila. I mean, pagdating nila sa A site, they are using their flashes, pero after that, it's just all out gun for all out aim. And for a squad like this, they have to be careful on the next stage. But congratulations to QD as we look at the set summary. It's gonna be 1.25 KD on to Chris and Justin and Yobs battling it all out for sino nga ba ang pinakamagaling sa Ankara.
Man, sobrang lapit ng mga yan. All over 1.50 KD, which is very applaudable here for Querdas. But for Alliance Gaming, nice try. Kasi we can see a bit of difficulty being faced by Abdalan as well as Move here. But still, Froze, Nuken, and K. Cedric trying to play up to their fullest element. I feel like there is this certain difficulty siguro na nawala si Badsmaru. Kasi si Move or si Coach yung naglalaro dito ngayon, but still applaudable pa na naman, nice try pa rin naman dito for Alliance Gaming. It's just that talaga nagkaroon ng kukulangan when supplying the body system and being able to trade off ang kanilang mga kasama. But for Querdas though, man, ang taas ng KD nilang lahat. Ang tindi. Diba? It's just crazy how they were able to inflict this amount of impact and as well as all the pick-off potential na natamasan nila. And pagka naman nagkaroon ng mga moments that they were forced to take CQCs or yung mga close quarter combats natin is they were able to expend or allocate decent amount of effort din naman and secure a specific round.
Alam mo, iba talaga yung ginawa ng QD dito because as we look at the set MVP, parang natakot dito si Abdul Tukay as well as si Move on to AG squad. Pero Yobs ang ating set MVP for Ankara. A solid kill per round. Yung KD niya, so intense. 1.67. And yung smokes, gamit na gamit. They've been improving as time goes by. And this man, they need to stop this immediately. Kailangan nyo na targetin itong si Yobs pagdating sa servers just because he is intense. Let's look at his player highlights kung paano nga ba siya naging set MVP.
Let us check out. No, I feel like we've also been able to mention na rin siguro yung mga pushes, yung mga ballsy pushes dito ni Yobs, no, being accompanied by some members here from the counterpart. But at the same time, ito talaga yung taong nang siya shutdown for any types of aggression nang gagaling dito kay AG. The very thing that makes AG is not actually happening because of Yobs and as well as Chris. Pero ito nga pala ang ating match summary, no, of overview for Black Widow with a 10-8 ng Querdas and Ankara with a 10-5. Mas lumaki ang ating malaking diferensya dito. Pero alam mo, Bipolar, ang masasabi lang naman natin dito, it's all up to them kung ilalaban mo o ilalet go mo. But in this case, Querdas has been able to fight off of it and they were benefited with the victory.
Yeah, very much so. Still nice try for Alliance Gaming. Pero Querdas, Mochi, it's gonna be a spicy one for the battle of the number 1 spot sa standing natin just because of how great Querdas Esports has been performing. Pero everybody, that is your first matchup of the day. Hindi natin nakakalain na 2-0 agad kasi for every match, sinabi agad natin to kasama yung mga casters and as well as the prod crew na baka 2-1 to palagi for the entirety of the day. But let's look at the match MVP here. It is gonna be it's gonna be Justin. Grabe yan.
Man. Mapapaano ka na lang din talaga yun. Mapapa-wow ka na lang talaga as Justin has been able to get all of the kills in support and in unison alongside yung kanyang mga kasama. I mean, napansin naman natin siguro na sobrang heavy nila in terms of pick-offs. Pero si Justin kasi nandyan siya pag meron ng nalaga sa kanila. Nandyan siya when there is a need to even out the numbers at nandyan din siya in order to eliminate additional numbers sa ating counterpart. Pero let us check out ano nga ba or what made Justin great and been hailed as our Mr. Consistent here in our series. Ayan o, yung pagtao niya sa EA, sa Mideria natin, and how he's been able to just rack up all of the kills here. And even, siya pala yung kaharap nun nung na-try niyang kunin din si Froze. Very great in terms of the plays here, no? And being assisted by the rest of the squad as well. Talagang deserve naman na talaga ni Justin. Kasi biro mo, lahat sila dito bipolar, may ambag. It's just that kung sino lang talaga ang naging mas angat in terms of statistics. Pero everyone's been able to perform very, very well. Not gonna lie.
Everyone is so good, and that is why our match victorious squad is gonna be Querdas Esports. Of course, it's Chris, it's Jake, it's Yobs, it's Justin, and Ilaga. You better get ready for the forces na ibibigay pa ng Querdas as the weeks go by. Pero Mochi, what a way to start off our day number 4. 2-0 agad.
Wow, grabe no. Ang daing na-prove ng Querdas dito. Na-prove nila na mali ang paggawa dito ni AG at na-prove din nila na tayo ay mali in terms of our predictions. Wala nang match 3. Tama, mananalo na kami agad dito. But the question is, would there be a match 3 or a game 3 para sa ating next series? Abangan ninyo ang ating laban ng ating ikalawang serye here dito sa CFS Impact while Mochi and Bipolar nga pala at your service, magbabalik kami.
revenge story. Sa ating mga nagduda sa isang taong purong dismayado. This is a team through grit and grind, through years of experience. You can't really deny the greatness.
Good shot, gotta get X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God! Good shot, gotta get JC.
Drill gets 1 and 2. Beautiful timing.
Pero Defrax, uubusin na lang lahat.
Sa isang bala lamang, matutupad ang lahat ng pangarap.
At yun na nga tayo, nagbabalik sa CFS PH IMPACT Fall 2025. Kami naman ni Mochi ang mga kasama nyo para sa ating pangalawang serye. Ngayong araw na to, nga pala si Daydom at ito ang Rhea 7 GAON going up against Fervid Esports. Pero pag-usapan muna natin yung series kanina, Mochi. Anong nangyari sa Alliance Gaming?
2-0 sweep here by Querdas, which is definitely something na hindi namin in-anticipate ni Bipolar, no? Nagulat nga kami, parang may mga segments doon na nakita na naman yung pagmumukha namin na nakanganga kami because of what just happened. Di namin na-realize, tapos na pala yung laban. And Querdas has been able to be so decisive in all of the battles that they are taking against Alliance Gaming na medyo nag-crumble ng matindihan ang depensa ni AG. But this time though, I'm really curious ano yung kakalabasan kasi balita ko nakita din natin kung ano yung laruan ni Fervid at ni Rhea 7 GAON. Tapos ngayon sila naman ang magtatapat for today.
Yeah, two teams with a lot of experience under their wing, no, both individually and as a team. Tsaka matunog din, no, yung mga pangalan dito sa dalawang roster na to. Not just that, matunog yung pangalan ng mga org mismo that are backing them up, no. So it is shaping up to be a very exciting set number 2 or series number 2 nga dito sa ating Impact Day number 4. And I just want to say, no, Rhea 7 GAON haven't had the best of starts sa ating Impact, no. So far, they've dropped a couple of series already. Granted, malalakas yung mga nakalaban nila, no, up against Alliance Gaming and Kadiliman E-Sports. Problema lang, Fervid naman makakatapat nila this time around. Another team that has a lot of eyes watching them because of, well, of course, their stacked roster with Nice Katol backing them up on the IGL department. They've had some interesting approaches in Impact, no? Sila lang so far yung team na naglalabas ng mga SMG every now and then with varying degrees of success, wouldn't you say?
Exactly, no? Yung kanilang KSV, yung Chris na SMG na ginagamit dito at lagi nilalabas ni Nice Katol usually in the map of sub-base. Once that map is open, expect that there will be a KSV na lalabas sa kanilang mga loadout anytime soon. May it be in the middle part or the almost heading to the end ng ating laban. But let us check if there is a possibility for R7G to actually get a map on this one. Pero parang medyo mahirap nga, no? Total na sabi natin, no? They are yet to find and set their footing. But, nako, ayun na, sa base ang ating unang mapa dito. Daydom, I can't wait to see this one.
Of course. And Fervid, hindi nila pinakakawalan talaga yung sub-base, no? A bit surprising that our teams aren't banning that sub-base map for Fervid. No? It feels like it's their bread and butter na mapa para dito sa Impact at least, and they've constantly been able to put that against all their opponents. Map number 2 is going to be Port, picked by Rhea 7 GAON, which is quite a bit of a surprise also kasi as we recall, Mochi, going up against Kadiliman and Alliance, nahirapan ang Rhea 7 in maps like Port. In maps that are very slow-paced, very default-heavy. Nahirapan sila, no? So, let's see if they will fare any differently up against Fervid. Although, I do wanna say sub-base isn't surprising between these two teams. Kasi Rhea 7, no strangers to sub-base either, no? I would argue it's also one of their better maps. So, could be a close one in sub-base. But I'm almost sure makikita ulit natin dito yung SMG, yung Chris ni Nice Katol. And it's always refreshing because it usually works. Up against different teams, no, it usually works. Which kind of gives an advantage to Fervid immediately. Lalo na dito dahil unang mapa yung sub-base. So baka hindi i-expect almost kung I think at this point, i-expect naman lahat ng team na lumabas na yung SMG dito na lurk play ni Nice Katol. But where that is gonna be coming from is the X factor. Now, Mochi, the important question. Let me ask you this. We've seen both teams play in the first 3 days natin dito ng Impact. Let's lay out some predictions. Unahan na muna kita dito, no? Because of the track record so far, Fervid winning one series, dropping another, pero 1-2 naman. I would give my prediction in their favor, 2-0 Fervid.
Ako din, I'll be pulling out that 2-0 prediction in favor of Fervid just because of the experience that they have with each other and masolido din ang kanilang lineup wherein there were some episodes of having like a rusher tulad dito ni Nice Katol and being supported by Jam and as well as yung sobrang tinding pick of potential na meron dito si Lance and as well as si Haj. And Sky is being able to pop off from time to time. So you can definitely put a label in every single player, no? Because yun yung usually nakikita mong ambag sa kanila. But for R7G, parang ang kadalasang nakikita kung tumatrabaho sa kanila is usually si Ajax and as well as si Charles lang. We are yet to see pop off na manggagaling dito sa iba. Sometimes si EAS ang naiiwan din lagi dito because siya yung laging naiiwang buhay and looking into any possible clutch plays pero may kahirapan silang finiface dito kadalasan.
Yes, so it's 2-0 for you for Fervid, no? Tama, Mochi? 2-0 for Vid.
Yes.
Alright. So we are agreed sa ating predictions dito. Both of us predicting 2-0. So guys, hindi naman to bias, no? We'd love to be proven wrong by Rhea 7 GAON. I mean, we know these players. As you said, Ajax, super consistent. Si Charles, ganun din. Zeke, somewhat has that X factor, no? Minsan si Zeke nagpapop. Minsan sumasabog yan, no? Si Zeke. So, it could be the case where these players take over. Rhea 7 GAON, of course, a powerhouse when it comes to fragging. And malay natin, baka mahirapan si Nice Katol makapag-lurk this time around just because of how proficient these players are with the rifles or even the sniper. So let's see. Sa base is going to be the first set for our best of 3 between these two teams. Pero sa Port, Mochi, I mean, have we seen Port for let me check nga the stats dito ng Rhea 7. They played Eagle Eye, Ankara also in their first series, and nahirapan sila up against the teams that they played against, and it's really hard to imagine how they're going to adapt in Port as well kasi it plays very similarly to maps like Ankara.
Exactly. And even when they try to put themselves into hoping they can get some sort of control sa LA natin pag nasa Port sila, it might be possibly difficult for them. Dagdag na lang natin din siguro na in terms of CQCs, there might be a bit more edge both etong si Fervid because yun nga, they've got a couple of snipers. They've also got the run and gun capacity. So, this might be a challenge, to say the least, for R7G to conquer. But, malay mo naman, no? Na paghandaan nila, na nahasaan nila yung sarili nila, or maybe they're a bit more creative in terms of their playstyles in every single round call-outs, or maybe their mid-round calling. Let us see if there is a possibility for them to set the bar up to the standard ng Fervid GT.
Yeah, one thing we haven't brought up yet, no, hindi pa nakakapag-subbase dito ang Rhea 7 GAON sa buong Impact, no. And I think a part of the reason is maybe binaban out talaga ng mga kalaban nila dito yon, no. So laging Eagle Eye tsaka Ankara yung napapaglaruan dito ng Rhea 7 GAON, and while in Ankara they have fair amounts of setup, no. Muntik na nga nilang mapanalo yung game up against Kadiliman. It's just that in overtime hindi nila na turn around, no. But in Eagle Eye, that's where their opponents take over the game. So maybe in sub-base, maybe that's the change of scenery na kailangan dito ng Rhea 7 GAON, and maybe they can anticipate yung mga off-plays na ginagawa dito ng Fervid. So I'm excited to see just how they're going to perform in sub-base, just because we haven't seen them perform that there yet. And Rhea 7 GAON, it's at this point kasi, no, day number 4 na tayo, so medyo malapit na tayo sa halfway point ng ating group stage, kaya nagsisimula ng masementa ang mga posisyon natin sa group stage, no. So it's at this point na teka lang, you have to start counting your cards kasi oti-oti na umuonte yung games natin at kailangan makabawi ng Rhea 7 GAON.
Yeah, and as much as we can say that round robin format is really forgiving and a chance for you to explore what your target playstyle may be, kung ano yung mas pinaka-komportabling setup para sa inyo, time is ticking for you to actually win and secure a match. So, if there is going to be a better time or the best time para makapag-online, it is right now for R7G. And most especially if they are vouching for that fourth spot, no, pagdating sa ating next stage. But hopefully, no, kalaban nila itong pagka nakalaban nila itong si Fervid, meron naman tayong glimpses of hope because if I can remember correctly, no, from yesterday yung kanilang laban, meron silang kakulangan when it comes to discipline. Pag nasa GR sila, sometimes na papasobra ng extend yung ibang mga miyembro nila. So that can be easily solved. It's just that they just really have to facilitate and look into specific angles that they can occupy na they're confident enough na meron silang mababawas dito sa kanilang mga kalaban.
Of course. And syempre dito nagsistep in yung mga shot caller natin, no? The IGLs, the coaches. If you recognize the pattern, yung mga tendencies rather ng mga kalaban mo, that's where you make adjustments on how to punish them. And of course, that's where our shot callers, sabi ko nga, come into fruition dito, no? It's the battle of the brains between Lemon and Nice Katol, of course. And Nice Katol has been pioneering the sub-base sort of PH meta dito, no? I mean, it has worked in some cases, but somewhat sa sub-base sila yung sila yung kumbaga may alas. Sila may pinakamalaking alas sa buong Impact, na which is the one thing that they've got going for themselves. Granted, they haven't been able to translate that into other maps, but if Lemon can catch on to how Nice Katol plans those maps, those rounds na naka-SMG siya, that could be the difference maker between these two, no? I mean, when it comes to rifling lang naman, I would definitely say na magkalapit lang yung skill level ng mga players na to. I mean, yes, we already counted yung mga players dito ng Rhea 7, you got Ajax, you got Charles, but if you take a look at Fervid, you got Lance, you got Skies, man. Ang taas din ng potential ng mga, not just potential, ang taas ng narating ng mga players na to, no? And they are of course, they've danced with the best that the country has to offer. So, talagang it's a combination of the brains and the bronze that will make the impact dito sa Impact. And it, of course, is going to set the standard pagdating sa ating group stage, no? At this point kasi every win counts na, no? I mean, kung makikita natin yung standings before the day started, yes, may mga 2-0, may mga 2-1, but kung makikita yun sa may bandang kanan, the map wins, the map differential also matters, no? So yung Forbid, kahit na natalo sila ng isang series, maybe dahil 2-1 yung series na yun, no, pwede pa rin sila makaangat into the top 4 as a big advantage over Rhea 7 GAON. So every single map counts dito, particularly in the series for Rhea 7 GAON in particular, lalo kasi sila yung medyo lugi when it comes to the score for now.
Man, speaking of maps, no? Nilaro ng Fervid nung kalaban nila si Blue Vortex kahapon din to, no? They've got the sub base, they got the port. Man, ang hirap na. Oh, parang ito na yung ano nila, no? Their bread and butter. Ito yung dito sila nag-excel. Ito lagi yung mga mapang pinipili nila. They usually get sub base, but when it comes to port, minsan when they are forced to take the long range battles, minsan nahihirapan sila. That might actually be a good weakness na matarget dito ng R7G if ever na pala rin. And yeah, I guess dito na natin din masasabi na depende na talaga sa kanila how they were gonna be able to maul off each other. But parang may naririnig ako na mga bala. Nagsisimula na ba?
Tara nga, we are ready with sub-base set number 1 between Rhea 7 GAON and Fervid. So let's get right into it, Mochi. This is the best of 3 in the group stage between these two teams. Of course, Rhea 7 GAON hoping to make a comeback in terms of the standings. At syempre, dito sila magsisimula sa blacklist side in sub-base.
Of course. Pero Uy, wait lang tignan mo yung position agad dito, no? I feel like meron tayong mga players na nawala on this one, pero kita mo yung position ni Jam tsaka ni Aris. Ang lalim ka agad, oh! Ready naman durog yung side nila if ever. You can see the aggression just by their locations and this sub-base map alone. Seems like we are waiting for some of our players here for R7G to actually connect. Pero basing off from what we're seeing here, parang G ata sa simula itong mga miyembro natin here from Fervid in case. Pero yeah, we're just gonna be waiting for our players to actually prepare. Hopefully that they were set up once that we go back.
Pero parang sneak peek no dun sa game natin. Yung pinakita yun ni Jam tsaka ni Aris. But here we go, Lance connecting the first shot. Simulan agad tayo dito as Ajax does go down early in round number 1. Uy! Sneak peek ulit yan. Chi. Pero tinan mo, nakita ko dito, Aris holding on to the EBR this time. You know what? It's actually, I don't mind that look from Nice Katol, no? Kasi in theory naman, kaya mo rin gawin with the M14 what he was doing with the SMG. Kasi kaya mo naman mag-run and gun with the EBR. In fact, I think it's a little bit better kasi at least kaya mo mag-wallbang and you also have that long range efficiency. No, so I definitely don't mind the change of weaponry dito into a more standard route para kay Aris. But you can see naman, pareho pa rin yung strats na ginagawa niya, no? Immediately pushing down in woods, second mid control, kasama pa nga si Jam, hoping to catch the opponents off guard. Dito, hoping to catch Rhea 7 GAON off guard, which is a good thing because Rhea 7 GAON at least in the previous series of Impact na nakita natin, no, pag nakuha na nila yung momentum, that's when they really start getting riled up. That's when they really start racking up the rounds. Unfortunately for this edition of Impact, di pa tayo nakakita ng domination game from Rhea 7 GAON. So this is really important for Fervid to take away the speed of the game, the momentum of the players before they even get it.
And by the way guys, just an FYI, 1-0 tayo in favor for Fervid. The first round natin kay Fervid na punta. And we're just gonna be keeping ourselves in tune and on standby para sa ating susunod na round. Just gonna be fixing up some things here for both sides and let us check na rin know what are going to be the winning conditions here. I feel like they was been able to break down that one wonderfully. Kakadabul na ako. It is the possibility of them being able to makapagmando ng ating mga galawan dito in terms of pacing. But not gonna lie, if we are gonna be blessed by fast pacing from rounds na meron dito sa sub-base, malaki talaga ang kalamangan dito siguro ng Fervid talaga.
Yan natin, no? I mean, based on what we've seen historically or statistically, no, syempre mas lamang ang Fervid because they've won more series, but we can never really say up until magkatapat sila this is server, no. Guys, konting hintay lang tayo, ha. We're just setting up the game to be as good as possible para sa viewing experience natin, no? So kalma lang tayo dyan and comment kayo kung may mga katanungan kayo para sa amin. Mochi and I will try our best to answer any questions that you may have. Maybe may tanong kayo about Crossfire, maybe may tanong kayo about the new meta, the new guns, or maybe the players. Lapag nyo lang dyan sa baba. We will try our best to answer it. Also, kung may papa-shoutout kayo, now is the time to do it. Lagay nyo dyan kung sinong gusto nyo ipa-shoutout, sinong mga gusto nyong pasalamatan, or kung ano man yon. And syempre, Mochi and I will try our best to read that out loud habang nandito pa tayo, naghihintay for the game to get started. And nakita ko daming supporters from the last series as well, no? Parang madaming mainit ang labanan ng Querdas at saka Alliance, kasi pati yung comment section dito kanina buhay na buhay, no? So pakita nyo rin yung suporta nyo for Rhea 7 GAON and Fervid Esports, no? I mean, syempre these two titans din naman have been around for quite some time, syempre with the merger of Rhea 7 and GAON, having some extra supports from the regionals team that is GAON Gaming, no? So Rhea 7 GAON working off of that as well, hoping that they will get a recovery run dito sa group stage natin. But so far, maaga pa naman sabihin mo, kung sino ang makakapasok sa playoffs. No? We still have a few, or actually a handful of weeks left sa ating group stage. So pwede pa makabawi lahat. So yun guys, comment lang kayo dyan sa baba kung may mga tanong kayo at kung may mga shoutouts at kung may gusto kayong pag-usapan with me and Mochi. Mochi, ito, tanong ko sa'yo, no? Which of the guns? Syempre, we have a new set of guns in Crossfire. So, alin dun sa mga Crossfire, CFS guns, sa mga CFS balance, syempre hindi kasama yung mga bawal, yung mga hindi, yung mga pang solo kill lang, no? Alin sa mga bagong CFS guns, sa mga bagong meta guns, ang mas ginagamit mo? HK ba? Or is it the M14 EBR? Maybe
Alam
TRG?
mo, I've been using TRG recently kasi nai-inspire ako dito sa mga players natin. Parang mapapifeel ko na, nakaka-motivate, nagkakaroon ako ng additional confidence. Alam mo, may nakikita ka nag-e-excel, so gusto mo rin gayahin. Pero, other than that, Aris and Jam lang naman ang makakatapat dito at the locker room. Meron ulit nalalak in the possession or R7G. Valiant effort na mag-rush sila dito, no? Pero, parang mali sila doon.
Valiant effort but not such a good idea against the Crossfire of Jam and Aries. And immediately Jam with 4 kills in just that one round. Grabe naman, inubos agad. Kakala natin kanina mag-woods play sila, no? But went for the MR play instead, or locker play instead, at hindi in-expect dito ng Rhea 7 GAON. 2-0 start for Fervid. Pero yung second mid control hindi nakuha ng Fervid. It is Lemon pushing up. Aris na huli. Si Jaman dito naman. The Crossfire dismantled. At si Zeke manggagaling pa nga sa itaas. Hindi in-expecto ni Jam. The perfect timing is gonna be there from up above. And Zeke falls down to get the kill onto Jam. 4v3. Fervid nalalaglag na isa't isa. Hudge could not hold down Missile. And that's the bomb getting planted in A site.
Okay. Just a couple more people remaining here at niratatat pa nga ni Zeke itong si Skies, no? Not good sign for them after all. Nasilans na lang na naiiwan yan, mukhang susubukan pang lumaban pero hindi iyan sapat, no? Nice try but at least JCD will be able to take out one person here and this next one is going to be a dead round. Actually, a pretty promising start here for R7G. I'm actually expected that they're gonna be overpowered continuously but no, seems like they're trying to find any possible areas or spaces na pwede nilang i-abuse, no? Na try nila sa locker, hindi umubra. They tried to put their attention sa bandang second mid natin and somewhat it works, which is a good discovery for them, if I may say.
Yeah, good decision making para kay Lemon also, no? I mean, the reason why hindi na-hold ni Jam tsaka ni Aris yung second mid is because may smoke naman, no? They didn't need to push that up. They didn't need to watch it necessarily, pero nag-push nag-push dito si Lemon with that quick thinking and quick decision making. Nahuli si Aris with his gun down. So nabuksan dito yung pathway papunta sa Sept. They took down Jam as well, and that's a pretty good start for Rhea 7 GAON. Sabi ko nga sa iyo, Mochi, when it comes to dueling, Rhea 7 GAON is definitely a top-notch team. No? And sometimes that's all it takes in these rounds, no? With a little bit of that decisiveness. This time, courtesy of Lemon, it works. It just works for them, no? So parang yung trend na nakita ko of the last 3 rounds that we saw is gulatan. Kung sino yung makagulat sa kalaban, no? I mean, no, round 1, round 2, meron tayong aggressive angle mula kay Jam at Aris. This time, mas reserved yung angle nila, no, down in second mid. But si Lemon naman yung nakagulat.
Yes, sir. Parang na lang talaga kung sinong maunang makapick off at sinong makakapagpatuloy ng kung sino man ang nabawasan at paano sila makakabawi. Pero kasi when you come from a position of emotion na surprise attack yung dinil sa'yo, it's a bit difficult to make reasonable or rational calls, especially in the perspective of being an IGL. You have to rely on the information or process all of the information na binagsak dun sa namatay. Kumbaga, no? So you have a bit more time to try and contemplate ano kaya yung pwedeng gawin natin. So, all the while that everything is happening, baka nakapasok na yung kalaban na nag-inflict ng damage sa'yo doon sa site na gusto nilang pagkomitan o pasukan. So, that's going to be the challenge for both these teams here in sub-base. And, malay mo naman magkaroon ng mga interesting plays din na ipupull out dito, which is like what you have mentioned, pinasimulan na ni Lemon, no? We are yet to witness if there is going to be some creative call-outs na ilalapag din dito si Nice Katon.
Yeah, maybe. Hopefully. No, very much like the first few games that we've seen Fervid play. No, alam mo, let's talk about some of the issues that some of these teams or one of these teams have had in the past couple of series they've had. No, Rhea 7 GAON.
Sure.
Isa sa mga problema nila going up against the two teams that they faced is the lack of utility, no? Minsan kasi medyo nauunahan nila yung utility use nila, you know? So by the time that they have the position to use utility, na-push na sila, naubos na sila ng kalaban nila, no? And it reflects in the numbers. Yung smokes per round average dito ng Rhea 7 GAON up against Alliance and Kadiliman, kita mo yung difference, no? It's a substantial difference talaga. So Rhea 7 GAON, they have a chance to remedy that today. And actually in sub-base, I would argue that it's not necessarily as necessary as in the maps that they play. Kasi dati yung nilaruan ng Rhea 7 GAON, Eagle Eye, ang lalawak ng mga angles doon, no? And it's a sniper's haven, so kailangan mo talaga mas mag-smoke. And Ankara also, no? So very default heavy. You have to cover your sightlines. You need a lot of smokes, a lot of utility to get past the opponent. Maybe that's the reason why nahirapan sila, no? They rely more on the firepower rather than the support system that they should have. So in sub-base, I would argue it's not necessarily as important as in other maps like Eagle Eye, pero importante pa rin, no? You can never discount it out, and that's something that they can improve on to get the edge against Fervid.
I feel like util usage is a bit underrated nga here in Impactful. I mean, iba rin kasi talaga if you have something else to back up your aim and as well as your body system. Having additional smokes to segregate or divide spaces, having that flash in order to, you know, have a bit more time para makapasok and makapag-push forward and even find some pickups from here and there is definitely important, or some of the things na hopefully makita natin a bit more as time goes by. Popcorn plays, ay dyan na nakikita na natin siya mga granadang nababato dito, as well as the line has been quite on point here. Siguro just to name a few, Alliance Gaming, Querdas, and as well as tong si Fervid, nagagawa naman nila from time to time. But we need a bit more, especially when it comes to retake plays, no? Whoever's gonna be on the GR side, nandyan na yung magiging natin, importansya ng pagbabudget ng mga util natin.
Yes. Tingnan muna tayo sa ating comment section. Shoutout kay Sky Mamayot daw from John Carlo. Shoutout sa iyo, mga bossing. And of course, kay Madam Charlene Baluran. Madam, shoutout po. Tsaka kay Dowing Kite. Sorry kung mali yung basa ko doon, pero shoutout kay Dowing Kite from John Alan Mayuela. At guys, lagyan nyo lang dyan sa comments if you have any questions for me and Mochi. No, we'll try our best to answer that. Currently, we are just setting up the round between these two teams, no? Parang it's that time of the day again, no? Mochi, umuulan ba dyan sa inyo? Dito kasi sa amin, nawala na yung araw. 4:57 PM pa lang, wala na agad araw. So that's
oo nga, sobrang dilim dito daw. Nagulat ako. Man, parang 6 o'clock na. Parang pa 7 na nga
kumidlat.
yung kulay. Kanina sa...
Yan, may kidlat, kita mo.
Nga ito, grabe yung paligid natin ngayon. Inuulan, binabag yun na. Be sure na mag-ingat kayo dyan, no, sa inyong mga bahay. Kung sino man yung mga pauwi dyan, nagtatrabaho pa, or sa eskwela, or nasa bahay na nagpapahinga. Hopefully you guys are having a great time tuning in with us. Dadal muna kami rito habang inaantay natin ang mga pag-prepare itong ating dalawang teams. Pero wait lang, may naririnig na ako. It's a good sign, Dom.
Ito. Flash grenade! Game na. It's time for sub-base yet again. Fervid, lead by 1. Nakita nila yung ulo doon, EAS. Pero tatamaan niya rin with that second peak. Skies, papasok sa MR. At yun na nga, si Zeke makakatanggap ng ilang bala mula kay Skies, but Zeke still alive and kicking for now. As Fervid, medyo standard ang depensa dito ng Fervid. Walang vents push, walang SMG. Si Aris naka-hold lang down in that B site. So, nothing too crazy. Pero kita mo naman kung gaano kadisiplinado ang Rhea 7, ine-expect nila na mag-push si Aris dito.
Sim, tama naman, no? Seems like what you said, pretty standard, pretty decent holds coming from Fervid so far. And even Haj on a better place here in terms of securing any possible kills na magagaling dito sa luwag area natin at nagagawa niya naman yun ng maganda. Pero si Ajax, sabi niya, wait lang, namumuro ka na and be able to take one down. But Lance will be able to follow through of the casualties here being inflicted onto R7G. Parang nahihirapan ata talaga sila umatake dito ngayon kasi may posibilidad pa ata na masandwich sila dito. Si Skies manggagaling sa likuran at dalawa lang naman ang kanyang makukuha. A couple of kills here from Skies has been all it takes here in order to take the round.
Yeah, big lurk coming through from Skies. That's enabled by the sniper shots of Lance. And a perfectly orchestrated round for Fervid. Ganda nun Ganda na execute nila dun. Took control of MR tapos nag-lurk na si Skies. Pero ngayon papasok si EAS towards missile. A good flash from Haj to give Jam the kill. Lance nakakuha din ng isa as JCD rather, takes the kill onto Jam. Pero sa ngayon it's a 3v3. C4 planted sa missile. Good nade from Lance. Makakatama kaya siya ng bala with the sniper. Skies with the lurk yet again. Si Zeke yung nalaglag this time around. And Skies will be coming in from luwag. The 1v1 between Lemon and Skies. Si Lemon pupunta sa may bandang ilalim. Skies pushing up with the pistol. At tatalon straight into the hands of Lemon, who is now the lone player for R7G up against Aris. The battle of the IGLs. Lemon speaks out and Aris says no. Fervid with the retake and Skies with the lurk give them 4 rounds on the board, Mochi.
Medyo natawa ako sa ginawa ni Skies dun, no? Na bro is feeling himself so much to the point na tumalon na lang siya dun even with the pistol sa bandang luwag natin regardless na medyo lugi siya. Okay lang because may kapalit naman na impormasyon yun which in turn boosted Aris and as well as Lance in the last few moments of that round. But this time though, they're having quite of a different approach. Kang merong atensyon tayong maibibigay dito sa bandang passage natin na manggagaling kay EAS pero parang siya ata ang mahihirapan. Siya ang nakaranas ng delubyo na in-inflict sa kanya ni Hasdo. There might be a possible rest back na manggagaling dito from R7G but so far tahimik ang paligid.
Yeah, Fervid playing with a lot of discipline, very reactionary yung playstyle nila dito and it's working out. Rhea 7 back to some old habits kung saan isa-isa silang pumapasok dito. Lemon down to 1 HP. As I say that, nagpupush sila ng second mid. It's a lot of attention being thrown, a lot of nades being thrown by Fervid. At napigilan agad, makapasok si Lemon down to 1 HP. Balikwoods muna, takbo papalayo as the players of Rhea 7 GAON have to back off from that second mid encounter. At lipat sila ng MR dito. Sky is holding on to expect that locker push, and it's a good idea that there's still 2 players from Fervid in that B site, Moji.
Yeah. And we are already seeing them attempting to push forward from lockers and seems like nagawa naman nila yon na maganda pero si Haj parang may balik, parang may kasagutan, sinuportahan pa ng kanyang mga kasama. Ngayon si Lemon ang natitirata, yun na nga si Jampa ang nagtapos nitong round na ito, no? Man, what is quite unfortunate here for R7G is the fact that they are trying to poke holes in 2 specific locations na tinusubukan nilang pasukan, no? But unfortunately, the defense is just a bit too strong here for Fervid, especially pagka si Haj o si Lance yung kanilang nakakaharap, no? And even Aris who's feeling himself pretty well so far holding the TGR, but right now, shots are not going to be connecting as of the current time, but we are seeing really good assistance here from Haj and as well as Jam.
Events play na naman para dito sa Rhea 7 GAON. And Fervid might have just read that perfectly kasi si Jam still holding on to Vents. Another play coming through in second mid at si Lemon na naman ang mawawala sa players ng Rhea 7. Papasok si JCD to avenge the IGL and will find the kill for himself. Zeke takes down Lance to open up missile. A site is wide open for the taking. Para sa Rhea 7 GAON who took down 2 kills from Fervid. 3v3 tayo ngayon. Hadge down to 1 HP. Holding on to just the pistol. Nakita pa nga yung tagiliran ni Zeke doon to take him down. At yung C4, nasa na, hindi maitanim. Skies from up above. Rains hellfire from down to down under. And to missile, it's a 1v1. Si Aris up against EAS. Yung C4, hindi niya nakikita, pero hindi pa nakukuha. Ni EAS dito, Aris with the sniper. Uy! Hindi niya na timingan doon. Could go for the plant. Aris, narinig niya na ngayon. Peeking. He's the head of EAS. It's Fervid once more. 6-1.
Pagka-plant niya, pagkatayo niya, taob ka agad na shot here ay Aris, which is quite unfortunate kasi biro mo the moment that they are about to secure that objective na pasama pa. But let us check out what's going to be the change in terms of behavior here for R7G. Alam mo, not gonna lie, if they would go uga-buga push and rush here into any site they may please here and then naging any mid control, siguro parang kaya ata nilang gawin yun no? Just by basing on the trade-offs and utilizing the strength in terms of numbers. At ayun na nga ang ginagawa nila dito ngayon, no? Pinagsanib, pwersang lakas ang meron sa R7G ngayon na overwhelm na mga tumatao dito sa ating B-side. Pero tignan na natin sa nagagaling si Lance. What is bro hiding? A machine gun into Zeke's face. Pero si Jam, susuportahan niya lang ang kanyang kasama dito.
It's working!
It's working, yeah! It might actually work out for them! Ajax being overwhelmed possibly by the utilities, pero si Jam pa rin na makakakuha sa kanya! What is that, Lance?
Lance with the chainsaw getting a kill, and Fervid still not done with the shenanigans. Pero ngayon hindi na si Aris, si Lance na. Ewan ko kung strat ba yun or sabi ni Lance, teka lang, subukan ko lang to, coach. At gumana. The wide peek into the crouch, into the spray down. Oh my. And usually Lance the highlight player for a different reason. Si Lance kasi yung dedicated sniper dito ng Fervid This time with a different gun, and Fervid the same old team that has the antics. And it works. 7-1 in their favor. Uy! Papasok si Ajax with the pistol. Takes down Skies. A quick encounter down in locker. And B-side might be the push. Si Lance yan na nga. Back on the TRG. Gets the one onto Zeke. Pero may isa pa na manggagaling sa locker. Ajax with the lineup of the nade. Tatama ba? Oo nga. Lance taken down the popcorn ni Ajax. Pero si Hadge sasagot. Habang may nagpupush sa luwag, nandito manggagaling sa likod si Jam. Nakita na nga si JCD. Hindi nakatingin. And that's the C4 in control of Fervid. Lipat na kayo sa A site. Lipat ka na dito, Aris, kasi yung C4 andito sa A.
Nako po. At meron pang possibility na mabackstab itong dalawang nahiiwan sa R7G, no? Pero malay mo naman, they will be able to take control of this site regardless of the fact na wala ang C4 sa kanila. They can just utilize yung mga tao dito ngayon with the TRG being held on to dito ni Ajax. Pero kinakabahan ako kasi mamaya mamataan sila dito sa control room natin. As Aris might even pass through dito sa woods area natin. Has taking down itong si Ajax. What a shot indeed. Just spamming the crash as well. Pero ngayon, Aris, makikita si EES at sinuportahan pa nga ng isa. Another round here for Fervid and a strong start for them. Man,
yeah, I think
they're
strong
so entertaining to watch.
I think strong is a bit of an understatement dito mo.
Yeah.
8-1 in favor of Fervid. And what can I say? It's showing it's them showing Rhea 7 on how sub-base is done basically, no? Kasi it's a lot of structure we've seen in this team. I mean, I think a lot of people kind of discredit Fervid with the default heavy capability that they have kasi rarely na silang nagsa-standard play ngayon no? Especially in the last two series napanood natin sila. Parang hindi na madalas na maglaro sila ng standard in sub-base with Aris constantly running an arsenal of weapons dito. But this time it's mostly standard except for that one round na nag-chainsaw si Lance. And Rhea 7 GAON are paying. They're paying big time for it, no? I mean, they're getting a little bit caught off guard with every defensive round na meron dito ang Fervid. especially with Skies on the lurk. Ang ganda ng mga setup ng lurk dito. Always backed up by the utility or the sniper of Lance. And it's enabled them to gain a lot of space to play around. Ang daming informasyon na kukuha dito ni Skies. And it works out to many degrees. Kasi apart from a kill na nakukuha lagi ni either Lance or ni Skies, lagi nilang nakiklear out na, okay, wala nang tao dito sa MR, wala nang tao sa locker, lipat ka na, Lance. Doon ka na mag-snipe sa kabila kasi may lurk naman tayo eh. And it's so nice to see working so well for Fervid.
And oftentimes kasi, minsan, hindi lang si Skies ang nag-lurk. Merong kasunod. May late lurk silang isa pa. So, dalawa na yung nagpo-push, dalawa pa yung nangko-corner, at merong high probability talaga for R7G to be sandwiched if they didn't rack up the kills that they can sa Fervid early year. Pero, this time, mukhang magkakaroon tayo mga mapangahas na mga pushes dito magagaling sa Fervid, no?
Uy.
Pinatahimik tuloy ni Ajax itong si Jams as they wait for any more people na magagaling dito sa ating machine room. Possibly, as Ajax just gonna try and pry into any possible people here. Had she been able to take him down in the process, hindi niya in-expect yun. Oo nga, ito na naman siya, man. With the KSV. Wreaking havoc here into Zika, which is really sad to be killed that way. But I mean, if it works, it works. Skies, andito pa. Pupunta sa Jess area natin. Huli aero. Kukulong at mamamatay itong isa. ES onto Skies as well with a trade here. 2v2 na ang ating labanan ngayon. Si Lemon nakatunog kung nasaan si Lance.
1v2, naka-sniper ngayon si Lance sa USP in hand. And it is gonna spot EAS. Okay, nice shot onto EAS. But Lance down to literally 8 HP. At least hawak-hawak niya pa yung sniper niya. Pwede siyang mag-play ng bait. Hold an angle. Plant the bomb. But the problem is wala siyang information mo. Saan manggagaling si Lemon. Iikot na nga down into second mid. But he has the right idea, Lance. Na-timingan ni Lemon. Nakalagpas na. Hindi niya naririnig si Lance. And Lance with the clutch 1v2. Push Fervid to set point 9-1.
Oh my, tara naman tayo sa rule ng FPS, no? Sometimes it's skill, but 90% of the time it's luck. And sometimes the timing talaga tayo nadadali. But with that being said, no, MR area, somebody's on the floor already. All equalized pa rin naman ang ating mga HP dito, pero si Skies at si Lance may galos na ng bahagya. Tumatawa sila dito sa wood area natin, possibly an A-execute as Zeke tries to offer a bossy move, trying to find the kill, pero unfortunately, siya ang napunish at nadagdagan pa. Sumama pa si Lemon dito on the mix as JCD tries to salvage this current situation they find themselves in, hopefully to equalize the numbers. Pero waiting game tayo ngayon.
Yeah, good decision to maghiwalay, no? But EAS gets taken down from up above in CR. Si JCD makakaharap ng timing, pero kay Lance lang, hindi kay Skies. Fervid with the quickest game in Impact so far, 10-1 in sub-base.
Wait lang, ilang minuto pa lang yun. Para sobrang bilis, no? Dumaan lang yung ating oras. And Fervid has been able to take this first round off. And, man, that is quite an unfortunate loss here for R7G kasi hindi sila nagkaroon ng opportunity to adjust because they keep on trying to play for themselves instead of as a team. And also being overwhelmed na rin siguro by the antics being thrown at them. The KSV, the chainsaw, and oftentimes it's the firepower na nagagaling din dito kay Lance and as well as kay Halj and even the flanks. I mean, pag samasamahin mo yun, that's a recipe for disaster here for R7G. They haven't been able to fend them off, and as much as possible that they want na makabawi, they're trying to explore some possibilities na makakuha ng mga rounds. Hindi nila nagagawa because it is quite experimental to say the least. Foundation is not there yet, and there's a higher margin for error.
And I think part of the reason why Rhea 7 GAON was not expecting Aris' play to come in dun sa vents, no, is because yung buong first half hindi nag SMG si Aris, no. Maybe nung unang round na naging dead round do. So yun lang. And the whole first half naka EBR lang siya, no, which is why feeling ko iniisip ng Rhea 7 GAON, ay hindi na to SMG. Kaso nag second half, first round pa lang, boom, nag Vents play na agad, and they weren't expecting the pinpoint in Vents once more, with Aris of course playing the exact same SMG that he was in the first couple of series as we've seen. At syempre, granted, no, Rhea 7 GAON, they were pretty good actually responding to that play. They went and fought the duels, actually won majority of them. Kaso si Lance yung natira, naka-sniper, even with 8 HP, just the USP getting a double kill for that matter, and pushing the advantage even further, no? I mean, ultimately, I think it is a difference in fundamentals. Fervid, of course, still definitely a team to look up to as a team that's, of course, to be reckoned with, no? I mean, this team danced with the best in Masters. So they not only learned from that, but they're honing it to their own playstyle. Lalo na dito sa sub-base. No, bahay na nila to at this point, no? So Fervid looking absolutely great dito sa seryeng ito. And of course, not to mention, they've just put up our fastest game in the entire Impact so far, no? 10-1. This is the most dominating win we've had so far in Impact.
Yeah, and I really do hope that there's gonna be some changes here for R7G, no? Especially when we head into the map of Port. Man, there's a lot of stuff that they have to be careful here. Yung LA natin, and even yung House B. Sometimes they might be thrown off guard by some sneaky plays bandang ninja natin, and yung taas ng House B natin, pwedeng meron tumao doon at mag-abang lang ng kung sinong papasok. There's a lot of stuff that they have to worry about on this one. But hopefully they can try and craft a play. Sometimes when it comes to just rushing, minsan yun lang, ganun lang kasimple yung mga kasagutan, no? Maybe it's more of a fundamental stock when it comes to these types of scenarios. Baka yun lang yung kailangan nilang pagtuunan ng pansin dito.
But it is Port though, so medyo ibang storya to compared sa sub-base. In Port, very rare na magkaroon tayo ng close quarters combat unless i-focus nyo yung mid, no? So there's a kind of limits the type of playstyles that you can have compared to sub-base at least, no? Not to say na limited ang pwede mong gawin sa Port. There's still definitely a lot of room for creativity, but you can't be as creative as you are in sub-base. So that could work to an advantage for Rhea 7 GAON, no? We never know. So I can't wait to see how they adjust to Fervid in map number 2 in Port. Pero ito, some of the highlights from Fervid in that particular map. And di na nila pinascore yung Rhea 7 GAON after that round number 2, I believe, kung saan nakascore dito ang Rhea 7 GAON. Let's take a look at the set summary, a deeper look into the numbers to see what actually happened dun sa ating unang mapa in sub-base.
Wow.
And look at the KDs of the players of Fervid, dumataginting. Yung iba sa kanila, lagpas 2 pa. Si Jump, 3.25. Oh.
Wow indeed, no? They're definitely feeling themselves dito sa ating mapa na ito. And seems like meron na silang ideya kung paano nag-o-opera yung R7G, and they're quite confident in what they may offer here into the table. But here for R7G, worthy of commendment dito si JCD and as well as si Ajax and EAS. Nabanggit na rin natin siguro kanina that these two players has been pretty good in terms of manhandling themselves, especially when nagkakaroon ng kalugian ng kanilang team. Sila ang sumusubok na bumawi at mag-salvage of what is already left, and up for retribution para sa mga nawala nilang kakampi. But once again, hindi sapat na sila lang yung tumatrabaho. This is team effort after all. As much as possible, dapat lahat sila na nakakapag-online talaga.
Yeah, and I want to give some credit to Skies dito. No? I mean, some people would think mababa yung KD niya because he didn't perform. Actually, he performed and
he did.
By creating space for the team. No? I mean, we talk about him lurking constantly when the game was ongoing, and the team worked with that information, with that space that Skies was getting for the entire team, no? And as essentially an entry fragger dito, on task pa rin ng 1.29 dito na KD ni Skies. But the set MVP goes to Jam this time around, kasi syempre nga naman, if you get a KD of more than 3, I think you have to be the set MVP. And such is the case para dito kay Jam, with a well-deserved MVP with a 1.18 kill per round. Ang daming kills na jam nung game
Yeah.
na to eh.
And not to mention, parang isa siya sa mga players na sobrang babad gumamit din ng smoke. Ayan, no, 1.64. One of the key players who actually expended most of the utilities in this match. And, well, deserved ito ni Jam, no? We have been able to see him perform din yesterday, pero iba yung talima niya ngayon. Iba yung ata yung kinain niya din ngayon for the lunch. Ano kaya kinain na itong mga players na to? Palong-palo ang kanilang laro on this one. And definitely has been a great day for them overall. And like what you have mentioned, no, dagdag na rin siguro din yung mga space na nakukuha dito. It just makes the manhunt easier for Fervid as well. Allocating those lurks, those flanks has been a very good thing for them to do kasi alam mo yun, parang mas matipid sa oras at mas matipid din in terms sa intindihin nila for that map.
Yeah, absolutely. So, it works on so many levels for Fervid. At dyan, nagtatapos ang unang set natin for this best of 3. Pagbalik namin, it's gonna be port. This is still CFS PH Impact Fall 2025. Magbabalik kami. So, huwag kayong mawawala.
This is a team through grit and grind through years of experience. Can't really deny the greatness.
Good shot, gotta get X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God! Good shot, gotta get JC.
Drill gets one and two. Beautiful timing.
Pero Zefrax, uubusin na lang lahat.
Sa isang bala lamang, matutupad ang lahat ng pangarap.
Welcome back. You're still watching Impactful. At kami pa rin ang mga kasama nyo sa araw na ito. Nga pala Data with the one and only Mochi. At nandito pa rin tayo sa ating pangalawang serye ngayong araw for Vid versus Rhea 7 GAON after that sub-base map na, Mochi, let's just say, pinangunahan ng Fervid ang Rhea 7 GAON.
And even dominated the presence here ng R7G, no? Which is quite unfortunate on their end. Pero once again, hindi mo rin naman talaga made-deny yung prowess at yung lakas at even yung all-out creativity na pinatamasa sa kanila ng Fervid, no? Simulan sa lurks. Even yung mga loadouts nilang interesting, inilabas yung KSV and as well as the Chainsaw. And also their pick-off potential from Haj and as well as Lance. But let us check out what is gonna happen here on Port, no? Hindi pa man din natatapos ang ating istorya dito para sa seryeng ito. Meron pang tsansa na makabawi dito ang R7G at yun ay kung pag-iigtingin nila ang kanilang body system and possibly make some very explosive plays and catch Fervid off guard.
Perhaps Rhea 7 GAON sila yung pumili dito sa mapang Port, no? So they might have something planned for this map number 2. Ang problema lang dito, Mochi, since sila yung pumili ng mapa, Fervid yung pumili ng sides. And of course, Fervid are going to pick that GR side where we usually see Lance wreaking havoc in maps like Port, where ang daming angulo dito sa sniper, no? Isahin mo na lang kahit sa mid, no? Even up till now, madami pa rin nag-i-innovate ng mga bagong angulo down in this map. So there's a lot of opportunity for the GR-sided sniper to look for picks, and that scares me a little bit for Rhea 7 GAON. No? They have to be extra careful. Ito pa naman yung kind of team that likes challenging snipers, which might not be the best idea here in Port.
Medyo mabigat to, no? May LB, may Bridge, may LA na kailangan nilang bantayan dito. And kung ayaw nilang matanggal ang kanilang ulo, they better have someone to set the power up into the likes of Lance as well. And also, there might be some denies na manggagaling then possibly from them. If merong magbabalak na mag-lurk, they can keep their eye on Steel Door and even yung Bridge on the BL side. They can find these types of weaknesses dito kay Fervid. It's just all up to how would they be able to hold out at the end of the day. But once again, a challenge indeed, especially kung gusto nilang paabutin to sa ating decider map.
Yeah. Last set, no, hindi tayo masyado nakakita ng utility from Rhea 7 GAON, but to give them credit, they didn't have much chance to use a lot of that utility, no. At sabi ko nga sa base, isn't as I wouldn't say is as necessary. It's still impactful, but it's not as necessary as it is in maps like Port. Pero feeling ko ngayon, Rhea 7 GAON, they have to use more smokes. They have to use more flashes to challenge these angles, especially to try and nullify and find out where that sniper is. Kahit mabait lang nila yung shots dito, no, ng sniper. But let's go straight into Ports. Rhea 7 starting off on the BL side. At yan na nga, mga sniper nilalabas na dito. Ajax looking for a target, pero may malapit na angulo dito. Apaging sa smoke, nag-push na nga si Aris and gets the kills immediately. Fervid off to a good start. Skies finds his own kill with Aris. At ngayon, Rhea 7 GAON down to just 3 people.
Oh my. The firepower is just too much for R7G to handle here. Aris daw, mapapatumba at mapapatahimik dito ng IGL ng kabila. Lemon being able to take him down as we possibly wait for them to try and choose a side here. Try to deny them, try to narrow down their numbers, which is sinusubukan gawin dito ni Ajax na pagpunta dito sa ating B-site, no? Si Jam nang naririto, pero si Jam ang makakakuha kay Lemon. Skies from the mid though. Ang galing siya kay Bridge, punta dito sa ating LSB and he'll be able to take them down. The remaining numbers, pinagsaming para sa lakas at pagpalitan lamang ni Jam. And Skies pa lang pala ang kailangan dito. First round being taken by Fervid.
Sila yung humubos, no? Si Jam tsaka si Skies. And Aris, of course, with the support system. Actually, siya yung nanghuna para dito kay Skies, no? Still managing to get a kill before going down. And Fervid are playing frag heavy. I like it. Fervid, nilalabanan talaga nila dito yung mga angulo ng Rhea 7 GAON, which usually is very risky, no? On the GR side dito sa Port. Because you don't have to peek in Port. You can just hold angles. Ang ganda ng mga angulo para sa GR side dito.
Uy, nakita.
Jump. with a bit of info. Nakita si Lemon who will squeeze out Haj. Pero na-flash dito si Lemon will be fired upon on by Aris and the rest of the gang. Pero buhay pa rin naman si Jam dito sa may B-sites. Yun na nga, nakita ni JCD and Zeke to take down Skies. The lurk is down. Fervid this round kind of falling apart. Uy, what an angle mula dito kay Zeke. Nakakita ng mga paa and gets 2 kills off of that. Si Lance na lang ang natitirang buhay dito with just the USP and the TRG. But Rhea 7 GAON know exactly where Lance is gonna come from. And what a round already for Rhea 7 GAON. Zeke with a highlight performance. And this should be the round for Rhea 7. Lemon, I think that was a really nice entry onto the site. And yun na nga, Rhea 7 to find the round on the board. 1-1 agad tayo dito, Moch.
Man, I really like the burst of confidence na nanggaling dito kay Lemon, no? And even yung mga off angles na ipinatamasa ni Zeke as he's been able to find out a couple of the members here ng Fervid na usually kanina pa nagiging game changers in every single round that they take. But right now, mukhang R7G has been able to crack a little bit from the defense here ng Fervid, no? Nagkaroon ng kataliman ang kanilang pag-cover ng multiple angles. Pero Leon, medyo sumasama ka ata sa pag-push natin dito. Yun nga lang, hindi siya na-trade up dito ni JCD. JCD decided to just back up instead of taking his lost comrade here. Jam will be getting a really decent idea kung sino yung mga naroon. Pero medarya natin, ako po, si Skysave, how secure. And si EAS be able to take that trade up for himself.
Buhay pa rin si EAS down in mid, wreaking havoc in this 2v4. Absolutely essential si JCD. Nakita ni Jam, EAS almost taken down. Spotted by the 3 members of Fervid in mid. At yun na nga, JCD alam din ng Fervid kung nasaan siya. Regroup mula dito sa dalawang to. EAS na pitas pa nga si Aris before heading towards LA. And the C4 retrieved for Rhea 7 GAON. They could play this smartly. Wait for Fervid to make a mistake. And wait for the push of Haj. Mukhang nangangati dito si Haj. Gustong i-push dito si JCD. Taking him down to low HP and Lance from CA. What an angle. Haj to clear out EAS as well. And Fervid, just the right amount of aggression.
Nakakatakot din talaga tong dalawang to pag pinagsama mo si Lance tsaka si Haj, no? They're sworn to clean up whoever they will see here sa ating mid-area. But Ajax, sabi niya, parang kailangan ko mag-step up taking out Aris in the process. Pero Lance and as well as guys will be able to join their forces here dito sa bandang LA natin. Mukhang mahihirapan ata sila to actually try to offer trades here because Hajis guys is just a bit too powerful so far. Although Sky is pretty low in terms of HP. Ajax, susubukan niyang lumaban. But just as he's thinking of what he is going to do, he's gonna be shut down immediately ni Lance in the process.
Mochi may napapansin ako dito parang nagmamadali yung Fervid. Pushing LA, pushing mid, constantly pressuring Rhea 7 GAON. Yan na nga, nag-push ulit si Skies pero this time nahuli ni EAS. And as I mentioned, you don't need to push LA because it's very risky. But Fervid doing it. This time getting punished by Rhea 7. So good recognition mula kay Lemon to push up. Ajax through actually the push finds Aris. EAS finds Haj as well. Si Jam magagalit sa RS. Taking down Lemon through the smoke. As the C4 hindi maitanim dito ng Rhea 7 GAON. Jam gets taken down by EAS. Everyone pushing the smoke. And that leaves Lance all alone yet again. 1v3.
Diba? Ito na yung sinabi din natin kanina, no? Na pinoint out natin, sometimes it's not about making everything complicated. And being just straightforward and simple, like such as rushing into A, which is kanila ginawa dito. Wonderfully done, by the way. But they should still be a bit wary kay Lance, no? We can never underestimate Lance with his clutch potential as well. But at least he would be able to take down si Zeke. But EAS na ang magtatapos ng round na iyon na pabor sa R7G. They can just keep on doing that. But they should definitely brainstorm for something else. Because rushing into a specific site is definitely just a band-aid solution.
I mean, kung magpupush pa rin si Skies ng katulad nito, they could still keep punishing that LA position. Pero si Lance will be supplementing that with with a double kill from up above. The USP is more than enough to dismiss of Lemon. 2 players left for Rhea 7 Gaon. Papasok na nga si Hudge mula sa ibaba. And Hudge will go down but lands good for 2 more kills. The 4K for the sniper. And Fervid hold the lead.
The adaptation is so quick here for Fervid, no? They found themselves manhandling every single person here na sumusubok na umatake dito sa A-site. But currently, balik tayo dito sa default position natin. Pero meron atang nangangahas na umakyat dito sa bandang bodega natin. Si Zeke, pero JCD will be able to take down one of their prominent players na si Jam. And all the time though, Haj medyo maiipit but he would still be able to get one lemon off the trade here. B-site ang nais nilang punterihan dito. Si Skies kumukulit na naman in the lurking position. AS would be able to spot him out. Is already good for 2. As B is definitely available for them to commit on to. But may dalawang nakabantay. Kailangan nilang ingatan. EAS, naku po, makikita ata ni Lance dito. May posibilidad pero nagkasalisihan. EAS taking down ito si Aris. And another as well. Isa pa na round ang nakuha dito ni Ars7G. Ba, ang lapit ata ng palitan natin dito
Oo nga, EAS with a massive round to getting 2 kills. And of course, the rotation towards that B site, beautiful mula sa Rhea 7 Gaon. Of course, the mid control this time, Haj holds it down, holds down the fort. And takes down Lemon. Aris, nag-push na rin to catch Zeke off guard. JCD trying to retrieve the C4 pero hindi siya makalapit dito, no? Because Jam and Haj are holding it close and dearly. And there's no way that Rhea 7 Gaon could try and push this from the exact same angle that they came from in RS. So dilipat mula sa mid dito si JCD, hoping that Haj turns around at the nick of time.
Grabe.
Pero mukhang didikitan lang dito ng Fervid. Yung C4, ayaw na pakawalan ng Fervid to, Mochi.
Ayun nga may muntikan pa ngang mapopcorn sa kanila kanina pero parang baliwala, no? Nandun pa rin sila, nakatambay pa rin sila dun. They're just waiting for our people here na mag-try na mag-push pero may nakaantabay din dito sa ating bridge area. Si Skies lang naman yung posibleng makatapat nila dito in case. But 1 minute in the clock, there's still a lot of room for them to move and try to think ang stratehiyang ilalabas nila dito in hopes of getting the C4 back on their team. But once again, they better be careful. It's a matter of patience at kung sino ang unang magkakakitaan dito sa dalawang kampong to. But JCD will still try to find someone there, and even si EAS taking down tong si Skies in the process. Naku po, ang low na ng mga tao natin dito, and it seems like EAS is trying to pop up, but Lance would be able to shut him down in the process. 2v2 ang labanan. They are yet to commit. They are yet to secure their objective. Pero JCD, that is such a crazy kill. Lance being spotted by Ajax here from the backline. Oh, that flick's gonna be so crispy. Another round here para sa R7G.
And another round where EAS takes control of the round. Another double kill for EAS to give the favor para dito sa Rhea 7 Gaon. Magra-rush ulit sila ng LA dito, Mochi.
Uy, dahil. Mag-shot naman talaga, no? Ay lang leaving no room for thinking dito. Pero si Lance, wait lang. Ang tindi ata ng anchor niya kasi meron siyang dalawang isinama sa hukay kasama niya. But 2 people just gonna be holding themselves here dito sa steel door natin. Aris gonna be shut down. Well expected here by the C4 holder that is EAS. Pero Haj, nakantabay lamang dito sa ating tower, no? And even si Jam na umuokupa dito sa B-site natin. Pero ang tanong, i-expect kaya uli ni EAS na merong magpupush sa kanila dito? Nangangahas, sumusubok na baka pag-flank ka, makikita kaya siya? No, hindi ata nakatingin sa kanya. I'm going to say, pagkatalon, yun din ang pagkabagsak dito ni EAS, no? Oh, Lemon, critically low in terms of HP. Konti na lang, 1v1. He might actually win this one, but never mind, Haj! Sabi niya, sumusobra ka na. I'm gonna be getting you taken down.
And what a BL side actually from Rhea 7 Gaon, no? Stretching or minimizing the lead of Fervid. 5-4 score natin dito as we head into the second half. Fervid switch over to the blacklist side. And Rhea 7, the rushes keep working, no? Fervid. constantly trying to meet them on the even playing field. Pero kitang-kita mo naman much when it comes to raw duels, Rhea 7 fights back. They regain control. And for Vid, kitang-kita mo naman yung pinagkaiba ng approach dito. Immediate slowdown of the game. Kahit isang granada, wala pang binabato ang Fervid.
Tahimik, no? Nag-aantay sila kung merong magpupush sa R7G, pero sabi siguro ni R7G, that's gonna be too risky to do, but we are gonna be letting out a bit of utility usage here. Nalagyan na ang ating LB area ng smokes and even ang LA. So they gotta put their attention here dito sa mid area natin if there's gonna be some possible pickups here from Fervid themselves, or if meron silang mapapopcorn pero hindi kumonekta yung granadang iba na to nila dito, no? The delays are being inflicted here onto Fervid, but ang dami yata nilang makikita dito. Lemon being spotted by Lance through the smoke here. And it's all up to them to choose which side to take. Mukhang A side ang gusto nilang puntahan dito. Total na pitas na nila si Lemon sa LA.
Yun nga eh. A little bit less defense in that area, pero nandito pa rin si Ajax with the sniper of his own. Bababa ang Fervid from CA and LA, and they have to smoke out Ajax somehow, otherwise Jam will go down. Ajax, yun na nga, na-flash out. Lots of lineups coming through, and Jam with the entry, already taking down AAS. Ajax finds one, but that's all he sings. At mag-isa na lang ngayon si Zeke coming in from mid. Nakita na nga ni Lance the 1v1, and the sniper reigns supreme. Lance to take down Zeke, and Fervid take their first BL round.
Man, that is pretty much a crazy player being inflicted sa R7G, no? And seems like we're seeing glimpses of hope, pero yun nga lang nga has been tippled up and down here in terms of defense. And now, it's the waiting game again. So yung medyo nakakatakot din kay Fervid in this specific side that they are on. It is a matter of waiting game and a matter of taking as much info as they can, no? Di mo alam anong i-expect mo if you're on the defense, pero I'm liking the manpower allocation dito ng R7G. Coupled here dito sa bandang house B natin, and someone to scout for LA if there is some possible people that will try to push over. But right now, no actions as of yet.
Ganda kasi ng hold ng Fervid lagi, no? Rhea 7 tend to get impatient in their defense. Katulad kanina Lemon getting punished just for pushing LA. Wala nga kasing binibigay na info ang Fervid dito. Tara mo, 1 minute into the round, they only used a singular smoke from Lance. So, if you were Rhea 7, magiging impatient ka rin, no? B-house push coming through from Fervid. Slowly making their way papunta sa B-site. Pero meron nakatago malapit, no, sa kanan. Just behind Godbox si Zeke. Actually, hindi para sa Godbox, no, inside of house. And Zeke might not be expected by Jam. Babalik. It's a bait. Just pushing a lot of attention at lumipat ang tatlong miyembro dito ng Rhea 7 into that B site. Pwedeng mag-A ang Fervid.
Naku, kung pipili sila ng best time to strike, I feel like this is it here for Fervid. Pero they gotta be careful because Ajax is gonna be there, and let us see ang anchoring capabilities dito ni Ajax, and as well as Jam. Might possibly spot si Zeke dito. Naku po, not being able to check out his corner. So, the defense is crumbling down here for R7G. As there's just a couple more people na natitira dito at mukhang naispatan pa ata si Lemon. Pero EAS, susubukan trumabao, susubukan bumawi, susubukan na palagan ang mga naiiwang mga miyembro dito sa kabila. Pero Lemon nag-iispatan, nagre-ring around the rosy dito kasama si Lance. But Lance, a powerful blow being inflicted here onto R7G, taking that 7th round for themselves.
With a quick scope, no less, Lance deals that, lays the thunder to the players of Rhea 7. GAON 2 rounds in a row for Fervid. And again, the aggressiveness getting punished. Ang tagal nag-intay ni ng Fervid in House B, no? Sila yung unang nilapitan sana ni JCD, pero si JCD yung nahuli after that push. And just like that, Fervid walk away with the 3-round lead and another slow default, waiting for any mistakes from Rhea 7 GAON. It's at this point, Mochi, kailangan na talagang magbago ng playstyle ng Rhea 7. Hindi na sila pwede mag-push.
Totoo. Like, mentioned earlier, no, yung mga pushes, mga fast execute pushes nila and yung mga rushes nila, it's a band-aid solution. Eh. There should be a way for them to shut down every single person na makikita nila dito sa Fervid. Because right now, parang i-execute ata ang nagiging personalidad at balak gawin ng Fervid ngayon. Might be a possibility na mahirapan si JCD dito, pero si Jam makukuha din si Lemon. Tumatao na nga lang at nagbabantay, pero mukhang na-overwhelm pa mga tao natin dito for R7G in a site. Kanila na all naman dito kay EAS at magagawa lang din naman ni Jam iyon. 8-4 na ang scoreline natin dito ngayon. Inch by inch, they're moving closer into victory on this one. R7G, nahihirapan palakasin ng kanilang depensa.
Yun na nga, it feels like a fairy tale for Fervid with a beautiful split down into A site from mid as well. At yun na nga, papasok dito si Zeke. Wait, shuts down Haj! So that's a good start already for Rhea 7 GAON. Lemon, Zeke nakakahanap ng tig-isa, but Skies to answer back. Lemon punish, 3v4 possible for Fervid, especially with Lance. Nakakaamoy, dito si Zeke nakalagpas na, papasok sa courts into RS, at hindi nakatingin sa tamang lokasyon. Zeke gets taken down, and Lance to almost even out the odds, pero nakaharap din ng isang kill si Ajax! And EAS to take down Jam as well. Buhay pa rin naman ang Rhea 7 GAON, 5-8 ang ating score.
Now that we think of it, no, there is this capacity na pwede gawin dito ng R7G na makapag-sandwich ng ilang mga miyembro natin dito kay Fervid. They can attack them all the way to mid and get some pickups. Pero wait lang, as I was saying that, sila ang napipick up, sila ang napipitasan. Pero si Ajax susubukang bawiin. Ang daing flash na nangyayari dito. Puro flash grenade ang mga nakikita. Pero ngayon, ang mga bala na ang umuulan dito sa Fervid at si Ajax na natitira. And eventually, wala na. That outburst of utilities being thrown at them has been too much for Fervid to handle.
Yeah, and EAS again to come out victorious. Literal, 1 HP ang natira sa kanya, no? So still, touch and go for a second. Pero Fervid, it feels like they're rushing into the side takes. In the rounds where they've lost, it feels like hindi nila minaximize yung oras, no? Which is not usually the Fervid that we know. So tamang dahan-dahan lang para dito sa Fervid. Bait out the utility of Rhea 7 GAON and use Lance. Ayun na nga. Lance wins the sniper battle between him and Ajax. And already the man advantage for Fervid. Ito yung solution ng Fervid, no? Just play slow. Play for picks. And immediately you see the result. Sniper down for Rhea 7 GAON.
Tama. EAS do gusto sanang gumante.
Mm.
Pero nakita na ispatan. Pero he's not gonna be receiving any of the shots na nilalabas ni Lance dito so far. Grenade not also gonna be connecting on to Zeke here sa House B. Lemon though be able to take down itong si Skies na nina pa tumatao dito sa ating bench ng BL side. EAS still starting to pop off. No? Actually, kanina pa nga niya nakagawa ng mga very impeccable plays here being let out here by EAS as himself. Definitely denying all of the attacks here ng Fervid.
EAS, ikaw na naman, boss. The double kill down in mid to give a big swing of momentum papunta dito sa Rhea 7 GAON. Now 1 round away from evening things out in the scoreboard against Fervid. Si Lemon maghahanap na naman ng play sa may LA, but there is no Lance to back him up this time. Walang sniper sa likod niya, so we'll be backing off, reassessing the situation. Flashes coming through in mid. Lots of pushes down into that mid position. Nakakakinig na dito si EAS. Pero si JCD ang magpipick. Makakuha ng kill si JCD. Make it 1, make it 2 with Ajax getting a kill for himself. Lance is down and Ajax has entered the fray. The double kill for Ajax. And Rhea 7 GAON dismantling Fervid. Mag-isa na lang si Aris with his EBR in a 1v2 against Zeke and JCD. Mochi magpa-flash. Hindi makakatama ng flash doon. Hindi niya alam manggagaling mula sa likod niya. In CA, walang tao dyan. Aris, walang tao sa RS. Sa LA sila manggagaling. JCD is down. Aris keeps the dream alive. Zeke spotted out. Lalayo. Lilipat ng B-site.
Seems like they're playing a game of tag here, no? Tatakbo, patatalon, susugod, at magsesecure ng ating B-side. Pero wait lang, is this a bait, no?
Uy.
Trying to lead Zeke into thinking na siya ay pupunta sa B-site natin. Kaya lang kasi nandun pa din siya sa
Layo.
A-Tower. Yan yung kailangan ingatan ni Aris dito kasi mamaya alam, naispatan!
Aris.
Zeke running low in terms of HP. Aris actually trying to spot him out and land on a little bit more bullets here onto this one. Zeke trying to lose his cool here and he will be able to take this kill for himself. Akala natin may kalamangan na si Zeke doon, but unfortunately, he is looking at the worst place and nandun na pala si Aris sa LA. Grabe!
Lupit nun, nice katol. What a big brain
Wow.
play. Inikutan yung mapa. And enemy caught off guard. Beautiful stuff from the IGL. And just like that, Fervid on set point. Si Lemon papasok sa LA. Matitrade ni Skies yung kill kay Ari. So it's a 1-for-1. Lemon is down though. So Fervid can attempt an A hit. Malapit dito. Sa court. Just outside of the doors dito. Si JCD, si Zeke pala yun. Pero nakaabang din naman si Lance for the peek from Zeke. Again, tumahimik ang mapa natin dito. Mochi Fervid not giving away their position.
May naispatan nata si Jax dito. Lalandang kanyang shot on to Hadj. Wala pang balik so far, no? Meron ng kalugian ng Fervid dito. Ngayon, tingnan mo, sobrang lalim ni Zico. Merong posibilidad na meron siyang mamataan dito. May ma-pick up siya dito, no? Kung hindi i-check na nandito siya sa ating corner na to. But right now, he is just gonna be handling LA by himself here. All the while, that couple of players here will be trying to get additional kills. Ajax falling down in the hands of Lance. Match point. One mistake lang ang kailangan gawin dito ni R7G at matatapos na ang lahat. Lance running low in terms of HP. They are yet to put their attention din dito sa B-side natin. No, parang gusto nilang pumunta ng A. Pero sobrang lalim na ni Jam. JCD being able to take down itong si Lance. C4 not on their hands here. EAS might possibly be spotted here, pero si Skies pa ata ang mapapasama. At ayun na nga ang rest back dito ni Jam 1v2. Naku po, it's a matter of segregation. Ang tanong ay magagawa niya kaya? Mukhang wala. At hindi niya yun magagawa. R7G, ang lapit na ma-equalize ng ating laban dito ngayon, Daydon.
Ayun na nga, Fervid might have been doing too much in that last round. No? I mean, credit to Nice Katol, ang ganda nung round before that. But this one, a little bit too much happening for Fervid. Hindi nila kinuha yung C4 eh. Looking to push down mid and crunch Rhea 7 GAON from behind. Ang kaso lang, alam nilang babalik din sa C4 eh, yung players ng Fervid. So they just held tight onto the bomb. And Fervid unable to do anything about it. So now the score 8-9. Fervid still just one round away from winning this set. But it feels far away. This defense from Rhea 7 GAON Mochi feels impenetrable.
Yeah. You would normally expect for Fervid to finish everything agad, no? Pero seems like R7G is looking into playing this for an overtime, even possibly a golden round because of how they are behaving right now. Been quite decisive into occupying the angles that we have here so far, and even Ari's getting some damage from the mid contestant na ginagawa din dito ni Zeke. And all the while though, grenade hindi to konekta, binato ni Ajax, but there is a possibility for them to try and push A site here.
There is. Si A. May control na dito ang Fervid, no? Lineups being brought up. by Aris. Nag-flash na nga rin sa may mid. Poking and prodding. May chance pa naman lumipat dito ng B ang mga players ng Fervid. Although it is a bit risky with Lemon holding bridge and a player down in RS. Pero mukhang babalik na nga towards LA ang mga players ng Fervid. Flashes coming on. Perfect para kay Lemon. The setup is there. Kailangan nilang panoorin si Lemon. And Lemon finds one. Takes down Skies. Pero buhay pa rin naman dito ang Fervid. Hudge trying to penetrate into the site. And it's Jam to make it happen.
Ooh! The triple kill has been crazy here ngayon. Si Zeke na lang ang naiiwan. There's two people on his butt. And ayun na nga. This set is gonna be won by Fervid Esports. Sayang, sobrang nalapit na sana ang ating paghabol dito for R7G. Pero yun nga lang nga hindi ito sapat. Lots of adjustment, lots of strategies being thrown out here by R7G, especially on the defense. But sometimes hindi lang talaga sumapat, no? Ang team Nilans kasi biro mo before we even ended this match. Parang almost get that 30 na si bro because over 25 kills na ang kanyang nakukuha.
Yes, almost 30 kills para dito kay Lance. Hindi talaga siya nagpapatalo even on the BL side. And at the end of the day, nung gipit dito ang Fervid, si Jam ang nagligtas sa kanila. No? Hindi sila makapasok in that site. But with the HK getting a massive 3K to open up the curtains essentially for Fervid and get the kills. To give them that win. So there you have it. Port, a map very hard fought for Rhea 7 GAON. But at the end of the day, nagkulang pa rin sila dito. No? So 2-0 win para sa Fervid. And they continue on with their success sa mga serye natin. Hindi na nila hinayaan na makaabot sa ating third map. But props to Rhea 7 GAON, man. That was still really, really close dito. Mochin, no? EAS, I mean, the man deserves credit. He did a lot of the work for Rhea 7 GAON. But ultimately, there was just too big of a lead for Fervid Esports.
Yeah, and I feel like yung talagang nagpasimuno din nun talaga si Lance, no? If EAS has been able to step up, binalik niya ito for like tenfold, which is been a crazy play here for Fervid themselves. There were some lapses, especially nung medyo nang gigil sila natapusin na maaga yung ating laban dito sa port. And in turn, nagkaroon ng chance si R7G na i-equalize yung numbers natin, pero hindi nila pinaabot sa ganung scenario, no? Hindi nila pinaabot na magkaroon tayo ng 8-8, ng 9-9, mag-overtime. No, tinapos ito agad Fervid, and it's been like, once again, sometimes it's not the mistakes, it's being caught off guard here for R7G. Nice try though, because we have seen some very good plays, especially dito kay Lemon, although minsan nagkakaroon ng sobrang push, sobrang extend, but we can see the reason why he is doing that. As much as possible, trying to deny that space dito sa ating LA, pero nagagawa ng paraan, nahahanapan ng butas. Ito ni Fervid, they try to put their attention sa bodega, namamataan nila yung kills na possible nilang ma-rack up sa bridge area natin, and even sometimes pushing all the way into GR spawn, which has been, wow. Nice try here for R7G, and hopefully that they can learn a lot from the series.
And I've learned one thing dito, Mochi, no? Every single BL round ng Fervid is an A hit. Ni isang beses, hindi sila nagpunta ng B site, no? It's either an LA push, a CA push, or a crunch from mid. Punta sila sa ilalim ng bridge, no? And then take that A site. But it has been the A site favor para dito sa Fervid, no? Which is quite interesting to note. And maybe something to remember for the teams na mga kalaban in the future ng Fervid, no? They like playing that A site. Usually, that is the case dito sa match serye nila against Rhea 7 GAON. And they struggled a little bit, no? I mean, Rhea 7 GAON, they were able to rack up so many rounds in that second half by sheer control. Yun nga, tina-challenge nila yung LA, they pushed down mid, but they were able to stretch Fervid almost into OT, no? 10-8 ang score natin dito, but a look into the numbers, look at who the highest KD player is, and it is Lance with a 2.0 KD, 2.5 KD rather, at 25 kills nga. si Lance dito for this round, which is mind-blowing considering how close this game is.
Parang never ko pa nakita na nagkaroon ng off game tong si Lance, no? Laging siya yung nagpa-pop up here in the not only in the series itself, even yung mga laban natin before this, ever since last week. But also, it is notable to point out na siya yung pinakamaraming utilities na ginagamit dito, specifically in terms of smokes, no? I feel like that is also a must-have, especially if you are on the sniper rule, alongside with some of your peers. But in terms of support, I really love how Haj and as well as Skies has been able to provide that kay Lance. Kasi I believe hindi nila mararack up yung gantong KD if Haj and Skies isn't by his side.
Yes. 10-8, Rhea 7 GAON. Unfortunately, unable to secure their map pick again this time, but at least it's a learning experience para sa kanila. No? There's still rounds in, of course, in the group stage. So, pwede pa naman makabawi dito ang Rhea 7. But Fervid walking away with another win. Let's see sino ang ating set MVP for this particular one. At yun na nga, it is Lance, of course, with a 2.5 KD, a 1.39 kill per round average, while still providing decent amount of utility for the team. Actually, insane numbers if you think about it for Lance, no? Very consistent, even in a match where dikit ang laban, nahihirapan silang makakill, makakita siyang Rhea 7, Lance still performs. Sabi mga Mochi, it's a very rare off day for Lance, and today is not one of those days. Today is the normal Lance where he gets the MVP.
Kumbaga pagka pumunta ka ng Jollibee, nag-order ka, just the usual, no?
Of
Just the
course.
usual performance din ang meron dito kay Lance ngayon. At ito nga pala ang kanyang mga naging highlights dito. I really like how decisive he is, especially when it comes to like picking every single corner here. Maaari niya mamataan yung ibang mga member dito from R7G, but it all boils down to the excessive firepower ng galing sa kanya. Pero na nga pala ang ating brief overview na kung ano ang tinamasa ng dalawang kampo natin. Isa ang panalo at yung isa ay talo, but that's part of life and that's part of fighting dito sa ating impactful. 10-1 sa sub-base and 10-8 support. Ang laki ng diferensya, no?
Yes.
So that just means that there has been decent growth na nanggaling din kay Rhea 7 GAON. It's just that hindi ito sumapat.
Yeah, and of course, Sport, a map that plays differently from sub-base, no? So, it kind of makes sense na medyo magkalayo ang diferensya ng score natin dito with Fervid seemingly honing their sub-base in particular para sa Impact this year, no? So, pulido talaga ang sub-base nila. But with Ports, Rhea 7 GAON, actually, their aggressive playstyle somewhat worked dito, no? EAS capitalizing the most. But ultimately, the lack of structure in their GR side is what made it hard for them to close this one out, no?
Yeah.
Yung BL, or rather, the lack of structure in the BL side, rather, dun sila nahirapan. 8-10 score natin dito. It was close, but it was not enough. So, Fervid take the cake in this series with a 2-0 win. So, dahil dyan, mas aangat sila sa group stage natin, or they might keep their place in the current standings. Tignan lang natin at the end of the day. But sino nga ba ang match MVP natin dito, Mochi? Is it going to be Lance? Is my big question. And I have a feeling that it might be. At yun na nga.
Ayan na.
Of course. 2.5 kg for the whole series.
Man, this dude is just crazy so far here in Impactful, no? I mean, I am trying to find for any more words, pero all that I can say about Lance is this dude is cracked. Mas especially in the sniper role himself. Bira natin siya nakikita na nag-rifle siya. I don't think na meron siyang naging highlight na puro rifles yung ginagamit. It's always the TRG. Pero let us check out ano nga ba ang nag-transpire sa ating laban na iyon, because dude is feeling himself even way back here in sub-base, habang gumagamit ng KSV and as well as ng chains ang kanyang mga kasama, feeling themselves and making the match entertaining. This dude is just focused on the goal of narrowing down the numbers dito sa R7G. Talagang nahihirapan sila na pumalag sa kanya.
Yun nga eh. And Lance still so confident even with just the USP. It's such a scary feat as a sniper. And yun na nga, Lance ever so consistent para dito sa Fervid. Kahit ng Masters, no, ganito pa rin yung trend. Lance usually taking the MVP in the series. So there you have it. Lance still performing at top level. And of course, Fervid winning another series in the books para dito sa group stage natin, no? So they will stay in contention for one of the top teams dito sa Impact and further establishing themselves as a team to be reckoned with, no? So there you have it, Fervid with a 2-0 win sa ating serye. And that concludes our second series for the day. Pero guys, meron pa tayong isa dito, no? It is another series for the concluder of the day natin. Meron pa tayo later on, which is going to be Blue Vortex and Kadiliman E-Sports for our final series.
Yeah.
Pero bago yun, magpapahinga muna kami ni Mochi ng saglitan lang, no? So this is still CFS PH Impact Fall 2025. We'll be right back after this.
revenge story sa ating mga nagduda sa isang taong purong dismayado. This is a team through grit and grind and years of experience. You can't really deny the greatness.
Good shot, gotta get X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God! Good shot, gotta get JC.
Drill gets one and two. Beautiful timing.
Pero Zefrax, uubusin na lang lahat.
Sa isang bala lamang, matutupad ang lahat ng pangarap.
Ko 0
At nagbabalik na tayo sa CFS PH Impact Fall. Sorry guys, natatawa ko kasi si Bipolar. Ang kulit kasi, pinapatawa ko eh. Pero Bipolar, nakita mo ba yung game kanina? Ang lupit ng Fervid going up against Rhea 7 GAON. Pero ngayon, dadako na tayo sa isa pang serya naman. And it is going to be a battle of... a battle of Blue Vortex going up against Kadiliman at pareho tong dalawang team na to, Bipolar, nag-iingay sa group stage.
Yeah, very much so. You know what? Blue Vortex is the team na talagang kaya gumawa ng milagro until the very end. Can go overtimes and is a long stretch kind of team. Pero Kadiliman is our number one in terms of ranking right now sa ating standings, and they are here not to play pero to win every time they do.
Yes, Kadiliman have yet to drop a single map sa ating standings, which is why they're currently rocking the number one spot dito, which is why they are definitely the benchmark. At least sa ngayon na early stages of the group stage tayo, sila ang may pinanghahawakan dito. But Blue Vortex, ang ganda ng performance nila over the past couple of days. No, granted, it hasn't been as clean as Kadiliman, but they are shaping up to be a formidable team. They look good. Bipolar. So, feeling ko itong serye natin naabot ng map number 3.
Yeah, I mean nakita na nga natin na puro tayo 2-0-0-2 pagdating sa ating mga mapa and on the first two matches of the day. This might just be it kasi alam naman natin na Blue Vortex is notorious for always getting that third map win despite them losing some of those games. They're still a worthy opponent, pero for Kadiliman, iba ata ang plano nila dito. They don't, parang gusto nila ituloy yung 2-0 streaks nila until the very end of Impact Fall.
Mahirap yun, no? It's not gonna be easy,
mahirap.
especially up against Blue Vortex. Tinalo nila yung Fervid in their last week matches. Pero tingnan muna natin anong mga mapa ang paglalaroan dito ng Kadiliman at Blue Vortex in the map Vito. And it is going to be, sabis picked up by Kadiliman and Blue Vortex pipiliin naman ang port. Dadako tayo sa Mexico 2 for map number 3. Sana mag-map 3, Bipolar!
Ay nako po, alam mo, we might be, kasi yung sub-base is a comfort pick of Kadiliman right now, and it is a very, very bad pick. Very, very bad map for Blue Vortex. Given that on week number 1 ata natin, Blue Vortex got 10-3 against AG. Pero ito, Kadiliman na kasi ito eh. So, mas confident dito ang Kadiliman. Blue Vortex, this is the map that they always win, wherein they always prosper. It's sport. So, they have, maganda yung map dito natin dito. Feeling ko talaga aabot tayo for the very first time in a decider kung saan Mexico 2 ang nakalagay doon.
Yes, it's all gonna boil down to performance. Of course, kung maalala natin, the difference that we've seen between these two teams is Alliance Gaming, Kadiliman, hindi pa natin nakikita itong team na to na mapuwersa sa overtime, na mapuwersa sa game 3 in the long stretch of things. Hindi pa natin nakikita kung gaano katatag ang mental dito ng Kadiliman. Pero Blue Vortex, we've seen that already, and we've seen them close out a map 3 overtime up against Fervid, at sila ang nanaig against a previously master tier team. Sila ang nanalo in a battle of endurance. So nakakatakot yun kung Kadiliman ka.
Yeah, I mean, kung ikaw yung Kadiliman dito, despite you have the rank number 1 spot, it's always naman na that number 1 spot will be battled or gusto pa rin kunin ng ibang teams. Pero right now, mukhang magbabago pala tayo dito. I mean, it's just a flash news, onting update tayo na hindi pala Mexico 2 yung decider natin, mukhang Ankara dito.
Sayang!
Sayang!
Excite na ako para sa Mexico too pero ito, dadako pa na tayo sa Ankara. So, our mistake guys, pasensya na. Pero ito ang ating tunay na maps for the best of 3 in this series. Ankara, ang map number 3 natin. Pero pareho pa rin naman yung first 2 maps. No? Sa base and port, where ang sa base magsisimula ang Blue Vortex. So, that's interesting. That shows to me na Blue Vortex also has something prepared for sub-base starting on the blacklist side. Dito naman sa port, BL side ang pinili ng Kadiliman. So, also interesting, as we just saw in the last series, no, mahirap talaga makapasok sa site when it comes to port, especially when you have a prominent sniper among the ranks of your opponents. So maybe may kakaibang strategiya ang Kadiliman in port.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams picking the spots na medyo bad to start off of, pero good to end off. So, para sa sub-base dito, sabi ng Blue Vortex, sige, kunin nyo na yung kasi nyo na yung first half GR side ng sub-base, basta kami tatapos yan. Pero for port naman, yun din naman sasabihin ng Kadiliman dito since they did pick that BL side first. Pero yeah, pagdating sa port, feeling ko despite Blue Vortex having this map in very good favor para sa kanila or has a great win probability for Blue Vortex, Kadiliman needs to step things up pagdating sa map number 2 natin just because, so nga sabi nila, ayaw nilang paabutin ng map number 3 ang mga series na ito.
Alright, ngayon, Bipolar, now that we've seen the maps, we've discussed the 2 teams. Tatanong ko na sa iyo ang napakahalagang tanong dito sa ating caster desk. Predictions! Siyempre, unahan na muna kita para may chance ka makapag-isip dyan. No? Of course, these 2 teams in the tournament format, no, ngayon lang ulit sila magkakatapat. So, it's kind of a guessing game, especially with the new meta, kung anong type of playstyle yung papakita nila. No? So, yeah. Just from the way that Blue Vortex has been able to stretch out the series and then win and then endure the likes of Fervid, I'm gonna give them a slight edge dito sa serye natin. No? I'm gonna give the score at 2-1 in favor of Blue Vortex. Ikaw ba, Bipolar? Anong nanonostra mo dyan?
Ako, I think I'm just gonna keep on rolling with my predictions since the very first matchup. No? I'll go 0 for Vortex, 2 for Kadiliman.
Okay!
Yeah.
So there you have it. 2-0 para kay Bipolar in favor of Kadiliman. Some very big predictions para kay Bipolar. Naku po, maghanda ka na sa comment section, Bipolar. Pero ito na ang ating predictions. 2-1 for me in favor of Blue Vortex at 2-0 para kay Bipolar in favor of Kadiliman. At guys, ipakita nyo dyan sa comments kung sino ba ang team na sinusuportahan nyo, kung sino ba ang player na inyong sinusuportahan. At kung may mga katanungan kayo, make sure to lay it out in the comment section. Bipolar and I will try our best to read them out loud and to answer them as well kapag nagkaroon tayo ng pagkakataon, at nandiyan naman yan sa pinned comments down below. Syempre, lagay nyo na rin kung may gusto kayo pa shoutout, no? Habang may mga rounds tayo na sila set up pa, we will try our best na isingit yan at i-shoutout ang mga friends ninyo dyan. Tingnan natin, meron bang nagpapa-shoutout dyan? Si Salvatore, ang sipag sa comment section natin. Shoutout kay Salvatore, who is of course one of our resident caster dito sa Crossfire. Medyo natatawa ka dyan, Bipolar. May nakita ka bang comments?
Wala, kasi narinig ko, dediretso na tayo dito sa sub-base.
Yes!
No more dilly-dallying. Papasok tayo kung saan magpupush dito si Just Real on the woods and might see 3 players coming in from the side of BV or Blue Vortex. Magkakadikit ang ating mga players dito. Hank Shu is one of the players na kailangan din nating bantayan because he is a pop-off king pagdating sa Kadiliman. For BV, nandiyan naman si Ephraim and si Zib 777. Nakita natin siya last time on Compound 2 kung saan siya ang nagdala ng mapa na yun.
And of course, Hang Shu, you mentioned mahilig mag-pop off, but this time smacked off by Ephraim. Jezreel nakahanap ng pick-off off of that Woods play. And I like this play actually from Kadiliman, no? Taking a page out of the nice Gatol playbook. Taking control of Woods early on with the close crossfire from Jezreel and Hank Shu. Pero nabasa agad ng Blue Vortex, no? So, a quick trade of kills dito sa early part ng round natin. Soulcast, pinush na nga yung smoke. Dips his toes in the kills and takes down Jezreel. And now it's a 4v3 in favor of Blue Vortex.
I like this play coming in from Blue Vortex. Xerxes already in that CR position coming in from Vents. Pero si RTA, papalitan niya muna yung dalawang players na namatay dito, which is Hankshu and si Jestrel. Inverse the sniper of Blue Vortex stepping towards lockers here, trying to check if somebody might peek. At may kita rin niya ata doon na si Jessan. But RTA behind them all, parang magkaibigan lang sila dito. Hoy! Tignan mo, oy pare, nandiyan ka pala? Andito pala ako, hindi niyo ba ako napapansin? Kasi double kill yung makuha niya before he falls down. Xerxes from CR takes care of one, but it's a 1v1 right now as Silent able to pick up Inverse, pero mag-isa lang dito sa Xerxes. He is outside near forklift. So Zylan here in MR, di niya ata mapapansin, di niya ata masisipat as Xerxes peeks out to MR. Silent is there to fall down. What a blunder doon sa ating lockers, but Xerxes able to capitalize and get one round for BV.
Xerxes playing with a lot of patience to get that 1v1 going for his favor. Ito na nga, flashes coming through for MR. Si Zib na huli, taken down by Silent, and the aggression continues for
Yeah, grabe talaga Didom, na it's becoming such a spectacle sa ating teams. First round pa lang mapapa-speechless ka na agad sa ating mga labanana. A lot of movement towards mid as well. Inverse leading his team towards Shutter. There goes the flash grenade. Soulcast also is gonna be just looking towards CR. Pero smoke pala yung nilabas nila doon. Hankshu nandito ngayon sa may luwag, waiting for Xerxes to jump in. At mamamatay na nga siya. That is a beautiful kill para sa kanila, but they're all in sikip. Just real inaabangan dito in missile. Efraim, ako po, boss F, able to get a headshot on towards Jestrel at nauubos bigla ang Kadiliman. Jessan is the last player for that side, and he will able to get one kill dito sa mid on towards Woods now. Moving his way, stepping towards luwag. Soulcast, malapit na nga dito para mag-shoutcast na siya ang last killer of round number 2. Dead round muna tayo for round number 3. But yeah, Didom, 2-0 agad tayo dito for BV.
And Blue Vortex, hindi sila takot lumaban, no? Zib, even going down early, hindi ininda ng Blue Vortex, no? Palag-palag pa rin. And after the fact, they take control of CR and then they take control of the round. 2-0 start for Blue Vortex. Nakakatakot talaga kalaban tong Blue Vortex, eh, no? Kadiliman have to adjust to their playstyle. Kasi when it comes to drawn-out battles, when it comes to duels, parang malabong manalo against Blue Vortex.
Yeah, I mean, ang ganda talaga ng ginagawa dito ng Vortex despite that first mistake or first blunder nung nasa locker sila in round number 1. Them taking control of that wood position or that wood area sa ating mapa leads them to multiple angles. Pwede sila mag-shutter, pwede sila mag-CR, and again, kung nakikita nga ng ating mga viewers, Kadiliman, hindi sila masyado na naglalagay ng presensya ng GR on that CR position, which just means na easy firing range na lang to kaila Efraim, kaila Inverse towards that position in missile. And yun nga yung nangyari doon. It was parang isa-isa na lang sila nawawala.
Yeah, drastically different approach from the previous series ng Fervid, no, in sub-base, where ang daming posisyon na nilalagay para doon sa CR and sa vents, no. So a little bit of a different approach para dito sa Kadiliman that they can very well still change dito sa ating first few rounds ng sub-base. So madami pa naman silang round para mag-adjust, no, try and address the space creation na meron dito ang Blue Vortex. But so far, the difference maker, Bipolar, has been that dueling talaga. I mean, nakita naman natin, the idea is correct for Kadiliman. Pinush nila yung MR, nakuha nila si Zib. Should have been their round dahil 5v4 na, no? Pero the rotation towards the other side, hindi in-expect dito ng Kadiliman. And it has just been the mid-rounding that's making the difference as well for Blue Vortex, no? Parang when it comes to instinct, mas maganda ang talima dito ng Blue Vortex. So they have to improve on that mid-rounding, and perhaps this is the best time to address that habang nag-iintay pa tayong ayusin yung ating rounds, no? Ang Kadiliman have to be maybe a little bit more safe, either more safe or more creative para dito sa kanilang playstyle to catch Blue Vortex unaware of their playstyle.
I mean, feeling ko they should play default muna for now
Maybe,
in the first
yes.
couple of rounds kasi nakukulangan nga talaga tayo ng presensya on especially the mid part of the map, yung papunta sa woods or papunta sa CR, just because it provides a lot of options para sa BV. Pero ngayon, may kita natin, there is some people pushing towards MR. Silent, able to spot out Boss F, na wala na agad dito sa mapa natin, and he has control of MR. At dahil dyan, lumabas bigla si RTA into Forklift Hangshu in his comfortable spot here in Luwag. A lot of skirmishes already, Daydom, pero Zib already half HP.
Zib, di pa rin siya tapos mag-push dito, no? Still poking and prodding dito sa may Luwag, at bukas na naman ang second mid kanina, paving the way for a potential push mula sa Blue Vortex, pero hindi nila pinansin. Nagbigay silang attention towards Luwag instead. Back to the default matapos malaglag ni Boss F, no? So eto na, good start for Kadiliman, taking control of MR. At yun na nga, no? They take early control of certain parts of the map, take a kill, back out. This is the default that we're looking for Kadiliman, and it's so far working out. 5-man still strong on the defense with a man advantage.
Yeah, this default play kasi ang isa na lang na hindi nila pwede bigyan masyadong pansin is from passage. So pag hindi nila you can always hold that out with the player na nasa B side, which is RTA, which gives him a lot more things to think about. Pero this is the default play that you want from Kadiliman. Medyo tahimik ang ating labanan. They're moving their players towards MR. So baka si Silent na naman ang makikita ng mga players dito. Pero with him lower than 50% HP, baka mapunteriya agad siya dito. Especially na mauuna sa labanan is gonna be Sib. They have the C4. All eyes on Xerxes and Silent. Xerxes kasi nasa mid pa din, nasa second mid towards wood. Able to get spotted out, and he will fall down into the hands of Jestrel. RTA will get the kill. Silent makakapabangan pa nga sa second floor, and Hangshu also, despite being out from B, nakalipat na agad siya, and it's all up to Inverse kung nasan nga ba siya. Nagkaikutan tayo dito. Pati si Inverse, he was in MR, pero ngayon nasa woods na siya. What a turn of events.
Now he's all alone. Inverse. Okay. Timingan pa nga si Jess Sandon, looking at Jezreel. But this all is hopeless kasi this is gonna be the round either way for Kadiliman. There you have it! Finally securing a round and taking advice from you, Bipolar. Sabi mo, mag-default sila, and they did. Nakakuha sila ng kill, no? After that, nag-default na, and Kadiliman playing safe. All they needed to do was just that. Hindi na kailangan mag-push na after the fact, no? And it worked out. Wonders for them because they had the man advantage. Ang ganda ng depensa nila in that B site, no? Hindi nakapasok ang Blue Vortex, and that's basically all you need to do on the GR side dito sa sub-base, no? No need to be too crazy. And that's also demonstrated by the last series, no? You don't have to be too aggressive on the defensive side to catch your opponents off guard. Just play it standard, and it works.
Yeah, I mean, kailangan din talaga nila gawin muna to para mapakiramdaman yung Blue Vortex. Blue Vortex is a squad na talagang will go right into your face. Talagang haharapin ka kahit ano pang laban yan. Despite them being low in HP or low in player count, dediretso ang Blue Vortex. So with this default play, Kadiliman has a lot of things to play, has a lot of ways to play out the rounds. Tulad nga na kanina, nung third round natin Daydom na nag-default play na rin yung Blue Vortex. Sabi nila, let's go to MR, pasukin natin yung side na to. Alam natin si Silent very much low. Pero it provided Kadiliman na habulin agad ni Hangshu kahit nasa B-side pa siya or he's coming in from Luwag. This is a good round for Kadiliman. Pero Blue Vortex with a point advantage still, pwede pa sila magbigay ng isang round para at least tie game. Tapos doon nila gulatin ulit yung Kadiliman. Ephraim has been on point every time, as well as Zib. I want to see more from these players. Siguro yung mga sniper pa lang natin dito yung hindi pa masyado nagpapakitang gilas.
Yeah, and more to your point, no, usually when they perform, the players you mentioned, si Boss F tsaka si Zib, no, it's usually an indication of how the whole team performs. And more importantly for Zib, no, kasi si Zib yung mabigat mag-peak, very heavy on the contact play. Pag nagpi-peak siya, he will always peak consecutively. So a lot of the success of the team really is dictated by how much Zib is able to get from those early fights. At doon natin talaga makikita, no, kung gaano gaano magiging successful on each particular side dito yung team nila. So, we're gonna have to keep a lookout on how Zib performs for the team this time around, and kung mapapa-success niya ba ang Blue Vortex this time in sub-base. Pero ito na, balik na ulit tayo sa sub-base, and let's see if Blue Vortex can keep their lead up against Kadiliman, currently standing 2-1 in favor of Blue Vortex. And
Let's
again,
go.
another heavy default, pero hindi na magpupush sa MR dito ang players ng Kadiliman.
Yeah, they wanna go and try their luck dito sa A site muna, no? Inverse, trying to peek out the second mid, as well as Ephraim and the entirety of BV. Malapit ang depensa ng Kadiliman. Jastril is just so close by. Hindi sila papasok without a flash. Ephraim with a kill. At dahil dyan, pwede na sila pumunta ng shutters. Pero there's still a presence mula sa Kadiliman. Si Jezan nasa CR. So the smoke providing them a lot of cover. Pero look at RTA peeking out. So dry that it is so itchy para kay Zib. Ephraim, gusto niya makakita rin ng kalaban dito, kaso nga lang siya ang mabibigyan ng mga bala. He is low in HP. RTA peeking out again. Might see some people, pero si Hangshu activates as well. 1 kill para sa kanya. He gets taken care of. Inverse ngayon, and as well as Soulcast. Despite that lost advantage sa second mid, bigla tayong naging 3v3. As Inverse is 1 HP, si Silent hindi bumabadya. Actually just holding B-site despite the multiple actions na nangyari dito sa second mid.
Yes, the 3v3 Inverse down to 1 HP, but the bomb not planted yet. Hindi pa rin makapag-desisyon ang Blue Vortex. Saan nga ba sila tutungo? A or B? No information! At nakakagat na dito si RTA. Nakita na siya ni Sershi. The trade of kills. Silent picks up Sershi. But down sa 1v1. Si Inverse manggagaling sa Sikip. Still 1 HP. Kinuha na nga yung sniper. A good decision from Inverse to try and play this off against Silent. Alam niya ng informasyon. Playing from CR. But the thing is, 45 seconds is a lot of time. Inverse can bait it out with Silent na nakahawak ng HK dito. And the C4 not planted yet. Pwede pa siyang lumipat into B side potentially. Pero pag hindi siya gumalaw, he could run out of time, Bipolar.
I mean, I like the play coming from Silent. Pwede siya lumipat ng B, pwede siya lumipat dito sa A, pero ang kailangan niya lang ay tumutok dito sa woods and take care of that sniper na nasa kamay ni Inverse. 2-2 po tayo already in this sub-base. And parang it's everybody's game right now, Didum.
Zib, papasok na nga agad siya dito sa MRs, denying Silent of the early control. At yun na nga, sabi mo nga, Bipolar, game is tied between these two. At kitang-kita mo naman kung gaano kahigpit ang kadikit ang laban natin. With both teams playing safe. Hinahanap nila kung nasan yung sniper potentially, kung nasaan si Jessan. So far, kung papansin mo, Polar, Blue Vortex have been doing a good job of avoiding Jessan, which is crucial. Jessan is so impactful to the playstyle of Kadiliman. So mahalaga na mahanap muna ng Blue Vortex kung nasaan yung sniper, tas lumayo tayo dun kay Jessan.
That's the right play. Hindi mo talaga dapat muna bigyan ng advantage dito to Jessan. And by the way, Cersei, nag-quick pick lang doon towards second mid. Nakakuha nga siya ng patay and he finds Jessan once again. I was just about to say na wallbang niya nga doon si Jessan or napaahan niya with the skirmish in second mid. Pero nahanap niya all the way to passage with just a pistol. So this is gonna be a crucial anywhere. Kahit saan pa pumunta ditong BV, it's gonna be free entry for them kasi wala namang sniper dito ang Kadiliman. A big push mula kay Cersei here in CR. He needs to be careful. Pero big presence mula sa Kadiliman dito sa second mid. Cersei spots him out and able to get one. Can he capitalize on more kills dito? RTA very much scared kasi nandito na si Ephraim. He falls down one more for the side of BV. Pero nandito na si Kadiliman, able to spot out one. Silent as well. Hangshu activates. Pero mag-isa lang dito si Hangshu. 1v2 situation. Zib, first contact. Inverse joins the fight. Hangshu falls down.
Wow, Inverse and Zib to close it out for Blue Vortex. At sinasabi ko nga, Bipolar, the moment that they spot out where Jessan is, iwasan na lang. Ang nagkataon pa, they take him down early. A perfect start for Blue Vortex. And they were able to easily sweep the round afterwards, no? RTA this time in missile. Good taps onto the head of Zip to take down that entry of Blue Vortex. Ayan na nga si Jessan to take down Inverse and Silent with a big lurk. Suddenly, Blue Vortex down to the last two players. And Ephraim stuck inside the site. Si Soulcast, hawak-hawak yung C4 dito, and it is a 2v5. Barely any utility for Boss F and Soulcast. Hindi na nga, pinupush na sila dito sa luwag, and Hangshu with the double kill. Tahimik si Hangshu hanggang ngayon, and Kadiliman equaling the score.
What a play coming in from Kadiliman. At medyo naging overconfident doon ng BV. Bigla sila nagbigay ng butas para pasukan dito ng Kadiliman. And again, it looks like tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang laban. Kasi sabi ni Silent, I can get 2 kills, Cersei. All the way papunta sa outer, able to spot out RTA. So not a bad trade. Still a 3v3 as Zib takes care of Silent dito sa MR. And balik tayo sa default play mula sa Kadiliman. Nag-aantay pa rin sila dito. Second mid, Jessan. Very much more aggressive than before. Pero BV not taking the bait dito sa second mid. They're moving towards Zib right now. Papunta sa MR. So Inverse, all things lie on his push. And as well as Zib, somebody close in lockers. It's gonna be Hangshu once again. He is the Slayer. So might not want to approach that. Pero this is a good hold for Kadiliman despite a 3v3 situation.
Jessan still alive, no? So you have to be careful of that A position. Flash is coming through. Si Jestril, nahuli si Zib. And that is Kadiliman spotting the last two players of Blue Vortex. Inverse waiting for a peek.
Uy!
And the shot not connecting from Cersei. Pero okay lang, the USP is still good to take down Jessan. 2v2 tayo yon. Cersei holding on to the TRG. And the C4. Papunta sa B-site, magkahiwalay sila dito, Cersei. Nakita na nga ni Jezreel. Blue Vortex. That is not good. The 1v2. Mag-isa na lang ngayon si Inverse. Hawak-hawak yung C4 coming in from CR. Hindi nila alam. Nasikip na. Nakataas yung granada nila dito. Uy! Muntik nang makahuli si Inverse. Pero buti na lang na Spider-Man doon ni Jezreel at Hangshu. Lalayo muna and waiting for the C4 plant instead.
This is a crazy fight. Kanina 3v3, naging 2v2, ngayon naging 2v1 in favor of Kadiliman. 30 seconds into the timer. Let's get right into the action. Resetting the time as the 40 seconds clock in. Coming in from Passage. Hangshu and Jezreel in dark room. Muna si Inverse. Una niya makikita si Hangshu. Pero kahit nakatalikod pa siya, he jumps around like a rabbit. At pinatay dito si Inverse. What a round once again para sa Kadiliman.
What a round. At ika nga ng tropa ko, what a movement from Hangshu doon to get the kill in the final moments of that round, denying Inverse of even the 1v1, no? Speaking of Inverse, na popcorn, half HP agad si Idol. And now, it's a 5v5, but Inverse is holding on to the sniper. Uy! Jessan! Nakahanap ng sniper. Shot onto Cersei. And by Passage player, mula dito sa Kadiliman to try and even out the odds. For Blue Vortex. Si Soulcast looking for a kill, drawing attention with a smoke play. Pero hindi siya makakahanap. So, Blue Vortex down one man after a nice shot on the sniper from Jess.
Di pa kumakagat ang BV ngayon. Still just waiting for that mistake na Kadiliman will make. Two players on second mid. Zib now moves towards vents. Pero papunta rin naman doon si Jezreel. Good grenade possible. Here in Luwag as well. Lot of action. Lot of grenades being expensed. And now he falls down from the vents. Zib gets taken care of mula kay RTA. Biglang headshot na lang yon. Some shots being taken. Jessan with a kill onto Inverse. 2v5 situation. Soulcast dito sa mid. Putting him some damage to the shutter, able to get 2 kills. Pero mag-isa lang si Ephraim. He's all the way at MR at this is not a good look coming in from BV kasi hiwa-hiwalay sila sa set na ito. Some shots being eaten by Ephraim. One more to take him to his grave. Jessan is back.
And Kadiliman finally find a solid lead. 5-3 as we head deeper into the last round of this first half. Sigurado ng lamang ang Kadiliman paglipat nila sa BL side at papasok na ulit ng emergency Jestriel. Nice flash to come in to support Hangshu. Ephraim is down. Si Zib nakasilip sa bintana ng MR, will almost take a kill, pero si Jestriel yung matitake down si Inverse dito. Kadiliman taking all the kills in the world, and Zib going down as well to the hands of Jessan the sniper. 2 players left for Blue Vortex.
Ay, naku po, nasa second mid pa sila. So this is a long journey for Soulcast and Cersei. Jessans pass them out, peaks once again. Able to get the shot onto Cersei. Isang granada sa paa dito ni Soulcast. Samahan mo pa ng multiple bala. Maraming bara. 6-3 agad tayo dito. Ay, naku po, stop me. Stop me, daddy. Oh my goodness.
Teka, kalma lang, Bipolar. Kasi,
oh my God.
guys, nagwawala na si Bipolar because Jessan is alive. He's back. He's back in the
Grabe
server, and he is alive and kicking. Inuubos na nila ang players dito ng Blue Vortex, and Jessan is instrumental dito sa success talaga ng Kadiliman. When you let him off the leash, Jessan will take over. And sabi nga nung kanta, no, he's taking over.
Man, Jessan, I mean, he is back. Kanina, inaabangan natin na palaging tawag dito. Inaabangan natin na Blue Vortex is gonna be not going towards the sideline of Jessan. Pero si Jessan na mismo ang gumawa ng paraan para siya ang makita ng kalaban. He was pushing out into passage towards Forklift every time towards MR as well para lang makita siya ng easy pick-off. At dahil doon parang nasira bigla yung momentum na nakuha dito ng Blue Vortex. Kanina, they're up by 2. Now, they're down by 3, and that is not a good sign in the first half. 6 rounds agad nakuha dito ng Kadiliman as GR side. That is the perfect outcome that you could ever get mula sa sub base.
Yes, lalo na sa ganito kadikit na laban, no? So Kadiliman, it feels like nagpainit lang ang mga players ng Kadiliman dito, but Blue Vortex, they will switch over towards the GR side this time around. So theoretically, their snipers are gonna have an easier time of looking for targets as well. Speaking of which, it's one sniper only in the hands of Cersei. Nahanap niya rin yung angulo sa may second mid, pero muntikan na siyang tumama doon. Unfortunately, wala siyang natamaan. So it is still a 5v5 with Kadiliman looking for a bit of a passage play with Silent.
Silent battlefield though for both squads now in the second half. Here in vent, Cersei might get the kill, and he does. Silent immediately out of the picture dito sa ating labanan. Hangshu na po, peeking out with a grenade in his hands, able to get the shot onto Zeb. Now, all of A site is so clear para dito sa BV natin, para sa Kadiliman natin. And even Jessan, able to spot him doon sa maliit na pixel na nasa vents. RTA with a second. It's 2 players left for Blue Vortex. What is happening for Kadiliman? They are out of their minds. Tignan mo si Jessan, nandun pa nga on the other side of the map. Hangshu, inverse, reversive movements will be there. Pero Hangshu with the kill. Mamamatay naman si RTA. So it's a 1v1 out of nowhere. Hangshu in a great spot. Nasa taas lang siya ng box. Hangshu! Andito! There's no more time. Hangshu with the movement.
Oh my goodness, Hangshu, ngayon ko lang nakita yon. Toying with his opposition. Didn't even need to fire a shot, pero sa ngayon, sabi ni Inverse, bawal ka na gumalaw. As Inverse takes him down early, si Cersei naka-sniper din to take down RTA. 2 players of Kadiliman immediately down. And just like that, Blue Vortex give themselves a massive advantage. Yung bomba medyo malayo pa nga, no? They should be able to retrieve it soon enough. But it is hard to push sub-base when you only have 3 people left standing. Lalo na pag dalawa na lang. Inverse takes down Jestril already. And now, the C4 about to get retrieved by Jessan. But Siren is all alone, waiting for a potential lurk mula dito sa vents. And si Soulcast manggagaling mula sa malayo, ha. Almost spots out Jessan as well. And from luwag, kailangan i-take down to ni Jessan. Pero si F hindi nakita. And yun na rin si Silent to be taken down by another sniper shot from Cersei. Blue Vortex answer right back 4-7.
Yeah, but a big play now for Blue Vortex. Ang ganda yung pickoffs nila doon, 2 kills agad. Might go for another one here in round number 12. Hangshu will spot some people out. Ephraim just real silent, all wounded. Big flashes, big presence mula sa MR. DV ngayon needs to stabilize. Masyado asa na sila go over aggress. Pero nandun naman si Soulcast with a double triple kill. Doon kay RTA Cersei. Nandito pa rin sa mid. Jessan galit na galit. Nasaan yung mga kampi ko? Sabi ni Soulcast, anong paki ko? Kahit mamatay ako, ubos pa rin kayo. Tatlo buhay para sa Blue Vortex. Isa na lang si Jessan. And with the shots from the HK puts him down in the grave. 5 rounds for BV.
Yes. 5 rounds in. 2 rounds away from evening things out. But the way has been clear so far. Dire-diretso sila, no? Pero ito na, sasabak na si Silent. Pipigilan silang pumasok in MR. RTA there as well. Silent good for 2. A quick 180 to deny that passage push from Inverse. Pero si Zib sasagot. Jessan is down. No more sniper from the ranks of Kadiliman. Si Searchy buhay pa naman. Playing around the site. Now down to 1 HP. Is the USP enough? The answer is no. Si Zib na lang ang buhay para sa Blue Vortex. And it's a 1v2 for Zib.
Zib coming in for the clutch para at least 6 rounds na dito ang BV. Here comes the plant mula kay Jasril. They're all on B side. So tama ang position ng dito ni Zib. Will go to lockers. Una niyang makikita si Jasril. Needs to be aware na nasa likod siya ng box. Able to get the headshot. RTA na second floor. Zib just 1 bullet away from him falling down. 20 seconds sa clock natin. Pero RTA with another, what a round for Kadiliman at Dedom. 8 points na agad dito ang ating BL side.
Yeah, 2 rounds away from taking sub-base against Blue Vortex. Kadiliman. Oh, Searchy! Nahuli na naman si Hangshu. At wala na agad yung isang player dito ng Kadiliman. The sniper shot has been nasty from Searchy, particularly on this GR side. At nararamdaman na yun ni Hangshu ngayon. Si Jezreel din, nararamdaman yung hagupit ng mga sniper dito ng Blue Vortex. And the C4 not moving yet. At least is still in possession of Kadiliman. 4 players strong. Up against 5 of course. Mukhang lilipat na sila papuntang luwag or second mid dito, Bipolar.
Mukhang ito nga talaga ang plano dito ng ating Kadiliman. They're going towards luwag. No defense whatsoever mula sa BV. Si Zib lang nandito with the HK. Will get the possible shots here onto Silent. Moves towards the left side pero na-overwhelm na nga siya dito ng RTA. The shots also connecting doon sa CR. Able to get 2. Oh my goodness, coming in from RTA. He gets that kill onto Ephraim. Now it's a 3v2 situation kung saan si Inverse and Soulcast malapit na sa second mid. Soulcast throwing a lot of grenades toward the site. So isang distraction lang to with the bomb not being planted yet. This is a hard time for Kadiliman kasi nandito na si Soulcast. Mamamatay siya pati na rin si Inverse. What a play. 4 kills para kay RTA.
RTA inarkeo yung Blue Vortex with 4 kills to his name. And Kadiliman now 1 round away from securing sub-base. 9-5 up against Blue Vortex in the turnaround round where RTA gets 4 kills. Mukhang sila na ang kakagat sa Blue Vortex. Sila na ang uubos sa lahi ng Blue Vortex. At mukhang hindi sila babagal dito. 4 players playing up against Woods. At mukhang papasok na sila papunta sa A-site. May isang naiwan sa likod. Si Silent naghahanap ng kill. Pero yung C4, nilalakad na dito ni Hangshu. Si Zib, malapit. The flash is there. The pistol is out. And the USP is good for that entry. Frag, si RTA na naman ang sasabak laban kay Sir F. At si Soulcast, makakahanap ng isa. Silent is down. But Missile still in control for Kadiliman.
Grabe talaga yun. That unbeatable strat mula kay Hangshu. Flash sa kamay, tas diretso gamit lang yung USP. This man can enter luwag just alone. At ngayon naiipit na sila. Yung BV natin dito hindi aware na nasa likuran. Si Jessan. Hangshu activates 1. Might go for the second. Second kill will be claimed by Jessan. Pero third for RTA. 10 ang rounds dito ng ating Kadiliman, which means sila ang ating set 1 winner.
Oh my goodness, Kadiliman. What a performance 10-5. Akala ko magiging dikit yung laban paglipat natin ng second half. Pero
Yeah.
hindi na pinaandar, hindi na pinagalaw ang Blue Vortex and RTA coming online. Wow. Parang I can see the gears moving. I can see the pieces moving one by one. At pag lahat sila gumalaw na, talagang tuloy-tuloy na ang Kadiliman. 10-5. What a win in that half. On the BL side, no less, truly impressive from Kadiliman.
Yeah. It's so impressive, man, na ganito sila gumalaw. Palaging pag nakikita natin na they go to A side, palaging may nandun si Jessan all the way from MR, iniikot yung B side papunta sa likuran ng mga players natin na nasa CR, and just good shots nonetheless. Pero for BV, man, it was a formidable start. Sobrang ganda ng simula dito ng BV. Nakikita natin si Ephraim, si Zib, and as well as si Soulcast making wonders. Even Cersei, sinabi mo nga nung nasa GR side na sila, he was getting those crucial pickoffs kay Jessan or kay Hank Shu on the other side of the map. So that's an easy conversion pa din sa start of those second halves. Kaso nga lang, in terms of closing out, kapag nasa BL side na ang buong Kadiliman, nako po, they are unstoppable.
And they felt like so, no? After the first couple of rounds kung saan nakasagot pa ang Blue Vortex, wala na. Kadiliman started taking over, and they showed us why they picked this map, no? That BL side, absolutely deadly. Right there with their GR side and sub base, another map kung saan kailangan nyo atang iban up against Kadiliman, no? So there you have it, sub base looking very deadly for Kadiliman, and of course the players, the set pieces na meron dito ang Kadiliman, still there, still absolutely consistent. And of course you've got to address the sniper of Kadiliman dito, always so consistent, Jessan. And where there are days where Hank Shu pops off, where RTA pops off, where Silent pops off, pero mukhang ngayon nagkaroon sila ng tigi-tigisang oras in the spotlight, and it was just on all 5 cylinders. Kadiliman was firing, and si Blue Vortex yung katapat nila. Unfortunately, Blue Vortex nasagasaan dito sa subbase.
Yeah, it's actually crazy na nakikita nga natin sila, and we could definitely see kung ano nga bang ina-explain natin dito, where in the diretso lang ang Blue Vortex nung first round, they were able to overwhelm ang buong Kadiliman. Pero once nakapag-adjust na ang ating Kadiliman, when nag-default play na sila, they are taking control of the game slowly but surely. These were the shots na talagang so detrimental para manalo sila dito. RTA popping off, Silent as well, Hank Shu with the plays talaga na hindi mo aakalain will work. Kadiliman is always gonna be on top dito sa sub-base. So with BV putting this for a possible pick ng Kadiliman, it was just from the get-go, parang Kadiliman sabi nila dito, we got this.
And they did. And they were right. 10-5 score natin. I want to see yung ano natin dito yung tail of the tape na set summary para makita kung ilan yung dire-diretsong panalo ng Kadiliman, no? Kasi after the first couple of rounds dun sa BL side nila, nag-pop off si RTA, tapos dire-diretso na dito ang players ng Kadiliman. At yun na nga, actually 3 rounds in a row lang pala yun, no? 2 puntos pa ang nakuha ng Blue Vortex in that second half. But after that, wala na. I haven't found a single round after the fact, and it was Kadiliman at si RTA with a 2.38 KD. Wow! Actually, rocking the top of the scoreboard para dito sa Kadiliman E-Sports.
Grabe talaga si RTA, really pushing every people coming in from Blue Vortex down to the ground. Yung headshot niya almost 50 pa nga pero look at this, Hank Shu and Silent, 0.58, man. That is something to look at. Crazy. And for the first time, we can definitely see na one of the squads na gumagamit talaga ng set plays with the smokes and all of that is gonna be Kadiliman. Looking at 3 players right now na talagang 0.40 and above yung kanilang smokes per round. Pero sa Blue Vortex, some light of day pa rin naman, 0.69 na headshot rating kay Soul Class plus a 1.08 na KD. Blue Vortex, despite them just getting 5 rounds, hindi pa sila out of the picture totally. They can come back, especially pagdating sa port kung saan alam natin na that is their map.
Of course, and as a map that is very sniper heavy, no, I think mas pabor sa GR side ng Blue Vortex dahil sila yung nagdo-double sniper, no. Kadiliman usually only plays the singular sniper in the hands of Jessan. So Blue Vortex, I think they will have a bit of an upper hand pagdako natin sa GR side nila on port. Pero dito muna tayo sa sub-base, no? Sino nga ba MVP? And I have a guess, it's RTA. There it is. 2.38 KD, 1.27 kill per round. Lagpas sigurado ka eh. Lagpas sigurado ka na magkakaroon ng isang kill kada round, at least si RTA in this round. And it's mighty impressive. RTA, anong nakain kayang umagahan itong si Bossing at ganito ang score niya?
Iba talaga maaga ata dinner ni RTA kaya busog-lusog. But right now, let's look at the highlights. The mighty boy himself, it's RTA with the M14 from the get-go, from start to finish. This man was able to capitalize despite him always getting outnumbered, just like in this site alone. Talagang dire-diretso lang man si RTA. He is a force para sa Kadiliman.
Absolutely. And I think ito yung naging key para may tuloy-tuloy ng Kadiliman yung advantage nila, no, dito sa round number 5, kung saan tablado yung laban. That's when they started pulling ahead of Blue Vortex. Pero that concludes sub-base. Pagbalik namin, it is going to be port between Kadiliman and Blue Vortex. Daedom and Polar nga pala para sa Impact Fall. Magbabalik kami. Huwag kayong mawawala.
This is a team through grit and grind, through years of experience. You can't really deny the greatness.
Good shot, gotta get X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God! Good shot, gotta get JC.
Drill gets 1 and 2. Beautiful timing.
Pero Zefrax, uubusin na lang lahat.
Sa isang bala lamang, matutupad ang lahat ng
Welcome back to Impact. Kami pa rin ang kasama nyo for today's video. Ako nga pala si Daydom with the one and only Bipolar for our third and final series of the day. Blue Vortex dropping sub-base up against Kadiliman. 5-10 yung score natin kanina, no? Ang ganda ng performance ng Kadiliman. Do you think they can do the same thing to Port, Polar?
I think it's gonna be a harder time for Kadiliman kasi yung first map natin kanina was Kadiliman's pick, and alam naman natin na they are one of the teams na talagang kayang laruin ng sub-base from GL to from BL to GR side. Pero pagdating naman sa Port, I think it's another story na a BV naman ang mananaig sa dulo, just because they've been so dominating pagdating sa mapang ito. Kaya nilang tumagal ng todong-todo, and kapag may pressure na ina-apply ang other teams, saka nagpo-prosper ang buong Blue Vortex squad.
Of course, they are a team that likes playing under pressure, no? Pero kanina parang overwhelming yung pressure ng Kadiliman, no? So this time, let's see if they can take the upper hand here in Port. Maganda pa nga panimula nila, ha? They're going into GR. Kumbaga sinabi ng Kadiliman, sige na, sa inyo na yung mapa, sa inyo na rin yung GR site, no? So this is a perfect opportunity for Blue Vortex to turn things around sa series natin. But it makes you wonder, bakit ibibigay ng Kadiliman yung GR? Bakit nila pipiliin yung blacklist side dito sa Port kung saan mahirap talaga makapasok sa site, no? So nakakatakot yung prospect na yun. Parang power move from Kadiliman E-Sports yun, eh.
Yeah, I mean, totoo yun. I mean, ang dahil dun, with this might just be a 2-0 for Kadiliman, or this might be the very first time na magiging 3-game series ang ating Kadiliman just because of Blue Vortex. Pero why not talk about it kapag nandyan ang ating mga players sa ating server? We're going straight into Port. It's Kadiliman on the side of the BL, and Blue Vortex naman again is gonna be starting off the GR side. Double sniper setup. It's gonna be Inverse and Zersty holding the TRG, pero Zib already planted dun sa malapit na sa BL spawn.
Ito na nga sinasabi natin, no? Blue Vortex, a team that likes playing that double sniper. Perfect for this scenario in this map. Inverse, the play into LB, at sigurado nakuha na agad si Jessan. Zib papasok, playing around mid to take down Jezreel. Hangshu with a good trade onto Zib, so that is a good kill again for Blue Vortex, who is now 1 man ahead. 4v3 tayo dito, 3v3. Hangshu naka-timing kay Sershi, and a contact-heavy play from Kadiliman to keep them in control of this round. 3v3, mukhang lilipat sila ng LA dito, Polar.
Yeah, they wanna go straight right here, pero may isang sniper pa naman dito ang ating Blue Vortex. It's Inverse. So this might be a bad read mula sa Kadiliman. One of the safest spots siguro that you can go here in a 3v3 situation is gonna be B. Pero some damage taken by Ephraim will give away mid for some time, as Inverse also tries to peek out. RTA gusto munta dito sa CA, but no movement right now. Some grenade contact onto RTA, pero kung titignan natin ang ating minimap, tumatakbo na dito sila Hangshu, and as well as si Silent papunta ng B site. It's Ephraim and Soulcast to maybe stop this push. Ganda actually ng position dito ni Soulcast. Kahit mablind siya dito, his pride position to just spray down through the doorway. Hangshu testing, looking, and peeking. Shots gonna go in. Hangshu low in HP.
Wow!
Sobrang aggressive. This man is a man of steel. Dire-diretso lang. Pero dyan naman si Silent will fall down into the hands of Boss F. Boss F falls down. Hangshu in this interesting position kung saan si Inverse magko-contemplate ng kanyang decisions. Ba't ba siya pumunta doon sa baba ng B? And that is RTA to get the headshot in first round para sa Port.
Katakot-takot yung movement ni Hangshu doon. Tapos, siya pa yung nakakill. And make that happen 4 times the 4K for Hangshu's round number 1. At si Silent naman ngayon ni mag-iingay dito sa House P. Papasok na agad sa site. Si Zib, looking for the kill, looking for the punish. Pero sinilence na siya ni Silent. Good flashes coming through. The triple kill for Silent already. Teka lang, double pa lang pala. Teka lang, I got ahead of myself. But it is RTA to get Sir F. And that is already the C4 planted in the site. 2v5 on the retake. What can Blue Vortex do?
Mabilis ang round for Kadiliman, and the dodges and the bullets Not being dodged by Inverse Cersei to get the trade, pero it's a 1v4 kung saan he is low in HP. Si Silent, ginamit na naman ang Global Silent para sa tatlong players dito sa ating Blue Vortex. What a round they do para sa Kadiliman.
Dire-diretso lang, the rush down into B site and the undeniable entry prowess ng mga player dito ng Kadiliman. Kanina si Hangshu, ngayon si Silent. Sino kaya ang papasok ngayon? Mukhang si Hangshu na naman sa may mid. Tinulungan pa nga ng granada dito ni Jezreel. Pero hindi pa sila papasok. Tahimik lang ang pag-akit nila papuntang CA. Mukhang mag-LA push. Pero tingnan mo mga player ng Blue Vortex. Kinakabahan. Hindi nila alam saan nga ba titingin. Mag-isa si Boss F sa LA at mag-isa siya doon mag-hold in case pumasok dito na sa CA ang players ng Kadiliman.
They're waiting for the right opportunity. Hayaan muna lang si Silent ang pipick out dito as a distraction here in Long A. Pero mukhang ito na ang prime opportunity. Jezreel waiting and going for the lineups. Double grenade ata to papunta dun sa taas ng A. Will it hit anyone? Tatlong bomba ang tinamaan dito kay Cersei, pero hindi pa rin naman siya mamamatay. Able to go unscathed with 50 HP left. Smokes will be there, pero they're now taking the C4. Parang Long A pa rin ang atake dito ng buong Kadiliman. And once again, parang nadismaya sila na walang namatay doon from the triple grenade set up. Ephraim will fall down. Zib with a trade. Zib, naku po, he's dodging all of the bullets. And again, but he falls down nonetheless. 2v3 situation kung saan si RTA nandito na sa A. He's waiting for his teammates. Inverse is gonna peek out. One shot and a dream. Jessan falls down into the hands of Inverse. Ngayon sa 2v2. C4 going its way dito sa ladder ng A. Jezreel planting.
Oh my goodness.
Inverse dying. RTA with a kill. Soulcast running. Pero kailangan niya pumunta sa bridge. Kailangan niya mag-reposition. Nakita niya si RTA. Na-drop down doon sa site. Pero si Jezreel, hindi pa rin nagpapanalig. Mamamatay na siya. RTA. Soulcast doesn't know. And Soulcast dies. 3 rounds straight for Kadiliman.
And RTA to close out the third. Soulcast kulang yung gymnastics na ginawa niya doon. A good readjustment with the first kill, but unable to secure the second kasi si RTA to eh. Si RTA na to eh with 5 kills on the board after 3 rounds of play. RTA still performing at top level para sa Kadiliman Esports. And this time around, they slow things down. A little bit of noise being made inside of LB. Dahan-dahan lang approach nila dito, pero dahil dun sa ingay nila dun, magsiset up ng high-low ang Blue Vortex. Si Soulcast tsaka si Inverse expecting some attention down in House B. At si Inverse ang kakagat na bait. Pero sa taas, andito pa rin si Soulcast. Isa lang ang nakita niya. Tignan mo yung Kadiliman, inaabangan na may
What a play coming in for the side of Kadiliman. They're able to get 2, pero Blue Vortex was in a position kung saan pwede sila mag-bait and switch. Action with the kill. Jezreel with the second. Mag-isa na lang dito si Ephraim. Ephraim dry picking. And that is not what you want to see from the squad that is able to go overtime every time. In 4 straight rounds, Kadiliman kumuha ng lahat ng iyon.
Kinakain na ang Blue Vortex ng Kadiliman dito at kailangan nila maghanap ng ilaw. Mukha ng si Soulcast na nga ba yun? Silent from up close! At yun, nakita ni Soulcast. Good contact with the HK. Takes down Silent. A good start in LA para dito sa Blue Vortex. At yun na nga, naka-timing pa si Hangshu. Inverse unable to survive the encounter. And suddenly, it's back to square one. 4v4 tayo dito, Bipolar.
Suddenly, it is a battle of resiliency kung sino nga ba ang matitirang buhay. Sobrang daming casualties for these two sides. Pero ngayon, they try to make their way. Soulcast dito, hindi niya ata naspatan. Nakita yung paa, and look at that spray mula kay RTA. Able to get the wall bang onto Soulcast. Smokes, still alive. Flash towards exit. Towards the spawn dito ng GR. Pero 3-man strong dito ang BV. Lalapit na nga sila. Ephraim will be there. The shot coming in from Jessan connects. Alam niyang meron pang isa, so he wanna peeks out one again. Pero Hakshu with a kill. Onto Ephraim. Mag-isa na lang si Cersei. And again, The Queen in the King's Landing falls down as Jezreel takes the throne 5-0 already.
And immediately, just like that, sigurado ng lamang ang Kadiliman papunta sa ating ikalawang hati ng ating laruan. Zib, making a play. Si Soulcast walang naibat-bat. Si Zib din. Both going down to the hands of RTA and Jezreel. At hindi pa tapos. Hindi pa tapos ang Kadiliman. Uubusin ang Blue Vortex. Si Silent
What?
makakatatlo. At ang Kadiliman makaka-6 na puntos.
Don't tell me na ito ang pinakauna nating 9-0 in Impact Fall, because right now that is what everybody is feeling. Aminin nyo na't lahat, pero Cersei will get that kill. Mukhang ayaw niya paabutin ng second half nang wala silang score. Silent and RTA will meet Ephraim dito sa mid, and he will still fall down. Another wall bang and connecting from the little gap in the window. It's inverse to fall down. Yung first shot dito ni Cersei parang biglang nawala yung advantage, and they are now scattered datum. 1 in B, 1 in mid, and 1 in A.
3v4 Kadiliman. This is a shaky round but still having the advantage and good decision making yung tatlo sa kanila lipat sa A habang nag-iingay si Jezreel dito sa my B site. Cersei, nahanap na si Jezreel but that is a bait. It's a bait and switch. Yung bomba itinatanim na at maghahasik pa ng lagim si RTA dito. Lalalim. Pabalik ng mid, pabalik ng RS. Si Soulcast walang alam, and there's the nade coming through.
Wide angle shot para makita natin lahat ng posisyon ng mga players. Malayo pa si Zib. Si Jezan pushing now towards Soulcast. It's a 2v3. Namatay na nga si Cersei, and the shot connecting once again. Mamamatay pa nga 1v1 situation at biglang nawala. Namatay si Soulcast. RTA with the push, and they are now in 7 points straight.
My goodness. Nakakatakot dito, Bipolar. Kahit may smokes, kahit may flashes, sila pa rin yung nananalo sa mga fight. Hindi ko naiintindihan kung paano nila ginagawa to. Kadiliman taking on a different form. Ewan ko ba, hindi ko ma-explain. Pero ito na, 7-0. At si
Ang lalim ng BV, ah.
Uy, Zib, hindi na rin ako ng kill. At yun na nga, si RTA pa kayo makaka-double doon. Hankshu to take down Ephraim na nakakuha ng isa, but that it's it. Kadiliman 2v1, si Cersei na lang ang natitirang buhay. Just like that for Blue Vortex.
What is happening? We know na Blue Vortex can go toe-to-toe every time, long stretch of games, pero parang ngayon nakakatikim na sila ng isang mabilisan mula sa Kadiliman. And that's not what you want from Blue Vortex, kasi they are taking your blood one by one. Pinupuntiryati na target, pinapatay lahat na nagagawa dito sa Blue Vortex just because ganito kasakit mamuntirya ng sites ang Kadiliman. This is actually crazy. Hinihila ata nila si Cersei papunta sa spawn dito ng BL side at gumagana slowly, parang ini-illusion dito si Cersei na pumasok ka dito. Sige, mag-push ka lang. He's playing with this time. What is happening to Kadiliman? They're playing with Cersei, and this is not what you want. Nag-aantay lang dito sila sa BL side. Kadiliman, pinapaalala ko lang, hindi po kayo GR. Hindi nyo kailangan mag-antay ng plant. Kayo po magpa-plant ng bomba. Pero Cersei, nakawala sa curse. Siya naman daw ang mag-aantay sa spawn nila. Here comes the push, 35 seconds datum. The C4 is still in the hands of Hankshu. Pero Cersei ngayon contemplating, nasan nga ba sila? Asan yung kalaro ko? And they will feel the presence of B dito.
Imagine being Cersei right now. Wala kang ideya nasa ng kalaban. Para kang basang sisiw na nag-aabang makarinig ng sound cue. At yun na nga, narinig niya na. Nasa B-site yung
Flash.
dalawa, Silent and Hankshu with a crossfire. Nabasag, nabulag, na-smoke, at tinamaan ang bala ni Hankshu. 8-0 for Kadiliman.
That's actually crazy, no, na parang ganun yung ginawa kay Cersei. I feel bad para kay Cersei po, mga people, no, kasi I don't know. Sabi ni Action, tayo na lang natin dito sa spawn. Siya na lang mag-push sa atin para hindi na sila yung mapapagod. But shots connecting. Kadiliman, Soulcast down into the hands of Jestril. Per dead round daw muna tayo dito for Kadiliman with one player out of the game. Pero Dado, mukhang first time natin actually makikita for a very long time. And especially dito sa Impact Fall na 9-0 ata ang scoreline natin sa first half.
Mukhang posible nga Kadiliman. Ewan ko ba nung nakain itong mga to? Ba't ganito itsura nitong mga to sa port? Ibang klase, ibang level ang pinapakita dito ng Kadiliman. 8 consecutive rounds that they haven't dropped a single one. And now they're poised to take the ninth. Kita natin kahit dead round, palung-palo pa rin yung players nila. The early contact still going in their favor. Taking the first blood of that round is just super impressive para sa mga players dito ng Kadiliman. 8-0. At Polar, paano mo parang yung prediction mo, parang kasama ka sa scrims nila. Parang
tumatama ba?
May insider info ka ata dito. I mean, ayokong pangunahan yung laro natin, pero kasama ka ba sa practice ng Kadiliman dito? Ano nangyayari?
Hindi naman. Ano lang, gusto ko lang maging isang propeta pagdating sa Crossfire Philippines. Pero joke lang yun. I mean, gusto ko pa rin umabot tayo ng map number 3. Gusto ko pa rin makita na Blue Vortex will finally make a dent sa record ngayon ng Kadiliman, no? Kasi until today, naging unbeatable sila. So, why not just try to be the team to put it into map number 3 for Kadiliman? Pero with them being 0-8 right now in their map pick, this is not good. Nakikita ko nga rin daw na parang ayaw daw ni Jessan dito sa mapang to. So gusto niya na agad matapos yung labanan natin dito. Maybe that's the difference maker, no, for Kadiliman and BV. Na yung isang side gusto dito kasi they prosper on this map. Yung isa naman ayaw talaga nila kahit sinong team pa yan. Ayaw lang daw nila sa mapa. So parang giving ikaw na lang bahala kung anong pipiliin mo.
Parang di naman. Parang hindi naman nila ayaw
parang di
dito.
Naman.
Bipolar.
Parang gusto nila no?
Parang gusto nila dito sa port. Mas gusto pa nila dito. Kasi sa sub-base, 8-0 pa naman yung score nila, no? In the side that you're not supposed to have the advantage, they are toying with Blue Vortex.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for the choice of words, but that's just the way it is. Blue Vortex, I haven't seen them struggle like this ever since the Impact Fall has started. And man, Kadiliman are just on another level. Every single encounter na makuha nila, no? Kahit dun sa mga round na hindi mukhang pelanado ng Kadiliman, tuloy-tuloy pa rin sila, no? In that one round na si Silent yung nag-entry, diretso silang house B into B, tuloy-tuloy pa rin sila. Silent parang may plot armor, hindi siya namamatay. Kahit nandun na siya sa loob ng site, no? It's inexplicable how they are able to find this much success. And I guess it's just because of how good the setup is. Ang ganda lagi ng batuhan ng mga utility dito ng Kadiliman. And what can I say? The shot calling is insane. Yung round na nag-intay sila up to the last second para makapagtanim even on a 2v1 is mind-boggling. The amount of discipline that Kadiliman Esports have.
I mean, siguro ito na rin talaga yung plano ni Coach Drew, no, on Kadiliman na parang, ay guys, kahit nasa kanila to, kailangan natin full force, dire-diretso lang. Let's go with our entry fraggers and let's trust in the team. Kasi nakikita natin actually in port, if I'm correct, talagang 5-man push sila palagi. Walang hihiwalay, dire-diretso lang. Sometimes there is a player na maiiwan para lang mapatay yung mga magro-rotate sa flank. Pero parang dire-diretso lang talaga. Sasabay daw sila kay Silent, sasabay daw kay Hangshu. Tas parang Blue Vortex, I don't know what is happening to them. Kasi alam naman natin, they just can go default just like what Kadiliman did in sub-base para matigil lahat ng push na ito. Pero they're going the aggressive approach which alam ng Kadiliman kung paano i-counter. Nakita mo naman, di ba, nag-push sila sa bridge ng BL side, dire-diretso sa mid. Nagulat pa nga din sila Hangshu pero they were in the better aim. Parang it's not working kapag naging aggressive ka here in port.
Yeah, it just feels like the shots aren't connecting for Blue Vortex. No? And we talk about this map being a sniper-heavy map, but nahihirapan sa ngayon yung mga sniper ng Blue Vortex. No? I mean, yes, there are off moments kung saan nakakahuli sila ng paisa-isa, but nothing like they did in sub-base kung saan even though losing sila on the GR side, they were at least able to find early kills in the hands of their snipers, no? So I don't know what it is in port that is so perfect para sa Kadiliman to be able to find this much success against Blue Vortex. But man, Blue Vortex, their form has dipped in this half at least, no? Baka makabawi sila pagdating sa second half, or even in this last map of the first half. But it is a struggle for Blue Vortex to say the least, no? It's time to do something drastic. Bipolar, the default has not been working out. Merong mga nagpupush every now and then, no? Si Zib pumapasok every now and then sa may mid, but hindi siya nakakahanap ng success. Maybe it's time for everyone to push down mid, everyone to contest down LA. Something big has to be done from Blue Vortex.
I mean, guys, hindi pa naman talaga tapos ang laban natin dito, no? 0-8, might go 0-9 in favor of Kadiliman. Pero malay mo, pagdating naman ng BL side ng BV, makakuha din sila ng 0-9 kung saan naglalak naman pala bigla ang Kadiliman on the GR side. So, we still don't know yet kung matatapos na nga ba talaga ang laban dito. Pero one thing is for sure, Kadiliman is holding BV by their necks. At just 1 or 2 more rounds, ibabato na sila sa tubig ng port. So, hindi natin alam kung baka umabot tayo sa ganong sitwasyon, pero for now, dead round pa lang naman. Kailangan mag-refresh dito ng BV, some much needed time to reset. They just need to, think of saan nga ba palagi pumapasok dito yung Kadiliman, where they are always getting pushed away from. Tsaka they need to utilize the snipers. Kailangan nilang, again, just play default now.
Yeah, exactly. No, they need to get their snipers back up online, same way as they did in their other series, in their previous set even. Pero guys, pasensya lang, we're just trying to get the best broadcast possible to you guys. Kaya medyo natatagalan, pero we will be continuing on with the game in just a bit. Sa ngayon, mag-usap muna tayo, no? Ilagay nyo dyan sa comments if there's anyone you want to shout out. Kung gusto nyo nga ipa-shoutout yung mga bebe nyo or yung mga kaibigan nyo dyan sa comment section, lagay nyo lang. Bipolar and I will try our best to read them aloud. At syempre, meron tayong nakapin comment dyan. Kung makikita nyo, pwede kayong magtanong ng questions sa amin. No? If you have any questions about Crossfire, about the players, about the teams, about the casters even, kung paano ba namin ginagawa itong mga ganitong broadcast, or kung may love life question kayo, tanong nyo dito kay Bipolar. Kaya niyang sagutin yan. Guys, ilapag nyo lang dyan sa comment section down below. Pwede kayong sumali sa conversation namin dito. Baka din ma-feature sa natin at sa preview show happening tomorrow. Kung di nyo alam, meron tayong 3 ongoing events for Crossfire happening simultaneously ngayon, no? So, apart from Impact Fall, meron tayong preview show kung saan may ini-interview tayong part of the Crossfire community. Naglalagay din tayo dyan ng mga hot takes na usually sa comment section natin nakikita, no? So, nirarank naman yung pagiging maanghang ng hot takes ninyo. At syempre, meron din tayong regionals where the top 8 teams from the country are bouting it out for the slots of the CFS Grand Finals, no? The year-ender, the penultimate event of CFS. So, there's 3 events ongoing. Syempre, yung Impact Fall happens Wednesday, Thursdays. Friday is the preview show, the preview program. And on Sundays and Saturdays, on the weekend, syempre, we have regional finals. Full force kami doon ng mga casters, no? So, kung gusto nyo makita sila Sneaky Frog, sila Salvatore, kung nami-miss nyo na sila, doon nyo sila makikita every Saturday and Sunday. Lagay nyo lang sa comments kung meron kayong mga hot takes or mga questions or may gusto ipa-shoutout dito, Bipo. Ikaw, Bipo, baka may shoutout ka dyan.
Ay, shoutout kay Miles, no? Magkita tayo later, pero kailangan mo natin tignan yung Blue Vortex and Kadiliman dito. And tama nga naman dyan, Didom, no? If you wanna do get your questions answered, if you want something, and if you wanna get featured, it's your time now kasi you have 2 days before every preview show para alam mo yun, para ma-feature namin kayo. And sometimes nakikita nyo rin yung mga star players natin doon, possibly hindi actually sana si Lance makaabot dun, no? Actually, yung dami kong gustong tanong sa kanya kasi 25 plus kills yung nangyari last time ng match number 2 natin. I mean, in a map na I consider hindi sniper heavy,
Yes.
So I just wanna see that. And if you want more of those actions na alam ko namang mahilig kayo sa podcast namin dito so that is more podcast of a style yung preview show natin doon. And may kita nyo pa si Vil, which is actually crazy. Not just that, again, some coaches, some players. Pero yeah, Daydom, any more thoughts about Blue Vortex and Kadiliman? Para sa akin kasi parang masaya sila Boss Snarps dito eh. Kasi 8-0 agad. Port pa lang natin and it's just crazy para sa side ng Kadiliman.
Yeah, big shoutout muna kay Boss Narps, no, who is very supportive sa Kadiliman roster dito, no. And you love to see it, a lot of teams getting the recognition and the support that they deserve. Pero yeah, back into the series, no, I am quite surprised at how oppressive Kadiliman is in this series, no, considering Blue Vortex actually was very promising in the first couple of games that we've seen them, no. Syempre, they did take down, as I mentioned, they took down yung Fervid, which is of course one of the considered top teams sa Impact, as they were last year Masters relegated. 2-1 yung panalo niya doon. Admittedly, it was very close. Nag 3 sets tayo, nag-overtime, lahat nilapag ng Blue Vortex para matalo sila, no? But that set them in my head as one of the top contenders, maybe even the top 4 dito sa ating group stage, no? But to be able, or for Kadiliman to be able to give them such a hard game dito sa port is mind-boggling for me. No, parang in my head, within the top 4 realm yung dalawang yun eh. Kaya 2-1 yung prediction ko kasi akala ko dikit yung laban natin dito, but I could not be further from the truth. Blue Vortex are faltering and I can't understand why. As of the moment, no, I can't understand because this is not the Blue Vortex that we've come to know and love. Paulit-ulit ko sinasabi, Blue Vortex, a team that performs really well under pressure as they did in the previous series. Even if matalo sila, no, just like in Alliance Gaming na nasa-stretch out pa rin nila yung series, but not today. And I don't understand why, Bipolar. Siguro ibang level lang talaga yung Kadiliman at ngayon lang natin nakikita ang tunay na lakas ng Kadiliman Esports.
I mean, tama ka dyan, no, Didum, na talagang we talk about Blue Vortex being the squad to make it happen, pero ngayon, it's Kadiliman that is making works here in Port. Let's get right into the game. No more talking. It's time to give you the entertainment you deserve. Already some smokes here sa mid, pero default play lang daw muna dito for Kadiliman, while Blue Vortex already pushed up dito sa LB or sa House B.
Kadiliman, everyone huddling up, a much slower approach this time around, hoping to catch Zib in that aggressive angle. Mukhang magpupush na naman sa mid dito. Nagpapakiramdaman ng mga mid players natin si Zib, yung mga galing mula sa GR side. But no one hanging on! Si Sershi yung makakakuha ng contact up against Jessan with the sniper. It's a one-tap kill, of course. At makakakuha pa nga ng isa. Sershi for the third pick. Pero this time, masya-shutdown na siya ni Hangshu. It's Soulcast coming in from the side that will take down Hangshu and Kadiliman for the first time, looking to play an uphill battle in round number 9.
Yeah, sila ang dehado ngayon, no? Parang it's a battlefield here in LB. Just some Cersei action na gusto natin makita. Two shots in a dream with the TRG RTA as well as Silent able to get one though dito sa bridge. Ephraim, is he ready for the onslaught dito ngayon? Soulcast pushes out. It's all up to RTA versus 2 players. Oh no, Daydom, I've seen this before. Malapit si RTA. He wants to go to B. May ikutan niya dito yung mga players natin kasi si Zib hindi niya alam nandito siya. Soulcast to fall down. Oh no, it's a 1v1 kung saan nakalagpas si RTA sa nilalakaran at sa paningin ni Zib. He's contemplating, oh my god, this is a next level play na inaabangan dito ni RTA. He is the man of the hour. He's waiting for Zib na kumagat dito sa laban na ito. 35 seconds on the clock. In 20 seconds, kailangan na mag-push ni RTA. B might be the right place here, pero Zib is just holding his own dito sa A. Has so much utility. RTA waiting for the last remaining second. 20 seconds goes out. Nakita niyo si Zib. At dahil dyan, he will push. He still has a smoke, a flash, and a grenade.
Yes.
Daydom.
Utility.
So pwede niya paglaruan dito si Zib. With the bomb being planted, it extends the timer to 35 seconds. Bababa dito si RTA. Pushing it out. Ako po, hindi niya daw ata kailangan ng mga util. Now he uses it. Close contact grenade para hindi mag-flash out ako din si Zib. Zib holding that door, holding that wall. RTA with the push and he falls down. 1 round for BV. Hindi pa tapos ang laban dito sa ating first half.
And Zib with the perfect crosshair placement to take that win for Blue Vortex. Walang 9-0 ngayon. Sabi ni Zib, I will take this defuse and I will take this round 1-8. Blue Vortex, syempre mataas pa rin ang kailangan nilang habulin dito, but that is the first step towards climbing back into the scoreboard. Ang problema dito, Bipolar, ngayon pa lang sila lilipat ng BL side. But I want to point out something I've noticed dito, Bipolar, no? 2v1 yung nakita natin dito, but this time Blue Vortex yung may dalawang tao. Tanda mo nung nag 2v1 in favor of Kadiliman, ibang-iba yung laruan nila dito, no? Iba yung philosophy of how they approach the 2v1. Kanina, even with the one-man advantage, Kadiliman was trying to catch the players of Blue Vortex off guard. Sila yung nag-intay sa GR spawn dito at inintay nila na maubos yung oras bago lumipat sa A site. Ngayon, mag-isa lang dito yung player ng Kadiliman, inintay pa rin at nakahanap ng isa. Muntik pa nga manalo dito ang Kadiliman just because of the way they approach. They maximize the time, they maximize the map, and they give as many opportunities for Blue Vortex to make a mistake.
And now, it starts to keep on getting those opportunities rolling because we are now in the second half of Port Hangshu. And the rest of Kadiliman is now in the GR side. Meanwhile, BV already getting the presence dito sa ating House B. Jezzan stuck dito sa ating mid position. Pinapush out na nga siya ni Soulcast, pero what a shot! Close quarter combat, the second one para kay Jezzan. Might go for the third, pero mamamatay na siya kasi Cersei naman ang pupuntriya. It's a 2-for-1 trade kung saan masaya ang Kadiliman after that. A little bit of exchange. Pero big heavy press mula kay Zib, holding the TRG, able to get one pero mamamatay din naman siya. Now it's all up to Cersei and Ephraim kung saan nandito na si Silent. Silences these two kids. And now, 1 point away from Kadiliman para ma-claim ang third 2-0.
Ito na nga ba yung sinasabi natin, Bipolar? On the defensive side, it is so easy to defend and to stop the players from the BL to creating space. And all it took was Jessan peeking 2 times to get 2 kills. At ngayon, manggagaling naman mula sa itaas dito si Jessan. LA defense coming through from the Kadiliman sniper. And a lot of the smokes getting thrown out to draw Silent away from mid. Pero okay lang, andun pa rin naman si RTA. And Blue Vortex waiting for anyone from Kadiliman to push! Saktong-sakto yung talikod doon ni Searchy. Nahanap si Jezreel in B house. And that's a good start para dito. Especially with Jessan actually trading it out. So now it's a 4v4. Lilipat na ng B-side ang players ng Blue Vortex.
Naku po, para mabilisan to, Didom, ha? They're gonna go in to be fast and quickly, waiting for the bomb to get in to the side. Soulcast falls down. Hangshu, paano mo nakita yon? Ano ka, may hit signature? Mamamatay din dito si Cersei. RTA with the kill, and they're going into B side with no flash. Bakit kayo pumapasok nang walang util? Inverse with the kill. 1v3 situation. He has the C4. Pero wala na siyang buhay dito, Didom. At nag-aabang si Jessan with the kill. 1 shot and 10 points to 1 in favor of Kadiliman.
Another 11-round closure for today. This time, it's Kadiliman to take the win. The decisive win against Blue Vortex dito, Bipolar. Wow, another record game. Katulad kanina, 10-1 din. Pero this time, it is Kadiliman to create that opportunity, to create that quick win against Blue Vortex. Mind you, against Blue Vortex's map pick, that is Port, against a GR-sided map where they started off on the blacklist side. They're still able to win with domination in their name. Kadiliman na naman ang nanaig ngayong araw, Bipolar. And it is super impressive. 2-0 in Port against Blue Vortex.
Alam mo, akala nga natin na Querdas ngayon ang kukuha ng parang rank 1 spot natin. Pero it seems like Kadiliman hindi magpapanaig na ibibigay yung trono nila on that number 1 spot, no? Because
Yes.
they've been so dominating 2-0s after 2-0s after 2-0s. Parang susunod pang 2-0 yung next match nila. But we never know yet kasi the Kings will fall eventually. So di natin alam kung mangyayari nga yun. But for now, let's commend the entirety of Blue Vortex. Despite that big loss pagdating sa second map, yung first map naman natin, nakita natin that they fighted until the very end. 10-5 scoreline ata yun if I am correct. So may power talaga ang Blue Vortex dito. Parang ibang kadiliman lang ata ang nakita nila today.
Yes. But Blue Vortex, you have to remember, Subbase is also one of their signature maps, no? Hinayaan talaga ng Blue Vortex na piliin ng Kadiliman ang Subbase kasi komportable din sila doon eh. Pero anong ginawa ng Kadiliman? 10-5. A decisive win in that map where Blue Vortex were supposedly comfortable in. Tapos yung mapa mismo na pinili ng Blue Vortex, 10-1 naman, no? So they're really setting a precedent na sila ang nasa tuktok, sila ang nasa itaas, at least na ngayong group stage. This is the silver lining for Blue Vortex. Buti nakalaban agad nila ang Kadiliman this early in the group stage. At least ngayon maaaral nila ano yung mga mali na ginawa nila, ano yung mga possible weakness dito ng Kadiliman. But as it stands, Kadiliman stepping on a pedestal, stepping on another level of play dito sa Impact and setting a standard for the rest of the teams to step up to.
Yeah, very much so. They are golden right now and we are finally seeing some action with these highlights. Nakikita ulit natin kung paano nga ba naging total domination and just how Kadiliman took it by a storm dito sa ating port. And it's just sad for BV kasi map pick nila to. We glazed them a lot kasi alam naman natin how they play, especially with Cersei getting these initial picks. Hindi natin pwedeng sabihin that they are washed already kasi nakita naman natin, no, Daydom, na every time Cersei gets that initial pick para sa BV from BL to GR. Kaso nga lang parang Kadiliman is just on another stepping stone papunta sa ating greater heights here in Impact Fall. Right now, let's look at the set summary para makita natin kung sino nga ba ang talagang number 1 dito sa Kadiliman. Man, oh man, 6.30. Totoo ba yan? 6.33? Totoo ba yan?
Totoo yan. RTA yet again, the MVP. Well, pinangunahan ko na yung set MVP, no? Kasi sigurado naman tayo with a 6.33 KD. Men, ngayon lang ulit ako nakakita ng KD na more than 3, 6.33 mula kay RTA. Halos 2 yung kill per rounds niya dito sa port. And ganito kalala si RTA, pinagmukha niyang saktuhan lang yung performance ni Jessan. Ganun siya kalala, pre. A 6.33 KD is next level. That's all I can say. And RTA, man, is ewan ko anong meron sa araw na to para kay RTA. Usually, nakikita natin na that takes the spotlight is either Jessan, Hangshu, sometimes even Silent. But this day is RTA through and through.
Yeah, RTA is the king right now in Kadiliman. Hangshu might just be the hand of God dito para sa Kadiliman kasi once RTA falls down, there's Hangshu behind his back. And man, I just want to look at the headshot rating dito ng ating mga players. Sa kabilang side, palaging mas mataas ang Blue Vortex. So they have the firepower, they have the aim, they have the way to win. Pero it's crazy that RTA is doing this against a team that we consider one of the top contenders. Pero RTA na naman. Ikaw na naman, boy. The one. This man, 1.73k R kill that ratio na 6.33. Feeling ko wala na. The name speaks for itself, RTA.
RTA. What a performance. At tinan mo din yung smokes per round niya, no? Hindi nagpapatalo when it comes to still the utility usage. A 0.73 is one of the highest in all the MVPs and actually in all the players that we've had today, no? And RTA, these highlights justify why he is the MVP for this set. Ang lalim ng mga nakukuhang angulo dito ni RTA at ang ganda ng mga pwestuhan niya lagi. Always there to punish the jump from Blue Vortex. Siya yung umuubos lagi dito and if you notice Bipolar, yung mga angulo niya never within the sight, never within a defensive position. Lagi siyang humahanap ng extra space for the team to use up, already deep in mid, deep in so many angles where you wouldn't expect someone to find something. Andun si RTA at yun yung dahilan kung bakit siya yung pinakamaraming kills para sa Kadiliman eh. Blue Vortex never expects where RTA comes from.
And we did not expect a 5-10 in sub-base and a 1-10 here in port or set number 2. A dominating 2-0 and a rampaging start para sa Kadiliman Esports. They are looking for gold and right now you can definitely see na they are one of the top dogs pagdating sa PH Impact Fall. Man, oh man, it's congratulations pa rin para sa Blue Vortex kasi they got some rounds, especially in port. Pero for Kadiliman, it's all praise here in the cash and even the comment section. So shout out to you guys for giving the support for Kadiliman kasi without you, walang Kadiliman. Bang!
Of course. Syempre wala din tayo, no? So maraming salamat sa lahat ng sumusuporta. Pero ito, suportahan natin ang match MVP for Kadiliman. Sinong hula mo, Bipolar? Sige nga.
Ay nako po, feeling ko si ATR, pag binaliktad mo yun maging RTA kasi tignan mo naman yung scoreline niya man. 1.46 kill per round. Yung KD niya, lagpas pa din ng 3. This kid needs to be stopped.
RTA 3.45 average KD over 2 maps and an average of 0.58 smokes per round. Halos 0.6 na rin yan, no? So ang tindi ng lahat ng kontribusyon ni RTA, not just on the killing side, not just on the impact side, but on the utility side as well. Napakaganda ng araw na to para kay RTA. Both in sub-base and in port, he was wreaking havoc against Blue Vortex. And what can I say? Walang naisagot ang Blue Vortex dito eh. Kulang kung meron man, and RTA was to blame, of course. And the play from Missile nung dikit yung laban, I think ito talaga yung nagpasimula na magpatumba sa Blue Vortex. From 2-2 na nagbabawian ng rounds, nagsimula ng kumalas, nagsimula ng kumaripas yung yung Kadiliman, all because of RTA.
Doon na talaga humiwala yung spread ng skill gap natin. Talagang sabi ni RTA, nandito kami sa taas, kayo nasa baba lang. Even in this map alone, yung nasa port natin, he is crazy with the angles. So nga sabi ng Dado, he doesn't peek out without any advantage para sa kanya. He's always behind something and he always peeks out very much widely. At dahil doon, he is surprising the players dito ng BV. And hopefully we can see more of RTA because they are victorious dito sa ating day number 4. It is Kadiliman Esports.
And they continue their lossless streak. Wala pang naitatalo, wala pang nakakatalo sa Kadiliman Esports over the course of the group stage. And I think this really sets the baseline. This sets the precedent. This sets the expectation for the rest of the teams dito sa Impact, no? Kadiliman is the new benchmark and they are the new team to beat dito sa ating group stage. Sino kaya makakatalo sa kanila, no? Marami pa naman sila mga katapat, so marami tayong aabangan na makakasalubong dito ng Kadiliman Esports.
I mean, yeah, marami pa kayong aabangan na matches, but just because this is, ano na ba ngayon, day number 4. So week number 2 pa lang to, marami pa tayong weeks dito sa CFS PH Impact. And tulad nga sinabi natin from the get-go, from week number 1 pa lang, iba agad ang timpla ng ating laban. First week to second week, ganito na agad sila maglaro. What if pa kaya sa week number 3 until week number 7? Hindi nyo alam. So you better be watching once CFS PH Impact Fall is live because this is where the action is.
Yes, guys, quick reminder, week 2 out of 5 weeks of group stage tayo pa lang. So wala pang kalahati. Pwede pang makabawi. 5 weeks of group stage, 2 weeks of playoffs tayo dito pa Bipolar. So 7 weeks in total. Pero yung group stage natin, wala pang kalahati. Mga kalahati tayo by next week. So you're not gonna want to miss that kasi malay nyo may mga magbago. Malay nyo may mga teams na mag-step up, no? Malay nyo may makatalo na sa Kadiliman. I mean, we're not wishing for the downfall of Kadiliman, but we are hoping that someone challenges them in the group stage. We are hoping someone dethrones them at the top of the scoreboard. And syempre, dahil Kadiliman na ang nasa tuktok sa ngayon, no, madami nang titingin sa kanila. The target will be on their backs.
Yeah, that is true. Talagang nakatingin na sila dyan. And lahat ng mga natin from top 8 to top 2, nakatingin para puntirihin, para matigil na yung streak at mawala yung Kings right now in week number 2. It's Kadiliman E-Sports though with the win. And what a day doon. Puro tayo 2-0, tama nga ba? Puro tayo,
Yes.
2-0? Yeah.
Yes, a day full of 2-0s dito, no? The first time that we've had that on Impact. Which is surprising considering kakasimula pa lang ng Impact natin dito. But yeah, a lot of questions answered today. Kadiliman setting themselves apart from the rest of the team. Tingnan nga natin yung standings after today's 2-0 matches dito. And ayun na nga ang kinatatakutan ng lahat sa ngayon. Kadiliman reaching the tippy top of the leaderboard, having not lost a single set. Guys, kahit isang mapa, wala pang naitatalo ang Kadiliman Esports.
Yeah, wala pa rin talaga. And it looks like it will be that way for the majority of this season. But again, ito nga sinabi natin kanina, Daydom, Querdas is just below them, and as well as Fervid. Mag-aabang pa tayo kung sila nga ba ang kukuha ng number 1 spot natin. Pero for Sunday Shrooms, Blue Vortex, Team Micro, and Rhea 7 GAON, onting stretch pa, and we know that they are capable of the teams, especially our champion squad from last Impact, which is Sunday Shrooms. So, marami pa rin namang games, marami pa rin tayong makikitang aksyon mula sa squads na to. It's not just Kadiliman, it's also the rest of the teams dito sa ating season.
Pinaka-inaabangan ko dito yung performance ng Sunday Shrooms. No, unfortunately, we didn't see any of their games this week. Pero next week, speaking of which, ang schedule natin for next week, ayan na nga. Sunday Shrooms will be facing up against Team Micro for our first match sa round 3 ng ating group stage. That's the 3rd week. And then, Rhea 7 GAON going up against Blue Vortex. At ang panghuli, it is Kadiliman versus Querdas. The top 2 seeds sa ngayon ng group stage ang magbabakbakan sa ating round number 4, match number 3 next week yan. So you're not gonna want to miss that sa ating next week games. At yan ay mangyayari anong araw? Wednesday next week. So guys, huwag kayong mawawala next week Wednesday.
What a set of matches, no? Yung unang match natin will dictate kung champion material pa ba ang Sunday Shrooms. Yung second matchup natin might go towards 3-1 kasi kung best of 5 series tayo niya, naabot tayo ng pinakamahabang game because that is Rhea 7 GAON and Blue Vortex is yung main event. That is 1 versus 2. That's finally makikita natin kung masisira nga ba yung pinakauna nating trono.
Yes, guys, of course, na-mention ko na kanina, no, you're not gonna want to miss the preview show as well. Bukas na yan, on Friday. Sino nga ba ang guest natin? Abangan nyo. Make sure to follow na rin ang ating Crossfire page para makita nyo lahat ng announcements na meron tayo dito. We have 3 ongoing events. Marami tayong pasabog, marami tayong paandar. At syempre, meron tayong mga pahapyaw sa upcoming events. The only way you'll find out is if you follow the Crossfire PH page. So sundan nyo na, i-follow nyo na ang page natin dito. At bukas, preview show tayo, no? So kami ulit yon, kasama namin si Vil at meron tayong guest na makakasama. And of course, on the weekend, meron naman tayong regionals.
Yeah, I mean, just some last words for me, Daydom. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Smilegate, the Crossfire community. Lahat po ng nanonood na nagpapa-shoutout. Shout out sa inyo to my girl Miles, and of course everybody in the TNC production crew. Maraming salamat po for giving us one of the best seasons so far dito sa ating Crossfire Philippines. And yeah, Daydom, what a set of matchups. Sana po subaybayan nyo pa kasi this is the best scene right now in the entirety of the world, CFS PH.
Yes, maraming salamat sa lahat ng sumusuporta. Salamat sa panonood ngayong araw. We'll see you again tomorrow in the preview show. Daydom nga pala and Bipolar for CFS PH Impact Fall 2025. Tulog na tayo. Polar, good night guys. Thank you for watching. Bye-bye.
It's more than just a revenge story. Sa ating mga nagduda, sa isang taong purong dismayado, this is a team through grit and grind and years of experience. Can't really deny the greatness.
Good shot, gotta get X3D. He gets his 3rd, he gets his 4th. Oh my God!
Good shot, gonna get JC. Drill gets 1 and 2. Beautiful timing.
Pero Zefrax, uubusin na lang lahat.
Sa isang bala lamang, matutupad ang